Chapter 1151. You don't have to think about it too much. Hall Master Guang saw the gloomy faces of the crowd and smiled. 300,000 trillion lives sounds scary, but in fact, most of the intelligent beings in the Taiyuan region are gathered in the big and small cities. Only a few of them wander outside. As long as they don't cultivate in seclusion deep in the mountains or forests, they will receive the news sooner or later. Moreover, in the big and small cities, there will be portals. As long as we control those portals, it won't be difficult to evacuate. We still have about 5 months to get some high-level gods to help the people in the cities to seek refuge in the Ganyuan region and the Kuanyuan region. We can still make it if we start now. The problem is the resettlement. Not only do we evacuate the people, but we also have to settle them in the other 3 regions. 80% of the land in the Taiyuan region is empty land, so there is still a lot of empty land left. The barrier's consciousness raised its head and said, "The barrier of the small divine land has been removed, so there is a lot of usable space." The barrier of the small divine land disappeared. The small divine land reappeared. Everyone sat up straight in surprise. They didn't suspect anything and just nodded. It would be easier if that was the case. The reappearance of the small divine land means that the rules of the ancient era have been replaced with the rules of this era. Most of the people in the small divine land won't feel good. They will have to go through half a month to a month of chaos before they can settle down. At this time, only a small number of people can be of use. Moreover, the small divine land and the realm of the gods are seriously separated. Most of the forces in the small divine land are not under control and do not listen to orders. The god of the Qin family shook his head. We don't expect them to be of use. Hall Master Jin shook his head and waved his hand. We don't need to rely on too many people. For the forces we belong to here, we must first operate at full speed. If we keep thinking about who to rely on, we won't be able to do anything in the end. That's what Little Star said. The god of the Xian family sighed and shook his head. The realm of the gods is plagued by internal and external problems. The internal problems are especially serious. If the information torrent can get the forces of the gods to help, it will probably be much easier. Well, that's right. It's not good to always think about people coming to help. Thanks to the information torrent, with our reputation in the realm of the gods, it should be easy to mobilize a large number of people. The rest, we can take it slowly. Hall Master Guang looked at the barrier's consciousness and asked, "How feasible is our plan?" It's impossible to predict the actions of the people of the heavenly realm. We can only determine that 60% of the living beings will be able to escape before the world fragments collide. The barrier's consciousness said faintly. Everyone muttered to themselves. 60% of the total number of lives lost. And that was without taking into account the actions of the people from the celestial realm. In other words, they did not take into account any assistance or resistance. This number was not unexpected. If it was possible, they hoped that they could save a few more lives. However, that did not seem to be within their scope of control. Anyway, that's it for now. We can't change what we can't control. Let's take action first. It'll be too late if we keep sitting around. The barrier's consciousness suddenly raised its head, and obvious traces of energy flow appeared on its body. Everyone was stunned. When they saw its weak and serious face, they could not help but feel nervous. Palace Master Jin said, What's wrong? What happened?" Energy flowed in the eyes of the barrier's consciousness. It was silent for a long time before it said softly, "The situation has changed." He pointed his finger at the sky, and a blurry and distorted image shook a few times before slowly becoming clear. It was a black star field, pitch black, with an extremely obvious white belt of light, and a sky full of stars. "What's that? The stars?" Palace Master Guang glanced at the image that reflected the starry sky and instinctively uttered a nonsensical sentence. The image shook a few times and shrank a lot. They could see the light spots rapidly approaching. Wait a minute, what does approaching mean? In the pitch-black star field, they could see a large number of brilliant light spots rushing across the star field at an unimaginable speed, rapidly moving away from the white belt of light. They were like fireflies escaping in all directions on a summer night, rushing towards the emptiness of the stars. However, each of those light spots was not a firefly, but a star with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles. They were irritable suns. Those are the stars that were not destroyed by the impact of the world fragments, but were pushed away. They came into direct contact with the world fragments and the void mist, and their cores became abnormally irritable under the energy surge of the void mist. The energy surged violently, and the entire star became very unstable. It's a dangerous bomb. It's not like the ordinary stars, you know. These things have great power, and they are rushing towards the star field at a speed 100 times faster than the world fragments. The good news is that most of them have no fate with the realm of the gods. Palace Master Guang's cheek twitched violently. The bad news is that some of the suns must have crashed into the realm of the gods, right? How many are there? When will they arrive? Some of them are huge stars that have been crashed here from the depths of the stars, and they are almost falling apart. They carry an almost destructive energy and will fall in the form of a meteor shower. Most of them will fall in the Sourcepeak domain and the Ultimate Plane domain, and a small number of them will fall in the Divine Prefecture and 2 other large domains. In total, it may last for 3 months. A conservative estimate is that if it's just a collision, it's only equivalent to the power of an emperor god or a post-god tier. However, if it explodes, the consequences will be unimaginable. The energy carriers that have been eroded by the void mist will explode, and that carrier will most likely become a warm bed for the void mist, breeding a large amount of void mist that will fall on the realm of the gods. What about the level of power? The power is between the saint tier and the god tier, with a weak destructive power of the laws. Everyone was silent, dead silent. The conference room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of sweat, and it was a rustling noise. Palace Master Jean muttered to himself for a long time, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Say, how much of a grudge do these world fragments have with the realm of the gods? To think that they would actually drag an entire planetary region over here. I speculate that the world fragments were thrown to the realm of the gods by the people of the underworld. If my guess is correct, it might be related to the old grudges of the Dark Age, or perhaps a long-cherished wish. The underworld? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They all knew this legendary name, but it stopped at the level of knowing. They did not understand it at all. During the Dark Age, a dark storm swept up by the underworld, destroying almost the entire primordial realm. The realm of the gods was also almost destroyed. According to the records, the energy they used was very similar to the void fog, which is the energy attached to the surface of the world fragments. This guess is 70% true. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Dark Age. This lousy matter was actually related to the Dark Age. It was so long ago. Was it the old grudge between the underworld and the realm of the gods in that era? Or was it the long-cherished wish of the underworld? However, no matter what the truth was or why they had remained dormant for dozens of epochs and only made a move at the end of this epoch, none of this was important. What was important was that they had come and stretched out their claws towards the god realm. In that case, they had to rise up and resist. Palace Master Guang slowly stood up and said, "The things we have to face at the beginning have not changed, but there are many more restrictions and dangers on this matter. extradite the lives of the Sourcepeak region and the Ultimate Plane region to the other side of the realm of the gods to settle down, and gather forces to resist what is about to happen. By the way, you said that the realm of the gods has a final barrier. Can it block those stars? The barrier's consciousness slowly shook its head. I rejected this suggestion a minute ago. The final barrier needs to be intact. When I and the others are helpless in the end, the final barrier needs to be used to block the world fragments. If it is used to block the stars, every 1% decrease in the energy level will reduce the success rate. The god of the Xian family said in a low voice, "Then we need someone to block and destroy those crazy stars. When will the stars arrive?" "The earliest wave will arrive at noon the day after tomorrow. During that time, the pillar of creation will activate its filtering function. It will not actively block the stars, but when they are allowed to enter the realm of the gods, it will draw away a part of their energy and weaken the impact. A part of it will be enough. All right, then. First, when the extradite is done, spread this information. We only have half a day to let the entire realm of the gods know about this." Palace Master Guang waved his hand and made a prompt decision. Old Man Phaseless nodded slowly. "There is no faster way to spread news than the Phaseless cult. Make a joint mark like a joint announcement. The Guardian forces will collectively warn them. There will be no stubborn people who will not believe it. But if there is really, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. There will always be people who will be suspicious. But it's okay." The Golden Empress smiled gloomily and waved her hand. "We don't have to pay much attention to those unlucky ones who are blinded by fear, and those who have been instigated and used by others. For the time being, we'll consider humanitarianism and try peaceful means before resorting to force. Those who leave quietly will ignore them. Those who resist will talk endlessly. Those who delay time will throw them back or will kill them directly. Oh, right, the people we'll send out this way must be relatively powerful. We'll leave the remote areas to mid-level gods. The closer they are to the center, the higher their realm will be correspondingly improved. If we encounter those who cause trouble, refuse to obey us, or those who have conspiracy theories, we'll block them and not let them go." Queen Jean pointed upwards and said, "The 40 sons of the 9 temples will shine with the light of divinity." Everyone fell silent. A divine power weapon at the level of a peak deity. Once it shone, no one would be able to laugh. They were afraid that the realm of the gods would be cleansed first. By the way, where is Little Star? Wouldn't it be faster to let him send out the torrent of information just now? Queen Jean looked at the consciousness of the barrier. The consciousness of the barrier shook its head. The conceptual layer of the rules of the realm of the gods is already in chaos. The flow of energy and rules is somewhat chaotic. Fortunately, the order barrier of the first deity stabilized it. In addition to the strong rules of the realm of the gods, it did not affect the inside. The information that I sent out just now was already the limit. There is no way to send out another torrent of information. The white-haired old man from the Yuan family frowned. The torrent of information should not affect the conceptual layer of the rules. Why would there be a riot? The first torrent of information contained a large amount of energy that could change the rules and forcibly distort them. It impacted the conceptual layer of the rules, but this was only a small part. When I was in the small divine land, I had a great battle with 6 deities. The powerful energy impact of the collision between the deities once again intensified the turbulence of the conceptual layer of the rules. After that, the barrier of the small divine land was removed. The rules that belonged to the ancient era were not completely recovered. The scattered and lingering rules collided with the rules of the present world, causing the sea of rules to be turbulent. Everyone was speechless. They felt that there was a lot of information in this sentence. What kind of shocking thing had happened in the period of time that they did not know? Hearing that Yun Nuashing had a great battle with 6 deities, Queen Jin's brows furrowed in deep worry. Even though she knew that he was once a deity, that was only in the past. Where is Little Star now? Is he all right? The consciousness of the barrier shook its head. The 6 deities did not cause him any harm. He is now in the ice realm of the North Ice Realm. Queen Jin was shocked. He is probably going to retrieve that deity's body. Palace Master Jin glanced at her and waved his hand. All right, let's not worry about him for now. He has his own plans. We have to take action too. Everyone looked at each other, and their brows were solemn. From the beginning, this was not a simple mission. Save the world. Save the world. These 2 words were not just for show. If this was the realm of the gods a few eras ago, they would not be afraid of such a situation. There were plenty of deities and deities who could protect the world and were not afraid of any threats. Now that they were at the end of the era where the rules had withered, there was not much power for them to use. The deities were either hibernating or in deep slumber. In this era, where high-level deities were in power, they actually had to deal with a group of crazy stars from the star field. But no matter what, they could not give up. Kexinjia, good morning, old friend. By the time you read this letter, we might already be, definitely not dead. Something happened to Xianin, and she needed our help. I know you have a lot to complain about. After all, Yen Xian and I were supposed to stay in the celestial realm to assist you. We've been waiting in the divine land for a long time, but you didn't come even after so long. The situation over there was more serious than we thought, so we had no choice but to leave. But if you're alone, solving the problem in the divine realm should be, it's quite difficult, but there's no other way. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we don't know when we'll see you again. Ahem. Let's talk about something serious. You shouldn't be too unconventional when dealing with things. There must be a lot of annoying things happening in the realm of the gods. That's right, we have all seen it. The underworld and whatnot are very annoying, right? But you have a history with the underworld, so this might be an opportunity for you. Xianin did not let me say it, so please don't expose me. At most, I will treat you to a meal as hush money. Well, there are some things that we do not need to tell you, because you will know them yourself. Knowing that you do not reject the concept of reincarnation, to be honest, we are relieved. It will be much easier to deal with the future. All right, I have said too much. You just need to know that there are people in this world who are always waiting for you, who are always concerned about you. There is no need to think so gloomily about things and life. Even if the Grand Yuan realm cannot accept you, we can still open up a world that can. You just need to keep moving forward. The words Chuan Yun were followed by a muddled date, which had been altered many times. It seemed that Chuan Yun and the others did not know how long they had been alive. Yun Nuashing was sitting in a world of ice and snow. The raging wind and snow stopped about 10 feet away from him. 1 or 2 snowflakes gently fell on the letter, but they quietly drifted away. They did not melt. After reading the letter, he raised his head and sighed. Kai Xia came to his side and took the letter from his hand. After quickly reading the contents, she could not help but click her tongue. That's quite heartwarming. Why have I not heard you mention these old friends before? What is there to say? I don't even know who they are. They know me, but they are not me. But I don't know them, so I don't know how to get along with them. I can only do what they want. Yun Nuashing shook his head, helplessly. Reincarnation You have really forgotten a lot of things. Kaisia shook her head helplessly. She waved the letter in her hand towards the wind and snow. They said that you have some connection with the underworld. Some history? What do you think it is? I don't know. I don't understand. I can't figure it out. Yun Nuashing shook his head calmly. I don't have any trace of memory. I have unlocked all the memory fragments that exist in my bloodline and soul, but only a few of them are related to memory. Speaking of which, they are only fragments. Some of them seem to be the memories of the underworld when I was reincarnated in the lower realm. God knows what connection I have with the underworld. Anyway, it can't be anything good. What good could happen if he had a connection with the underworld? Although he did not know where this idea came from. It was probably because he heard that they had overturned the entire Great Yuan realm during the Dark Age, and at this time they had thrown a void brick to him, which made him badly battered. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of the underworld. His thought process was that they were ugly and disgusting things, so he did not think that they were anything good. Anyway, it was not his fault that he had this kind of thought. It was the underworld's fault. Kaisia raised her head and looked to the side. In the world of ice and snow, there were 3 stairs made of ice and snow. This was the deepest part of the ice realm. It was the place where the chaos god was buried in the dark moon crescent. Although it was strange to say it out loud, it was the truth. Back then, when he dragged his severely injured body and died in this place, he secretly left a lot of backup plans and asked those backup plans to make more backup plans. The stairs in the center were built next to an ice mountain. The stairs led all the way to the top, where a small platform was chiseled out. The spatial rift that was left behind back then had disappeared. There was no problem looking directly at it now. On the platform at the top, there was a rectangular ice bed embedded in the ice mountain. It was placed upright, and on the rectangular ice bed lay an intact body. After being washed by time for dozens of eras, it did not change at all. Kaisia could see that the body was exactly the same as the consciousness of the barrier. The height, the body, and the face were all the same. Back then, you said that if an enlightened master died without deliberate control, the body would quickly turn into a rain of light and dissipate between heaven and earth. Kaisia tilted her head and looked at him. That is to say, back then, you left the body of the enlightened master behind because you were prepared. Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded and raised his head to look at the body on the platform. The face that he had not seen for many years was the appearance of the past. At this moment, when he looked in the mirror again, it was completely different. There were not many similarities. He waved his hand and walked up the ice mountain with Kaisia. He looked at the ice bed that was embedded in the ice mountain 1 meter above the ground, and the body that was lying peacefully on the ice bed without any fastening. It was still exuding an indestructible wave, the power of the enlightened master. However, it could no longer affect him. This was himself. He looked at himself lying there and had already disappeared. He was unwilling to disappear. At that moment, his mind seemed to have returned to the ancient times. After a while, Yun Nuashing called out to Kaisia and walked forward step by step. When he arrived in front of the ice bed, he gently waved his hand, and the body suddenly fell down slowly. It slowly floated down in front of him and was caught by him. Dozens of eras, so long that it is almost eternal. Unexpectedly, it is still immortal and indestructible. Kaisia could not help but murmur. This was the first time she saw the appearance of the body of the enlightened master after death. It was no different from an ordinary person. It was lying there quietly without any sound. Touch it, Yun Nuashing suddenly said. Kaisia blinked and could not help but grin. I don't have that kind of fetish. Hey, don't stare at me. I just want to touch it. Just touch it. I really don't have that kind of fetish. Kai Xia smiled mischievously and looked at the body at a close distance. After taking a closer look, it was a little different. The divine radiance that was flowing all over the body was not something that an ordinary person could have. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently poked the face of the body. Yes, it was soft and warm. It was soft and warm, just like a living person. Kai Xia suddenly shuddered. The wings on her back were about to cramp. She had goosebumps and looked at Yun Nuoshing with a look that was close to fear. How can it be warm? Yun Nuoshing looked at her speechlessly and said, "The body of the enlightened master is eternal and indestructible. It is eternal and indestructible." Cough, that's a lie. It has to be in a preserved state. But as you can see, it is indestructible. This body is still alive. Kai Xia took a few steps back in horror. You are not going to reincarnate in someone else's body, are you? Reincarnate? Yun Nuoshing was also taken aback. She looked at the elf with a strange expression. How can a living person reincarnate in someone else's body? Besides, this body was left behind by me. But it is not compatible with me at this moment. Although I have a use for it, it is definitely not such a use. Kai Xia calmed down a little after hearing this. She patted her chest and sighed. Then she leaned forward again. Then what are you going to do? Yun Nuoshing picked up the body of the heavenly god of primal chaos. The origin of the divine body circulated. The power of the stars mixed with several types of energy gushed out of his hands and wrapped around the body. He looked at Kai Xia and smiled faintly. Take a guess. Chapter 1152. Boom. The heavy sound of the door closing caused the wind and snow to freeze, and the blurry white field of vision became slightly clearer. The massive metal door closed once again, and the mysterious patterns lit up one after another before quickly disappearing. Yun Nuoshing gently patted the massive door with his palm as he let out a soft sigh. Once this door closed, there probably wouldn't be a day when it would open again. There was only an empty shell left in the Ice Realm Divine Realm. Nothing was left behind, and the storm of the North Ice Realm had completely buried this ruin. Kai Xia patted the snow off her dress before looking up at him. There's nothing left in the North Ice Realm? No. The Ice Realm Divine Realm was originally created to bury that body and operate the body of two lives. Now that Yun Nuoshing and Zero have both awakened, it's only natural that there's only one body left in there. Yun Nuoshing shook his head lightly. Kai Xia exhaled a mouthful of white frost. You ate the heavenly chaotic god's body. She had seen Yun Nuoshing use his energy to envelop the heavenly chaotic god's body, smelting it as if it was some sort of object, and then eating it in the end. It was quite frightening to see. In any case, she had been completely dumbstruck at that moment, and by the time she came to her senses, Yun Nuoshing had already finished eating. I can see a lot of not-so-good information from your eyes. Yun Nuoshing's eyelids twitched. He waved his hand, and the elements of primal chaos transformed into a storm that whistled past, causing the boundless wind and snow to freeze for an instant. Eaten? Well, not exactly. Well, I'll save it for later use. There's a... Yun Nuoshing's mouth squirmed a few times, but he was unable to say anything. I know. There's a very dangerous backup plan. That's hard to say. I know. Kai Xia waved her hand and sighed. They all told you not to do such unconventional things. Can't you just listen to them? Yun Nuoshing was right this time. There was nothing he could refute. He smiled bitterly and helplessly, half and half. It is indeed very dangerous. However, it is not something that I only want to do now. I had this idea long ago, but I never acted on it. I did not make it disappear. I just kept it in my heart. I hesitated and hesitated. I did not do anything, nor did I change anything. He rubbed his bangs in distress. I really don't want to do too many risky things. I've said it many times. Who would want to risk their lives for no reason? There are still many things in this world that I don't know, many things that I haven't done, and many things that I haven't seen. How can I just leave everything behind? Kai Xia expressed her agreement with the middle sentence. For example, you haven't been in a serious relationship, haven't gotten married, haven't had a child, haven't held grandchildren. There are so many of them. Yin nuashing. That doesn't count. Getting married and whatnot is something that I can't imagine. As for offspring, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Elements of chaos, elements of darkness. Do you think I have those things? Kai Xia was stunned for a moment. She recalled what he said about the elements of darkness. She looked a little absent-minded. Did I say something wrong? No, not really. Yun Nuashing sighed. At least you reminded me not to indulge in the beauty of the first few years of this life. That is a place that doesn't belong to me. I'm a person. When I walk, I'm a moving disaster. When I stop, I'm a dangerous bomb. How can I be qualified to enjoy those things? Mei Mao stood up. She wanted to slap him, but she held herself back. She quickly changed the topic. Let's not talk about that. You said that the prelude to the collision of the world fragments has begun. Yun Nuashing's melancholy expression was swept away. He instantly became cold and ruthless. Yes, it has begun. When the world fragments invaded this world of light, everything had already begun. It started from the edge of this world of light, smashing and destroying galaxies and star clusters. It spread the power of the void mist bit by bit to every inch of space in this world of light. Those stars that flew away from their original positions are the path of the void mist. Now, there are tens of millions of stars that are heading straight towards the divine realm from the path of the world fragments. Those big guys that have fused with the power of the void mist are very, very dangerous. The power of a star is already comparable to that of an emperor god. With the void mist tainted, their detonation could even be equivalent to a full-powered blow from a saint-tier deity. That is a new energy star that could wipe out a region, a large region. Kai Xia nodded. Yes, that's what happened. When the consciousness of the barrier told you, you said that the pillar of creation's ultimate defense could not block it, right? If, in the event that Azurite and I could not deal with the world fragments in the end, we could at least use the ultimate defense to block the world fragments. If the situation is good, we could hold on. If the situation is bad, we could be penetrated and the Source Peak region and Zenith region would be reduced to ruins. That would be the worst situation, and also the last one. After that, the divine realm would engage in a long battle until the end of the era when the great reincarnation erupts. During that time, the divine realm would form an unprecedentedly powerful united force. That force would be enough to completely resist the power of the underworld's world fragment, but in the end, the divine realm would still lose. Even if they fought until the great reincarnation erupts, they would still not be able to get rid of the tide of darkness. In the end, they would only end up dying together. Kai Xia listened and felt that something was not right. An unprecedentedly powerful united force. What do you mean? The divine realm, the demon world, and even the divine realm. I have seen a glimpse of the future. If things continue to develop like this, the divine realm will also appear. The divine realm is the surface defense of these three realms. Once it is broken, they will be in a situation where the lips are gone and the teeth are interdependent. When that time comes, they will put aside all their grudges and fight the underworld. Yun Nuashing said, Kai Xia frowned. But isn't the underworld also a neighbor of the divine realm? It is also its associated realm. If the divine realm is destroyed, won't the underworld also? The underworld has a primeval god. Why would it be afraid of the so-called great reincarnation? Yun Nuoxing shook her head, helplessly. The great reincarnation's position on the world ladder is between the divine realm and the divine realm, but its special characteristics make it ranked above the primeval realm. As for the primeval god, I don't know where this realm ranks, but I think it will not be lower than the great reincarnation. The great reincarnation may not be able to affect the primeval god. Even if they rush into the center of the great reincarnation, it will still be the same. That terrible power made Kai Xia shudder involuntarily. Even the great reincarnation could not deal with such a powerful enemy. Well, let's not talk about that distant matter first. Kai Xia waved her hand and said, let's talk about the recent matters first. If we can't use the final defense to stop the collision of the stars, what are you going to do? The 9 divine temples and the guardian forces should be on the move, but they alone won't be enough. Yun Nuoxing muttered and shook her head. It's hard to say. I'm already accumulating power now, hoping that at the last moment. So halfway through, I probably won't use too much power to help. When the crazy stars pass through the final defense, I can extract 50% of their energy, which will reduce their threat by a lot. Those who intercept or destroy the stars will not be under too much pressure. Probably ordinary divine beings and the combined power of multiple divine emperors would be able to destroy them. Just treat them as some high-speed targets. Although the targets are a little big, the bigger they are, the easier it is to hit them. Kai Xia's face was bitter. Those were the stars. Intercepting them just like that. It was definitely not that easy. It was not as easy as she imagined. She shook her head helplessly. But the speed of a world fragment that is 100 times faster than the speed of light has already broken through the limits of the natural order. It can't be seen with the naked eye, and can only be felt from the ripples of the natural order and energy. Not many people can do that. Yun Nuoxing nodded. That's the simple situation, but fortunately, it's not that simple. The barrier of the pillar of creation can strip their energy, and naturally, it can also forcefully slow them down with the natural order. It will probably be reduced to normal speed, which is normal for the moving stars. That's still very fast. For the infinite stars, the speed of a star moving. I think the sky will be very bright by then, probably as bright as day. Calculating the time, we've been in the ice realm for more than a day. Kai Xia counted with her fingers. Although it felt like only a flash, it had actually been more than a day since Yun Nuoxing started devouring, subduing, retrieving that heavenly god's body, and now that the gate to the ice realm had been frozen forever, and this was more than half a day. In reality, they had already spent 2 nights in there, and today was the day when the stars would arrive. Although I do like to look at the stars, I don't like to see stars falling from the sky. That will kill people. It will kill people. Kai Xia grabbed her long hair in distress and sighed with a little nervousness and worry. Yun Nuoxing was silent. She had been silent since a dozen seconds ago, but she could feel that there was an unusually large amount of energy flowing in her body. It was so large that it was unimaginable, the kind of energy that could overturn the world. The huge white wall of energy that stood in the distance was also emitting a faint rumble. Beams of energy shot up into the sky, breaking through the restraints of the natural order and projecting themselves in the air without holding back. The huge energy ripple rumbled and spread across the entire divine realm. At that moment, everyone, whether they were the ones being led by the combined efforts of the many champions or those who were helping them, paused. Some things that could not be seen before appeared in their sight. It was a white wall that stood at the edge of the world, eternally untouchable, eternally unseen. They existed there and had always existed, exuding an ancient and eternal presence. It was as if they were the most loyal guards of this world, eternally standing in the divine realm. For the first time, they appeared before the eyes of the world, carrying out their mission. Tens of thousands of beams of light from the pillars of creation shot up into the sky, bursting into the horizon. 10 dazzling white beams of energy condensed into energy colors connected to the zenith of the divine realm, and the barrier that had been there for a long time was slowly exposed to everyone's sight. It was a huge energy barrier, engraved with unimaginable and indescribable mysterious runes and curses that encompassed the entire divine realm. No one had ever seen such a huge energy barrier that could envelop the entire divine realm. It has begun. Yun Nuoxing looked up, her eyes twinkling slightly. When Kaixia heard that, she raised her head as well. The view around them suddenly changed from the snowstorm. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the top of a mountain. Looking up at the sky, she could feel a wild and violent energy that had penetrated the barrier of time and space and was forcefully transmitted to the ground of the realm of the gods. Countless people could feel this presence. Countless people. It was the energy of the void mist, the energy of the tide of darkness. The sky suddenly became unusually bright as a dot of light appeared in the sky. The white barrier that covered the entire divine realm abruptly flashed with extremely dazzling colors, as if its energy had been activated and its defensive capabilities greatly increased. The first star had arrived. It was exactly the same time as Yun Nuoxing, and the will of the barrier had calculated. It was a huge energy sphere, and its existence caused space to distort greatly. Sunlight and starlight were distorted into strange shapes, space collapsed, and time slowed because of it. It was also at that moment that the barrier of order shuddered slightly, and the chaotic time and space regained their stability. Even though the barrier had been dormant for many years, it still carried out its mission, one of which was to maintain the stability of the divine realm. It would only move a little when such a powerful distortion appeared. Whoosh, like a huge bolt of lightning streaking across the ground. The huge star that had passed through the barrier of the pillar of creation forced its form to condense, its speed slowing by countless times. The colossal fellow that was hundreds of times the size and radius of the sun in the divine realm crashed towards the ground at a speed of hundreds of thousands of miles per hour. Its flickering light shone over a smaller area, and it also raised the vigilance of those who were in the area covered by the light. All high-tier gods, get into formation. Full energy output, gather the power of precepts, and destroy the precepts. Let's kill it. A violent roar rang out from the city that was shrouded in extremely dazzling light. In the chaotic city, silhouettes shot into the sky as if they had worked together countless times. Their coordination was perfect, and an energy circle that was 1,000,000 feet long was completed almost as soon as the roar rang out, gathering the endless energy of the entire region. The Emperor God, who was in charge of the circle, changed his hand signs at lightning speed. One person was controlling the energy of dozens of high-tier gods, as well as the energy of the entire defensive circle of the city. His entire body was tense, and cold sweat was breaking out. The pressure that came from above made his teeth chatter, but no matter what, he could not fail. This was only the first signal, the signal that a different kind of war had begun. If he could not even withstand the signal, what would happen after that? Boom! After dozens of seconds of charging, a huge energy beam burst into the sky. The huge energy ripple tore through space, charging fearlessly towards the huge sun that was slowly descending. That doomsday-like light made everyone breathless. And compared to that huge body, the energy beam was even more insignificant than an ant. The huge sun contained enough energy to turn an entire region into ruins. It rushed towards the ground in a frenzy, and the scorching flames set the earth ablaze. The terrifying energy storm swept towards the earth with every movement it made, and before it even landed, it had already destroyed the earth within a radius of millions of miles. That was its own most powerful weapon, and there was no need for any additional movements. Just its existence here was a huge disaster. Even if its energy had been reduced by more than half, the core was still brewing extremely terrifying energy. Moreover, it showed no fear or hesitation, as if it had only come here to destroy. It did not hesitate to face the energy beam that was so small that it could be ignored, and it pressed down on the ground with a rumble. Countless people watched the scene and nervously gulped. If it were not for the energy barrier in the city, they would have been burned to ashes or blinded by the sunlight. However, that thin layer of energy barrier did not make them feel safe. They could only watch, their hearts uneasy, not knowing if they would live or die. In the next second, the people in the distance were also looking at this scene. They could only see an extremely bright spot of light in the distant sky, and the light of that spot of starlight was transmitted to everyone's eyes without any error. It flickered with a frightening light, and the day was as bright as day. Then, in the next moment, the sky suddenly lit up with spots of light, and one could vaguely see a ring-shaped shock wave vibrating in the sky. It was a ring-shaped ring of flames, vibrating, exploding, and then being annihilated. Everything happened silently, and the collision of the two huge energies did not cause any earth-shattering commotion. Everything happened silently, and the collision of the two huge energies did not cause any earth-shattering commotion. Everything happened silently, the collision of the two energies, and then being annihilated. The remaining energy directly exploded high up in the sky, and those fragments formed a huge rain of fire that fell down. Whoosh! The city that was the first to be attacked by a star suddenly erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Some people had even experienced a nervous breakdown, and now that they relaxed, they almost cried out loud. Originally, they were doubtful of the protectors' warning and arrangements, and even felt conflicted because they were being asked to leave the place where they had lived for many years, but now they understood a lot. The warning from the protectors' warning and the protectors' warning made them realize that a great disaster was about to befall the realm of the gods. At that moment, all the conspiratorial voices who saw the scene disappeared. Many people awkwardly shut their mouths and shrunk their heads in the crowd, planning to find a place to go into seclusion and never come out. Few, the peak Emperor God powerhouse who was in charge of the formation, breathed a sigh of relief. Sweat poured down like rain, and the energy storm in the sky blew away the corner of his clothes, revealing his extremely conspicuous nine-deity temple insignia. He waved his hand and said to the others, "Continue to be vigilant. Keep your spirit and soul senses in the sky and the edge of the realm of the gods. If you miss even one, it will be a disaster." Also, send a team of highly mobile underworld emperors to scout the area within a radius of 10 billion miles. See if any energy from the void mist has landed on the ground. Quickly! The orders were issued in an orderly manner. He had already received the news from the higher-ups of the nine-deity temple and knew everything about the impending disaster and about the actions of the nine-deity temple and the protectors' forces. He was a little relieved because his colleagues' actions in other cities were not so smooth. This city was under the control of the nine-deity temple in the first place, and everything was carried out in an orderly manner. However, the same could not be said for the cities that belonged to other forces. He hoped that what happened today would serve as a warning to those people that when a great disaster was about to befall them, those useless benefits should be thrown away and burned instead of stubbornly guarding something. Looks like we've passed the first hurdle. Kai Xia breathed a sigh of relief. She was watching all of this from an unknown distance away. Cold sweat was dripping down her forehead. Even though she was so far away, she could still feel a great pressure. It's just as you said. Many things will happen when we're not prepared. Although the flood of information and the Protector's forces are moving very quickly, it's only been a day and a half. It's impossible for everyone to be mobilized. This should be enough to wake some people up, right? Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and shook her head gently. It would be great if that's the case. Those who are watching all of this from such a far distance away through the special means of the Protector's forces will not feel any pressure from the images. All they can see is a group of people with unknown realms facing the sun and easily solving the disaster that should have been coming. How do you think they will react? Kai Xia's pretty face turned a little pale. No, it shouldn't be like that. No, but everyone knows the power of the Protector's forces. They wield almost the greatest authority to kill in the divine realm. All right, don't look at me like that. I know that this era is different and a little weak, but no matter what, we've been strong for quite a few eras. Ugh. Just watch. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and walked to the side. This is just an appetizer. No, it can't even be considered an appetizer. At most, it's the alarm of the apocalypse is coming, and it's just a lingering sound. The first wave of meteor showers will come in 12 hours of night, and the second wave will follow closely behind in 2 hours. There won't even be much time to breathe. Yun Nuoxing smiled coldly. I'll make a bet with you. The first wave will destroy 3% of the lives in the Sourcepeak region, and the second wave will destroy 5% in the chaos. The third wave will be 1 day later, and after that, there will be very few losses. Kai Xia rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. I'm not going to bet with you. Last time, Yuan Shi almost lost his pants because of you. Who would want to play with you? But why are there no losses after the third wave? It's not that there aren't any losses. It's just that there are very few. When a group of meteor showers appear, there will always be gaps. It's impossible to deal with all of them without missing a single one. A single star requires the full strength of dozens of high-level gods to deal with it. If the same place is attacked repeatedly, we'll talk about this later. As for why there are very few losses after the third wave, it's because some people are afraid of death. They've been hurt, beaten by the naked reality until their arrogance is gone. Reality has their Achilles heel, and they've been choked by it. If they don't want to die, they can only give in. So, give in, hee. Kai Xia looked at his dark face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy always looks like he knows everything. Chapter 1153. The energy shock wave is still within the tolerance range. All the shock waves produced after the energy is destroyed are still within the control range of the rules. The creation's barrier has absorbed 60% of the energy from the main body and recovered 80% of the energy from the explosion. It has also helped the rules of heaven and earth to maintain the stability without damaging its own defense. The remaining 20% of the energy shock wave and the distortion of the rules will occur in the sky and be self-repaired. It is estimated that it will take 13 minutes and 26 seconds. The consciousness of the barrier looked at the image of the sky where a star had just been destroyed. Its voice slowly sounded in everyone's ears. Some people were in charge of recording the data and racking their brains to think about what to do next. Some people were still staring at it nervously. Their eyes flitted across the image from time to time, and they nervously swallowed their saliva when they saw someone passing by. No traces of the void mist had been found. After those words came out of its mouth, those who were staring at the image breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the worst thing had not happened. Using pure energy, mixed with the power of the rules of destruction to destroy a star was indeed a good idea. However, the destruction of the entire star in the sky would bring about a huge problem. After the core was destroyed, the pure energy without any restraints would turn into a huge energy storm and wreak havoc. There was also the huge gravitational force of the falling star. Those cities with energy barriers could not see anything, but those without energy barriers were not so lucky. At least a dozen pairs of eyes here could see that a large piece of land that was covered by the starlight had swelled up. The ground had been torn apart, and a large piece of land had melted into a magma lake. There was nothing they could do about that. After all, the Sourcepeak region and the Ultimate Plane region were going to be destroyed. So what if it was burned? They were only responsible for taking the people away. Latest information. The first round of the real meteor shower will occur at midnight tonight. It will last for 1 hour. The second round will occur in the next hour after the end of the second round. The third round will occur in 24 hours after the end of the second round. The faces of the Guardian forces, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, stiffened. They looked at each other. This really did not give them any time to breathe. However, if it was a real meteor shower, the first one that rushed over was not even the vanguard. At most, it was a scout. Once the scout was killed, it would be time for the main force to advance, as expected. He still couldn't relax. Speed up the extraditation. All the masters and grandmasters of Magic Circle should go to assist in stabilizing the portal. Those who can't evacuate in time should urgently reinforce the city defense formation. The hub cities where many portals are gathered should also strengthen their defenses. Send 3 times the number of high-level gods to guard them. If the portals in those places are destroyed, we won't be able to create a stable portal that can allow a large number of lives to pass through in a short time. 80% of the extradition to the border cities has been completed, and the remaining 20 should be completed before nightfall. The Guardian forces have absolute authority in the border areas, and most of the weaker forces have obeyed their orders without encountering any resistance. However, the closer we get to the central area, the lower the efficiency of the extradition. Star Underworld City has become a mess, a hodgepodge. Hearing this, the Golden Queen felt her teeth ache. I told you to send out high-level gods to knock them out. The Xian family's god spirit laughed bitterly. A god spirit has appeared in Xingming City. It seems like an ancient faction has been forced into a corner. Now, that place is even more difficult to take action. If it wasn't for that fellow being afraid of the Guardian faction, the people we sent out might not even be able to return. The Golden Queen said, "So, the conflict has already started? Motherf ***, what were those idiots doing when we were saving the world? Aren't they just watching from the sidelines?" Palace Master Jean slapped his forehead. Why was this girl talking nonsense today? The Golden Queen's pretty face was embarrassed. Beside her, Lu Li, who was at the level of a god emperor, couldn't help but sigh. What happened just now has been transmitted to all places simultaneously. Mountain and the others are also contacting their old friends. They helped to lure away people from 4 or 5 cities, but the efficiency of these stragglers is too low. Everyone agreed. Compared to forcing people to leave, it was more efficient to let them organize themselves and head for the refuge in an orderly manner. That's right, this was what they wanted from the beginning. The effect of organizing was also very fast. The people in the border areas of Sourcepeak territory had all left, but the closer they got to the central area, the less resistance they would encounter. Palace Master Guang had a headache. Star Underworld City, just leave it be. That place has hundreds of thousands of teleportation portals that lead to various places in the God realm. It can also be connected to other places. Furthermore, it is the central holy city of Sourcepeak territory. There is a god spirit there, so the defense should still be, Star Underworld City has been blown up. An indifferent, emotionless voice came from the side, causing everyone's hearts to turn cold. In any case, this guy was connected to the pillar of creation of the entire god realm. It was not a big deal that it could divine the future a little. It was also because of this one sentence that they successfully intercepted the star that was heading towards the central area. Palace Master Jean was a little discouraged. He asked a little futilely, "Is it too late to go and help now?" "There is. We can still stop the first wave of attacks," the barrier's consciousness said calmly. "Everyone." "Huh. No, but what happened to seeing a corner of the future? Didn't it say that seeing it was already a fait accompli? The divine statue that is connected to the pillar of creation can divine the future for nearly a month. It is a future that will continue to develop from the present. From the moment it is seen, the future is no longer fixed and can be changed. It is not the most accurate fixed future." Everyone let out an, "Oh." So that was the case. After that, they all looked distressed. But how were they going to support Xingming's city? There were dozens of major forces in that place. It was so annoying. It was already a good result for that god to send their people out. If they went there again, they might end up fighting. But if they did not go, the current trend would continue to develop, and then it would blow up. Bang! The Golden Empress slammed her hand on the table and jumped up. "Damn it! Let's not enter the city, okay? Let's just hide outside and hide in the void, okay? Let's just come out when the stars are coming and see if we can hit it or not." Everyone looked at each other and suddenly understood. They could not help but applaud. Sure enough, sometimes it was not a bad idea to be more direct. There was no need to think so much. Who said that protecting the city meant that they had to enter the city? At most, they could just put up an energy shield. A city protection circle was not a rare thing, not a rare thing. Then let's do it this way. Also, the cities near the center should be dealt with in the same way. If those people want to be stubborn, then let them be. When the stars descend, the naked reality will slap them over. Lord Jean sighed in relief and gave the Golden Empress a look of approval. The eyes of the fortress consciousness shone brightly. After a few minutes, it nodded. The damage of the first round of attacks will be reduced effectively. The Golden Empress sat down on her chair and held her head. She felt that her whole head was hurting. Damn it! I finally know what kind of mentality Little Star had when he said, "Why don't I destroy the celestial realm instead? We have been running around and risking our lives to save the celestial realm. Are those people really looking to die?" The fortress consciousness raised its head and opened its pocket. "The result of my prediction is that the first round of meteor shower will destroy 3% of the lives in the two major regions. The second round will wipe out 5%. Everyone laughed bitterly and broke out in cold sweat. Palace Master Jean gulped. "Why is there still 8%? Haven't we already? The fixed future is a future that will accurately happen even after changes are made. If there are no changes, this number will increase by 4 times, the fortress consciousness said coldly. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. They felt that they had broken out in cold sweat for the rest of their lives. The god of the Qin family wiped the sweat off his neck and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Even if we know, we still have to save them. The fixed future is very difficult to change, even with the strength of the 4 of us, unless a higher god personally intervenes. Their powerful rules can distort reality and the future. As long as they take action, the fixed future is not completely unchangeable." Palace Master Guang shrugged. "But we don't have a higher god. Little Star. Oh, right, what is he doing? Can he help?" The fortress consciousness shook its head and gave a negative answer. "The main body is accumulating power to deal with the big collision in 5 months. The number of times he can help is limited. He said that he does not intend to burn the future for a mere 8% of the lives. So, for the sake of the big picture, he won't do anything for the time being. Palace Master Jean nodded in agreement. I also agree. It's not that we are indifferent. All the measures we take now are to make concessions for the day of the big collision. Under the condition that it does not affect that day, we have to do what we can. So, we should send people quickly. If Xing Ming City is destroyed, most of the lives in Sourcepeak territory will not be able to evacuate. Do you have more specific information about where the stars will descend? The fortress consciousness's eyes flickered as it nodded slowly. Palace Master Guang nodded and waved his hand. First, support those places. Also, protect the remaining 2 regions well. Sourcepeak territory and Ultimate Plane territory will most likely be destroyed by the shower of stars. There is no way to avoid it. We can only reduce the areas destroyed as much as possible. With the border of Divine Prefecture as the center, begin to set up energy barriers. The entire Divine realm knew about the emergence of all the Guardian forces. The phaseless cult's ability to spread information was very powerful. Even Divine Prefecture, which was in a state of chaos, knew what happened here. For a time, the chaos became even more serious. Yao Hua and the others, who had just settled down in Red Star Academy's headquarters in Divine Prefecture, naturally knew about what happened in Divine Realm. After all, Red Star Academy was also helping to spread the news. Half of the news in Divine Prefecture was spread by them. Moreover, there were also people who saw many strong people emerging from Red Star Academy. This ancient academy, which had been neutral with all the other forces for many generations, seemed to have finally made a big move. And that movement was probably related to what happened during this period. Meteor shower, shower of stars. How exciting. If I hadn't just settled down in the academy, I would have gone back to take a look. Yao Hua could not help but say, as one of the people who liked to join in on the fun, he yearned for such an extremely exciting scene. However, considering that his small body might really turn into light when exposed to the sun, he could only think about it. Little Star did not say anything about this when he left. It's probably a new discovery. Jining sighed. Divine Realm is plagued with disasters. I thought that it would just happen a few months later. I didn't think that there would be so many things happening. Now that this matter has stirred up a storm, the entire Divine Realm is not peaceful. I heard from the teachers that Red Star Academy has sent a considerable amount of battle power to the Divine Realm to provide support. Lin Shang walked over from the side and stood beside Yao Hua. He looked down at the academy area from the top of the building and could not help but say, there are fewer people recently. It seems that some people have gone home. After all, they have evacuated 2 large areas. Some of the people who came to Red Star Academy are from big forces. They have to go back for such a big matter. Most of them were summoned back. Ding Mingyu held a crystal in her hand. The silver Mei Mao stared at it intently. What are you looking at? Jining asked curiously. The current situation. The Guardian forces have collectively appeared in front of the world. Oh, I see the people from 9 temples. The Guardian forces have been assisting the people of Sourcepeak City since the day before yesterday. Today, they seem to have met with a lot of resistance. Ding Mingyu handed the crystal to her. Don't you need to go back? We won't be able to help if we go back anyway. It doesn't matter if we're here or not. Huasheng shrugged. I'm a little curious. What do you mean by met with resistance? Literally, the paranoid would think that it's some scheme of the Guardian faction or something. Oh, by the way, just 2 or 3 hours ago, a scout charged into the Divine Realm and was shot down by our people. I thought that would lessen the resistance, but because it was too far away, and I couldn't feel the power of that big guy up close, I'm not too impressed. Yao Hua took out another rainbow-colored crystal. Here, the latest news from our family. It is said that Star Underworld City and some other central areas have met with even greater resistance. Star Underworld City even sent out a god-tier champion to chase us and the Guardian forces out. Xue Lingfeng took the crystal from Yao Hua's hand and glanced at it. The corner of his eyes twitched, and he smiled bitterly. Why? Even we know that the Guardian forces have always been protecting the divine realm. What conspiracy? Isn't everything your family has been doing for the sake of the divine realm? Now, this matter has caused a lot of panic. If it wasn't for the Guardian forces, the divine realm would have been in a large-scale panic. As for why, Yao Hua's expression became strange. God knows what those people are thinking. Jun Luo couldn't help but lower her head and mumble, no wonder he is so against these things. He probably already knew that something would happen. Everyone immediately recalled Yun Nuoxing's resistance. Saving the world. Every time he was mentioned, he would laugh. An ancient who had lived for more than 10 eras and had existed for more than 70 eras. He probably saw through everything and felt that this world was not worth saving. Stupid life. The human race has not changed for dozens of eras. At first, they were not trustworthy and not worth saving. Their lifespans are destined by the heavens, and their wills are complicated and changeable. They are worthless. They are not worth my effort at all. Yao Hua spread his hands. All right, we are being mocked, but I have to say that this sentence does have some truth in it. There were riots in many places. The closer to the center of Sourcepeak domain, the more obstructions there were. Rumors, lies, and conspiracy theories. When dozens of trillions of lives were so tense that they were about to collapse, these things were still being talked about. It was like a cancer. The sun had already crashed down, okay? If it wasn't for the protectors stopping it, that sun would have cleaned the surface dozens of times in a matter of minutes. Today, the portal of the city of beastmen was opened to the maximum, and they tried their best to stuff people in. According to the information from the barrier's consciousness, the collective evacuation of Sourcepeak domain was 40% complete in just 4 hours. Before the real meteor shower tonight, they could probably evacuate 80% of the domain. The Sourcepeak domain is the world of the monsters. Although there are still humans there, when a group of people began to leave, some of them also began to leave. After knowing this, the protectors also went to Sourcepeak domain to help. However, that place doesn't need much help. They only need to kill some people who want to cause trouble at such a critical moment. Sourcepeak domain will be the first to complete the evacuation, and Sourcepeak domain. Yao Hua rambled on, and everyone fell silent. Sourcepeak domain was evacuated completely, and Sourcepeak domain was not even half of them. What are you guys talking about? What fun are you guys talking about? Gao Yuan popped his head out from the balcony above. In the past 2 days, he had become familiar with Yao Hua and the others. At first, they were not used to Yao Hua. After all, he was a divine elite. However, after some time, they became familiar with each other. In the end, even if they had changed inside and outside, they still had the heart of a normal person and could chat with each other. Senior, do you want to know about the trivial matters of the divine realm? Yao Hua grinned and threw a few crystals up to the balcony 5 meters above. Gao Yuan curiously reached out and caught the crystals. When he glanced inside, his expression suddenly became strange. His face twisted and turned, and his expression was funny. Wow, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched. Where did this language come from? Aya, little brother Primal Chaos, must have lived a very tiring life to save these people. Oh, no, I have to apologize. Little brother said that his goal was to protect the divine realm, and not to save the lives of the divine realm. Well, I can understand that. Gao Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's really troublesome. It's really troublesome. We still can't fight against the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, we could go out and help. We can intercept a group of stars. Yao Hua and the others smiled bitterly. Jining sighed deeply. Forget it. It's useless to think about these things now. We can't be of any use. We can only pray that they are all right, everyone sighed and nodded in agreement. Then, there was no then. It was useless for them to be melancholy here. Had it been 5 days, or had it been 5 years, or maybe 5 epochs? Yi Hong quietly sat cross-legged in the pitch-black space. It was pure darkness. He knew that this was a space created by a spiritual body. He was facing complete nothingness, complete darkness. Nothing existed. There was nothing. Endless darkness and loneliness driving people crazy, driving people crazy. He was a heavenly deity, so he wouldn't go crazy or crazy. He could endure the torment of countless years. So this bit of darkness was nothing to him. However, he had lost his sense of time. He didn't know how much time had passed. He even counted the time out of boredom, but he always counted wrongly. Maybe it was 5 days or 5 years. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was sure that time was related to 5. During this time, a lot of information and memories appeared in his mind. They told him a lot of things, a lot of fatal things. It was as if they wanted him to realize how stupid he was. They wanted him to realize how short-sighted and narrow-minded he was. They mocked him for being a heaven god. He didn't know how long he could last. He didn't know when the end would come. The darkness was full of loneliness, and it made him feel a lot older. That defeat seemed to have been an era ago, and it became a nightmare that kept echoing in his mind. However, he didn't have time to sigh over these nightmares, because something even more terrifying rushed into his mind. He didn't know what happened to the other 5 fellows he left behind. Yi Hong let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt a little regretful that he had fought with that inhuman thing that day. However, there was something else in his heart. He also felt a little grateful that it had let him know what had happened in the realm of the gods. Countless years had ultimately blinded their vision. They were ignorant, short-sighted, and self-righteous. They used the withering laws as an excuse to not understand the even more boundless world outside. He pondered for a long time. His brain, which had almost rusted, started to work again. He thought about many things clearly, and he was also used to the current situation. That primal chaos deity probably didn't plan on letting them out before the chaos ended. In his mind, he also wanted to suppress all the heaven gods and all the divine beings in the realm of the gods. Those who couldn't be used as a fighting force were best suppressed and sealed away before the end of the battle. He didn't trust anyone, so he really did have such a plan. They had just bumped into him on their own, and conveniently became a stepping stone for him to confirm his plan. That's right, their encirclement this time made that primal chaos deity really want to suppress all the divine beings in the realm of the gods that didn't cooperate. Light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a little dazzling and a little mesmerizing. The light in front of him bloomed, and his field of vision widened. He narrowed his eyes, and a strange movement appeared in his mind. This made him feel a little surprised. This was a sign that he was about to return. Welcome to my soul world. Unfortunately, I have to completely seal away your heaven god origin for a period of time. That will make you feel a little uncomfortable. But what does it have to do with me? In any case, I'm not the one who feels uncomfortable. The indifferent voice carried an icy feeling, causing Yi Hong to shudder. He opened his eyes and saw an exquisite world made of flames. Hidden behind this colorful sea of flames were black clouds and mist, the elements of primal chaos. He raised his head and looked around. He discovered that he was sitting on a lotus platform. Moreover, the other 5 old fellows were half forced to sit on lotus platforms beside them. The 6 of them looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with bitterness. There was no time for them to reminisce or say anything. Yi Hong and the other 5 old fellows looked at each other with sympathetic eyes. Then they turned their gazes and looked at the master of this fiery realm. That inhuman thing was standing 3 meters in front of them, staring at them with a bone-chilling gaze. Chapter 1154. Yun Nuoshing stood in the middle of the sea of flames and looked at Yi Hong and the others who were sitting on the 6 lotus platforms. His gaze was as cold as ever, and it was so cold that it could penetrate into the marrow of one's bones. A black, cloud-like energy surged and boiled behind him. The violent energy was like a sharp blade that could take away their lives at any time from a few meters away. His gaze swept across the faces of Yi Hong and the other 5. Yun Nuoshing casually sat in the air with his legs crossed, as if he was sitting on a sofa or a chair. His body leaned back slightly, and without any pleasantries or nonsense, he said in a cold voice, "Then, now you know everything. You know everything that I know, and you also know how stupid you are in my eyes. I've always said that divine spirits and Empyrean gods cannot be bullied. They can be killed, but they cannot be humiliated. Now, I'm going to add a limit. To the divine spirits who have passed away in the ancient era, it was my greatest failure to put you all in the same position. So I've changed it. It's a last-minute decision, and I've captured you all. Empyrean gods who don't have any substance are still Empyrean gods." Yi Hong and the others couldn't stop their faces from twitching. They looked at each other and couldn't help but lower their heads. The person in front of them was possibly one of the oldest existences in the divine realm. He had existed since the ancient era until now. Could they say anything he said? No. Even if they did, they would be suppressed. Anyway, they had already lost all their face. At this moment, the 6 of them wanted nothing more than to bury their faces in their pants and keep quiet. They were acting like cowards. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. He was accumulating power for that day in the future, so he didn't do many ruthless things such as destroy, 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 and so on. Compared to the cold madman he had turned into when he first came into contact with the sins of the world, he was much better now. He still had self-control. He didn't have high hopes for the 6 Empyrean gods. He just wanted to pull out something of value from the prison. He also didn't expect that the 6 Empyrean gods would be able to send the world fragment back with a roar. At most, he would let them handle some small matters. On the day of the Great Collision, he even saw the eruption of the tide of darkness. He and Azurite had to deal with the world fragment, so they didn't have the energy to deal with those small matters. They could only be left to these people. Should he also dig out the Empyrean gods and gods from the divine realm? After the 2 torrents of information, they should have opened their coffins and risen. It shouldn't be a problem for him to dig them out. However, there was no escaping the fact that he had to control all the god-level experts from the divine realm. After dealing with the matter at hand, it was time to find those fellows. Whether they were in hibernation or had already come out, he had to dig them out. If they were obedient, he would control them. If they were capable of fighting, he would use them as laborers. If they weren't obedient, he would just destroy them. He had to deal with this matter before that day came. Leaving his back to these people, he really didn't feel safe at all. It was better to control them or destroy them as soon as possible. He didn't trust this world. Time after time, he didn't want to believe in anything anymore. Only when he had absolute control would he be able to do what he wanted to do with peace of mind. Yun Nuoshing slowly sat up straight and placed his hands on his knees. He looked down at the 6 of them and said in a cold voice, "Make your choice." 2 balls of light appeared in the space beside him. One ball of light was pitch black, and it seemed as if it could devour one's soul. The other ball of light was filled with gentle light. You all already know what happened. Furthermore, you're the first batch of God-level experts to know what I want to do. I don't need to say anything more. Make your choice. Yi Hong and the others gulped and raised their heads to look at his left and right sides. The black ball of light on his left was surging with violent chaotic elements, while the gentle ball of light on his right appeared to be safe. However, that wasn't actually the case. Of course they knew. They knew what those 2 balls of light represented. Choosing the chaotic element represented death, while choosing the light represented obedience. They had tried to use this to restrict him, but they had never thought that he would use this against them. They could either obey and assist the heavenly god of chaos in dealing with the world fragment and the netherworld. He wouldn't allow them to remain neutral. Either they obeyed or they died. In fact, they didn't have a choice. They had survived since ancient times, and their brains weren't just one-track minded. They knew what they should choose at this time. Most importantly, after they learned about this, they more or less had other inclinations. In the past, they could be said to be ignorant and ignorant. They didn't know anything and just stayed in the small divine prefecture like frogs in a well. However, things were different now. Just as Gao Yuan said that day, if there was a crisis in the world, the god-level experts of the small divine prefecture would also step forward. The middle-aged man beside Yi Hong was the first to stand up. He clasped his hands seriously at Yun Nuoshing and said, "I'm willing to help. Your Eminence, I only have one question. We don't have any objections to the heavenly gods binding, but..." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. He knew what the middle-aged man wanted to say. "I'm not interested in your trivial matters at all. I only have one goal from the beginning. If you didn't collide with me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course, I still have to thank all of you for helping me confirm my thoughts. As expected, I still don't want to expose my back and make things so dangerous." The 6 of them couldn't help but laugh bitterly when they heard this. They were really asking for a slap in the face. If you want to help, then help. If you don't want to help, that's fine too. Until this matter is resolved, I will imprison all of you. It's a little confusing. Anyway, that's what I mean. Just put up with it. Yi Hong and the other 5 nodded. They all understood what he meant. Before the collision between the world fragments ended, he wouldn't allow the god-level experts and heavenly gods of the heavenly god realm to escape his control. Although it was a little troublesome, it was indeed the safest method. Once this was resolved, they wouldn't have to worry about their backs. They could then focus on dealing with the invaders from outer space. We are willing to help. It may be a little arrogant to say this in front of you, but please believe that we will do our best to help the heavenly god realm. One of the heavenly gods nodded. Yi Hong also solemnly clasped his hands and bowed. That's right. Although our horizons were limited, it's different now. The god-level experts have their own duties. Although it's hypocritical to talk about the people of the world, it's still a form of speech. There are some things that require us to step forward. Otherwise, we wouldn't be the heavenly gods of the heavenly god realm. The most important thing was to know that he was not interested in the matters behind them. But then again, such an ancient heavenly god would know all the major events in the world. Even if he used his brain to remember these trivial matters, he would find them to be a burden. Yun Nuoshing glanced at them. He could tell from their serious expressions that they weren't joking around. He nodded and waved his hand, causing the white light to float in front of him. The black light then disappeared into thin air. Divine word binding. I can't be bothered to interfere too much with your business. I'm just using it to keep an eye on you. If you have any ill intentions towards what I'm doing, other than that, it doesn't matter how much you complain." Yi Hong and the others nodded in understanding. They were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. They wouldn't let their guard down just because of a few words. They still needed to take the necessary precautions. If they were in a different position, they would do the same thing. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed as he watched the 6 heavenly gods gradually forming a connection with the white light. He had dealt with the 6 heavenly gods. They had let go of the arrogance and condescension that had persisted for countless years. They had picked up some responsibility, respect, humility, and nervousness. At least the long years hadn't muddled their brains. He didn't want to talk to a bunch of idiots. If he had the energy, he might as well do something more meaningful. He was thinking about other things. For example, the heavenly gods and deities in the world of the gods. It seemed like it was time for them to move around. Then let's start from there. Yun Nuoxing cracked his knuckles. He had already caused trouble there. Before the fear in their hearts disappeared, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. The mountains in the wilderness were all yellow. There was an abnormal aura of sickness on the ground. A weak black aura was circulating in the area, causing the sunlight and the air to become sluggish and lifeless. Kai Xia sat on a slightly flatter boulder at the top of the mountain. Her slender jade feet, wrapped in her little boots, would occasionally poke the smaller boulder embedded with the boulder below, causing the boulder beneath her to tremble like a sieve. Small pebbles and sand rolled down the edges of the boulder embedded with the boulder. This elf lady had been waiting here for a full 2 hours out of boredom. If it weren't for the black spatial vortex in front of her indicating that he hadn't left, she would have been unable to help but think that he was delusional enough to escape. She felt that the boulder she was sitting on was about to become unstable due to her poking. She slowly stood up and kicked the 3-meter boulder off the edge of the mountain. The rumbling sound of the boulder rolling down the mountain caused the entire mountain to tremble. It was as if there was an earthquake. "Excuse me, what did that boulder do to you?" Kai Xia had just patted the dust off her dress when she heard the voice behind her. Her entire body immediately stiffened. She turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing's 10,000-year zombie face. Behind him were the 6 heavenly gods that he had captured. Oh, right. She was the one who was responsible for packing them. Now it seemed that the 6 goods were still intact under such torment. It really wasn't easy. "It's nothing." Kai Xia rolled her eyes at him. Mei Mao looked at the 6 people behind him thoughtfully. "Are you done?" "Amen. Then what's our next destination?" "The southern plains." Kai Xia immediately knew what he was thinking. She couldn't help but silently mourn for the Yuan Tian clan. They had just sent away this wretched person not long ago, and now this wretched person was coming to find them again. What a misfortune. Unlike last time, this guy was coming with a boundless desire to destroy. Yi Hong was a little taken aback when he saw the two decide on their next destination in just a few words. Before Yun Nuoxing could leave, he hurriedly said, "Lord Yun, what should we do?" "Move freely. The chaos has already begun to spread. Use your brains and think about what you should do now." Yun Nuoxing looked into the distance. He thought for a moment and said, "If you still don't understand, go to the 9 divine halls. My clone has already gone to the 9 divine halls of the northern desolate region. Then that's it. I still have some things to do." He left these words behind and hurriedly left with Kai Xia, leaving the 6 people looking at each other in confusion. Yi Hong couldn't help but ask, "Then should we move separately or go to the 9 divine halls?" The female heavenly god glanced at him. "Move? How should we move?" What should we do? What should we do? Ihong was speechless. Now was not the time to fight with that world fragment. They were still in the preparation stage. But how should they prepare? They didn't have any experience dealing with that big guy. Moreover, that thing seemed very difficult to deal with. He already said that we'll know when we go to the 9 divine halls. The chaos has already begun to spread. You guys were quite heroic and hot-blooded just now. There's no time to lose. Let's move now. She shook her head, helplessly. I feel that you're a little resentful. Ihong nodded. Women are the most vengeful. Unfortunately, he can't be bothered with you right now. I'm afraid he doesn't even care about you. Tisk, the female heavenly god, rolled her eyes. She crossed her arms and grinned. Of course I know. I won't show it. But don't think that I'll be nice to him just because he's a primal chaos deity. All right, if you have the time to talk about this, why don't you do something meaningful? We only have 5 months. The middle-aged man, who looked very calm, said calmly. Ihong nodded. Time is of the essence. It'll pass by in the blink of an eye. I think we should go to the 9 divine halls first. Many things seem to have happened in the past few days. Southern Plains Yuan-Tian clan. In a large hall in the middle of a mountain range, a girl with a light golden ponytail listened to the voices echoing in the hall with a tired look on her face. She felt a headache coming on as she listened to the elders' reports. The information that had been sent to her was very chaotic. The Yuan-Tian clan had secretly kept an eye on the God realm, and their clan spies were everywhere. At the same time, the information that had been sent back was also calculated in piles. There was 1 pile per second, and each pile was divided into 100 groups, and each group had 100,000 pieces of information. This was the first time that she had hated so much information. Every piece of information that had been sent back was about the current state of the God realm and the chaos in the various provinces. But then again, the information that had been sent back was so frightening that it would be strange if the God realm wasn't in chaos. That thing that's neither human nor ghost. That thing that's neither human nor ghost. That damned thing that's neither human nor ghost. What heavenly God of primal chaos. All he does is cause trouble for others. Trouble. All of them are trouble. Go to hell, the girl muttered to herself. It was useless even if she called all the elders in the hall to help her. Moreover, the level of the information had been raised by several levels, and there was no need for non-important information to be sent back. Even so, there were still batches of information being sent back. Although this matter was not entirely his fault, she had nothing else to complain about. She could only keep his name on her lips and call out his name with resentment. Hearing this, the elders in the conference hall broke out in cold sweat. The young master's resentment was really not light. The entire Sourcepeak region and Extreme Plain region are retreating. They have been led to other regions by the Guardian forces. Some of the major forces in the Sourcepeak region have clashed with the Guardian forces. It's said that the Guardian forces have been driven out of the city, but we don't know the specifics. Our people can't get in. Young master, there's important information. An elder summoned up his courage and said, Bam! The girl slammed her hand onto the table, causing a pile of crystal balls, crystals, and letters to fall to the ground. She almost flipped the table over. Important information, important information. Tell me, how long have these words been reverberating in my ears? Which one of them isn't important information? If you really find a piece of information that isn't important, I'll make him eat you alive. The golden-armored male stumbled and almost fell over when she pointed at him. His entire body trembled. Young master, you're dragging me into this. That's not very kind of you. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. The girl screamed as she crushed a crystal ball. From now on, all information that isn't about the extermination of an entire race is restricted to a single state. Don't send it back. Isn't the realm of gods keeping an eye on us? The entire conference hall fell silent. Only the sound of her panting could be heard. She was gritting her teeth, so hard that the air was about to collapse. Yes, the extermination information is here. When the girl heard this voice, she jerked her head around. She was about to curse that blind elder when she met a pair of rainbow-colored eyes. The diamond-shaped pupils flickered with an ominous red and black light, making her feel as if she had fallen into an abyss. Even her soul almost suffocated. She took a step back with a pale face. Then, she forced herself to calm down. Her phoenix eyes widened. Why are you here? Is there a place in this world that I can't go? Yun Nuoshing glanced at her, as if it was her own home. She pulled out a chair and sat down casually. Kaixia also sat down and raised her hand to greet her. I'm here to visit. In the silent conference hall, dozens of people widened their eyes. Their auras and blood almost flowed backward. Why was this fiend here again? She came and went as she pleased. What did she take the Origin Sky clan for? Origin Sky clan ring. Don't be on guard. It's useless even if you call your clan's sacred ancestor. The elder choked back the words that rushed out of his throat. It was as if his voice had been strangled. He choked back half a sentence, causing his face to turn red and his blood to churn. Oh, no, call your clan's sacred ancestor over. Now, 3 minutes. Yun Nuoshing's eyes swept across the conference hall. Her casual glance made everyone feel an irresistible pressure. Even the golden-armored man couldn't help but bend down. He couldn't break free, no matter how hard he tried. The girl's breathing stagnated. The irresistible, heavenly might had completely frozen her energy. This aura was completely different from the last time she saw it. It was a completely different person. Sigh, Your Majesty, why pressure my daughter? I'll come out. A helpless, bitter laugh echoed in the conference hall, causing the heaven-splitting might to fade significantly. The girl stumbled back a few steps, and she felt as if her bones had been pulled out. If the golden-armored man hadn't helped her breathe, she would have most likely fainted. Everyone in the conference hall hurriedly retreated a distance away, avoiding her as if she were a snake or a scorpion. Space rippled like water, and the space to the right of Yun Nuoshing's seat suddenly distorted. An imposing middle-aged man in coarse hemp clothes slowly appeared. He raised his head and bowed solemnly. Junior Yuan Feiyang pays his respects to the heavenly primal chaos god. Yun Nuoshing slowly straightened her back and looked at him with a hint of a smile. Origin Sky Divine Eyes. Origin Sky God Clan. The man who called himself Yuan Feiyang laughed bitterly. Junior's clan is indeed the last of the Origin Sky God Clan. However, our clan has been completely cut off since ancient times. Now, even the records that prove that our clan is the Origin Sky God Clan have completely disappeared. Only this pair of eyes. The Origin Sky Divine Eyes are the proof of the Origin Sky God Clan. This is true even if the bloodline is diluted or mutated. The Origin Sky God Clan used to be a powerful clan in the God realm. I didn't think that they would be unable to survive the river of history. Yun Nuoshing laughed and waved her hand. The space behind her squirmed, and 3 energy vortexes appeared. They gradually condensed into 3 balls of energy. One ball was as deep and dark as an abyss, one glowed with a gentle blue light, and one glowed with a brilliant golden light. He waved his hand and pointed at the 3 balls of light. Choose. Black represents death, gold represents imprisonment, and blue represents your preparation. Choose to know everything. You only have 10 seconds. I'm very busy, and there are many places I need to go. I don't have the time to consider all the messy matters behind you. Just as Yun Nuoxing's urging voice fell, Yuan Feiyang slowly bowed. I roughly know some things. Senior, please tell this stupid me. Then I'll choose blue. Yun Nuoxing grinned evilly. Her smile was cold and indifferent. If you choose blue, then you have two choices. However, it depends on what you choose. He snapped his fingers, and the gentle blue ball of light floated in front of Yuan Feiyang. Yuan Feiyang stretched out his hands and received it without even thinking. In the face of someone of this level, resistance was useless. He could only go with the flow. Besides, he had also seen some things. The situation wasn't necessarily bad. He just had to go with the flow. Father. The girl's heart was violently shocked when she saw that her father had made his choice so quickly. She cast a complicated gaze at Yun Nuoxing, and her clenched hands trembled. She had never felt so humiliated before. The primordial Sky Clan's territory had been broken open at will, and they had been invaded at will. She felt humiliated, but it was useless. She couldn't even vent her anger. The person in front of her was the heavenly god of primordial age, the heavenly god of primordial age, the heavenly god of primordial age, the representative of absolute power. Their dissatisfaction and anger were useless. They could only accept the humiliation and go with the flow to avoid suffering. In the conference hall, the primordial Sky Clan's elders looked at each other with indescribable expressions. They didn't know what to do. After thinking about it, they decided to leave everything to their clan master. 5 minutes slowly passed. These 5 minutes were longer than 5 eras. One of the elders was sweating so much that a small puddle of water had formed on the ground. Yun Nuoxing didn't release any more energy. However, even though he didn't release any aura, his presence alone was an astonishing deterrent. Just as someone couldn't take it anymore and wanted to check on their clan master, the ball of blue light suddenly disappeared. A misty look flashed across Yuan Feiyang's eyes. A moment later, he recovered his clarity. He cupped his hands at Yun Nuoxing and bowed deeply. The primordial Sky Clan is willing to submit to the Guardian faction. We will do our best for Senior and the God Realm. Chapter 1155. The large conference hall fell deathly silent. The originally embarrassed and conflicted expressions of the elders became even more comical. Some of them couldn't help but frown deeply, trying to think of something. Some of them wanted to say something, but hesitated. Finally, one of them couldn't help but blurt out, "Patriarch, but how can the Yuan Tian clan live in the shadow of others?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at the emotional elder, and then looked at Yuan Feiyang with a smile that wasn't a smile. He knew a little about the Yuan Tian divine eyes, and knew that he might have seen something or a corner of the future. However, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to that. It was enough for him to make a choice now. He wasn't worried about anything. All he cared about was the safety of his rear. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand, and the ball of white light slowly floated forward and landed on Yuan Feiyang's hand. "This is the best result. I can't be bothered with your clan's matters and the trivial matters behind you. Go to the 9 Divine Palace. Your seniors are waiting for you there." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared along with the rosy clouds. The ball of white light also left a faint mark on Yuan Feiyang's hand before disappearing. There was a deathly silence in the conference hall. Yuan Feiyang cupped his hands and bowed to the air. He sighed, his voice full of indescribable emotions. Perhaps he had seen this day, or perhaps he had not. Perhaps he had just caught a glimpse of it. He had never thought that it would really happen. The clan will continue as usual. Yuan Feiyang waved his hand and swept his gaze across everyone. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the girl and said, "While I'm not here, I'll leave the Yuan Tian clan to you. I'm going to go out and do something big that I've never seen before." The girl quietly looked at him and nodded. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He reached out and rubbed her head. "Child, there are some things that you don't understand, but you don't need to understand. It's fine as it is now. I've slept underground until my bones rusted. It's time to go out for a walk. Perhaps more people will join us." Yuan Feiyang stretched lazily. He had indeed submitted to Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing had absolute power, and he had no other choice but to obey. Even if he didn't want to let Yun Nuoshing see the terrifying truth, he had to do so for the sake of the Yuantian clan and himself. Those were just reasons for him to tell himself. Everyone in the conference hall looked at each other with complicated expressions, but no one said anything. After a long sigh, they did what they needed to do. Whether this matter should be spread or not was a question worth discussing. That sigh meant that the Yuan-Tian clan had fallen under someone else's control. No one could resist the pressure brought about by that inhuman being. Those who usually considered themselves members of the god race lowered their heads and silently dealt with their own matters. As for the clan leader, he had already disappeared, heading to the place that the inhuman being had mentioned. The girl pressed her hand against the top of her head. She looked at the empty space in front of her and couldn't help but sigh faintly. What had happened just now felt as long as a few epochs. Everything had happened too quickly, so quickly that she didn't feel it was real at all. For a moment, she felt like she was in a dream. 11 minutes and 5 seconds. Kai Xia reported a number and looked at Yun Nuoshing with an indescribable gaze. "You've succeeded. You've captured another heavenly god on the warship. It'll be difficult for them to jump off the ship, even if they want to." She knew how binding the so-called divine word binding was. That heavenly god, including the previous heavenly gods, couldn't disobey. "But why did you throw them away after saying that? Wouldn't it be better if you just threw them directly to the 9 divine temples?" "Why? My matter was already over when they accepted the divine word binding. They know what to do. They're heavenly gods, not babies." Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and glanced at her. She shook her head. "I've already informed everyone of the follow-up arrangements through the consciousness barrier. The 9 divine temples have already opened their doors. 40 suns are hidden in the void, accumulating endless energy. The formations and so on have already been prepared. You're really cautious of those heavenly gods. Those things won't have any problem dealing with heavenly gods who are at the same level as you, right?" Kai Xia twitched her mouth unnaturally. Yun Nuoshing was really well prepared. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. She shook her head. "No, they're not idiots. No matter how much I don't trust them, part of their actions do come from the bottom of their hearts. Because I've told them everything. The information I know about the battle in the Dark Age, and the information about the divine realm. Even if only 10% of it comes from the bottom of my heart, they won't cause trouble. Instead, they'll obediently assist me in my preparations. I don't trust them. Whether it was before or after the divine word binding, I didn't have the slightest bit of trust in them. I even thought that they would turn against me in the next second." Yun Nuoshing yawned and said lazily, "But that's not important. I don't need them to do anything to me. As long as they're obedient, I'll keep an eye on them and make preparations on the premise that they will resist. Even so, those things have nothing to do with them." Kai Xia tilted her head in confusion. "Then if you're not preparing for them, what are you storing energy for? To blow up that world fragment?" Yun Nuoshing looked deeply at Kai Xia again. "Have you really forgotten? Today is the day when the demon world will descend. Kai Xia was stunned. Her eyes widened as she uttered a syllable in shock. Huh, that's why— No. I mean, isn't there still some time left? Kai Xia was a little excited. But there should still be some time left. Why is it already here? How is there still some time left? Yun Nuoxing looked at Kai Xia, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He did not know what kind of expression he should have on his face. The time has already passed. There are only 4 hours left until the demon world descends. This is an established fact. No one has the time to change this, so it won't change. Kai Xia did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing that. The realm of gods is about to face a great calamity, and it's going to be bombarded tonight, and the demon world is about to descend after so many years. This, I don't know what to say. There are too many things to do, and they just happen to pile up on one day. It's so annoying. Sometimes even I feel like I'm in a dream. I can't tell if this is a dream or reality. This won't do. I can't be immersed in this state of mind. He sighed faintly and reached out 2 fingers to pinch his cheeks. It's shaking. The 9 temples also know. 40 stars and tens of millions of magic formations are waiting in the void in the north of the Northern Baron. Although they won't go as far as to bombard the realm of gods as soon as they appear, they still need to be on guard. What guard? Kai Xia tilted her head. I thought you had everything planned out. Didn't you say that the realm of gods would usher in an unimaginable period of great unity? There has to be a period of adjustment. This time, the demonic realm won't be returning to the world. They have become a part of the realm of the gods, and this matter concerns the life and death of this world. They have to contribute. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Kai Xia dug her ears, her face full of disbelief. What do you mean by this time they won't be returning? They're going to settle down in the realm of gods. Everyone is moving? Literally. Well, I should say that they won't be returning. Yin Nuoxing pointed at the sky. The concept layer of laws is still a mess. It's a mess. They won't be able to recover for a while. The last few disturbances disrupted the laws of the realm of gods. And when Kai Xia heard that he was about to give a long speech, she felt goosebumps all over her body. She hurriedly raised her hand. Stop. Speak human language. And then it became like this. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Kai Xia's face was crumbling. She looked like she was about to cry. Brother, I'll call you brother, okay? Then why don't you start from the beginning? Just be a little more brief. Seeing that Kai Xia was full of curiosity and was unwilling to listen to the whole story, Yun Nuoxing could not help but smile faintly. The corner of his mouth pulled into a very faint arc. After a moment, he said with a cold face, there is an extremely hard barrier between the demon world and the realm of gods. You can think of that barrier as an intermittent loophole. The loophole in the laws will occasionally become weak and can be torn apart at will. Occasionally, it will return to normal or even exceed normal strength and become difficult to open. This is the direct passage between the 2 realms. Now, because of the turbulence in the concept layer of laws, this passage has a little problem. Kai Xia was stunned. On the surface? Yes, on the surface. The laws of the 2 realms do not mix. The laws of the 2 realms are still the laws of the 2 realms. There will not be any special changes because of the border. The place north of the northern wasteland to the edge of the northern ice realm is the place where the 2 realms connect. It is forcibly embedded in that position. Kai Xia finally understood. The hole that you accidentally dug last time was directly used by the rats as a passage. That's what it means. Well, rats it is then. Aren't you going to stop them? Kai Xia looked into the distance and tilted her head to look at him. What do you plan to do? Speaking of which, I still don't know what you think of the demon world. In this land of the realm of gods, I rarely hear you talk about your personal likes and dislikes. No need. I don't have any opinions. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He did not have much contact with the demon world and had never really faced it head-on. As early as the 62nd era, when I descended, the war between the realm of gods and the demon world had already passed the time of the final battle. The entire realm of gods was still shrouded in panic. The demon world, the extraterrestrial visitors, and many more. I have lived a wandering life since I was young. I walked and stopped, curious about the things that happened even higher and farther away, but after that war, they never came out again. It was the same until the day I died. No one knows what happened in the demon world. The barrier of the laws is so strong that even the heavenly gods could not break it. Even if they were curious, no one really went to investigate. Suddenly, Kai Xia heard something that surprised her. When you were young, Yun Nuoshing was silent. Why was this girl's point of interest so mysterious? This was obviously not the main point. When I was young, I was actually only 8 or 9 years old. I had a vague memory that seemed to be very clear. I knew that I was not born in a normal way, but was a stowaway who escaped from the reincarnation road. Other than that, there was nothing else. As he spoke, he became silent. He looked up at the sky for a while, and suddenly turned to look at Kai Xia's eyes. Do you want to try to change the future? Kai Xia's eyes widened. She did not switch from the slightly nostalgic atmosphere to the suddenly strange atmosphere at this moment. Why are you changing the topic without slowing down? Can you tell me how you suddenly jumped from talking about the memories of 8 or 9 years old to changing the future? I suddenly thought of it. What else can it be? Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Although it sounds very fun, didn't you say that the fixed future cannot be changed unless there is a life with enough rules? Hiss, do you want... She suddenly thought of something, especially when she saw his cold eyes with a smirk. She knew that this guy must have thought of something bad. It was not necessarily a bad thing. In short, it was a very scary thing. Let's go and have a look. As for what the future will be like, who knows? Maybe it will directly promote the harmonious coexistence of the two worlds. Hee hee. Yun Nuoshing laughed mysteriously and waved his hand to change the direction of his walk. Kai Xia looked at him blankly and subconsciously raised her feet to follow him. This person is crazy. He said to change the future and changed the future. Please give the future some dignity and be a human. For once, what human? We are not human anymore. How can we be human? Yun Nuoshing said, lightly, You are an elf. Why don't you try being a human? Kai Xia was speechless. After sending off Yi Hong and the others, as well as Yuan Feiyang, who just ran over to catch up with them, the Golden Crown Princess slumped on the table. She only felt that some of her 7 souls and 6 spirits were gone. The pressure of dealing with the kami was greater than she imagined. Even if the kami were to be very respectful and normal, it was still the same. Imagine a kami showing you a respectful and slightly humble attitude. If one did not doubt life, one would think that the world was approaching the end of the world. Huff, huff, these kami are finally gone. Palace Master Guang also heaved a sigh of relief and fanned himself with his hand. Little Star is really good at doing things. How long has it been? 7 kami are already back. They are not hiding in the ground, but came out to join in the fun. 6 of them are even from the Little Divine Prefecture. This is really interesting. After sending off the few people and making arrangements for tonight, the crisis today was considered to have come to an end. The 7 kami had also learned the method to resist the laws of heaven and earth from the information given by Yun Nuoshing. They were not familiar with it yet, but it was still passable. Even if the kami could only use part of their power, they could still destroy heaven and earth. It was not a problem for them to destroy a whole world. Stopping the stars and whatnot was also a piece of cake for them. Moreover, the 7 kami did not have enough manpower. They could only continuously defend one part of heaven and earth or 2 whole regions. Not to mention the ultimate plain region that was about to be evacuated. The Taiyuan region had a lot of land, and there were still stubborn holdouts in some places. With the power of Yihong, Yuan Feiyang, and the others at the moment, it was not easy for them to protect the whole region. They could only save a part of it and let it come crashing down. Lord Jean rubbed his forehead with a tired look on his face. He raised his head and looked at the stronghold's consciousness that had been standing in the middle of the hall without moving since the beginning. If I remember correctly, there's another thing happening today, right? It's probably going to happen soon. What is it? I am so tired that I don't want to move anymore. The fortress consciousness raised its head and said slowly in a hollow voice, "There are 30 minutes left before the demon world descends." Entering the countdown state, Palace Master Jean spread his hands and gave everyone a look that said, "You see, I said there is one more thing." Anyway, when Empress Jean heard this, she lay on the ground and rolled her eyes. As she stood up with the help of the Empress, she trembled and said, "This matter, can it be delayed for a day or 2? In fact, this matter has been accelerated. The turbulence in the Sea of Rules has caused the rapid collapse of the barrier. It appeared a few hours earlier than the scheduled time, almost at the same time as the first round of the meteor shower. I think it is good news that it has been delayed." Everyone heard this and laughed bitterly. Of course, it was good news. In the current situation, it was really good news. The strength of the Guardian forces had been sent out, leaving the rear defense empty. What if the demon world descends and sees the chaos in the world of the gods and decides to do something bad? The fortress consciousness heard everyone's worries and said calmly, "Correction, the probability of the demon world's disturbance has been reduced from 60% to almost 0. What happened? Palace Master Guang was slightly energized. "Is there an uproar over there?" The fortress consciousness looked at him and said, "Half an hour ago, I arrived at the Northern Wilderness Space Distortion Node. That is the place where the demon world descends." Empress Jean heard this and felt relieved. She waved her hand weakly and said, "All right, then this matter will be handed over to Little Star. We will settle the mess in front and leave the back to that little fool. I am very relieved. Sleep, sleep. Seize the time to rest. There are still things to do tonight." No one felt that there was anything wrong with this sentence. They stood up with a smile and left the hall to gather their energy. What was going to happen tonight was really spectacular. They had to gather some strength. When almost everyone had left, only Palace Master Guang and the Fortress Consciousness were left in the hall. He looked at the latter and couldn't help but frown. Little Star intends to face the demon world alone. When the demon world descends, the probability of war is as high as 80%. Palace Master Guang was a little stunned. He sighed and shook his head. Sigh. Little Star even thought of this point, taking care of all sides at the same time. Even he would be tired. "No, I am just doing this on a whim." This time, resisting the demon world has slightly changed the established future. The loss of the Reign of Stars in the first round will be reduced, and the loss in the second round will be reduced. This was not originally planned. This interference will cause the future to change slightly. It is unpredictable. We can only wait for it to happen. Palace Master Guang was speechless. What a whim. It was very, very in line with his character, changing the future path without a word. How willful. Chapter 1156. The northern wilderness was located in the north of half of the vertical region. The desolate land, mountains, and wilderness were all desolate. As expected of the word wilderness in the northern wilderness, the air was filled with the muddy smell of the earth under the high temperature. There was also an inexplicable stench. Ever since this region was given to the devil world, those who stubbornly lived in this true wilderness had all moved away. They moved quickly, and the entire process took less than 2 days. Originally, there were not many people in this place, not even a city. The closest place to this place was not the divine sky city, but the water elemental domain. Due to these two reasons, this place became the true wilderness of the northern wilderness. It was an understatement to say that even birds did not lay eggs here. In the wilderness where there were no mountains within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, two figures suddenly appeared in the air. There was no fluctuation in space at all. The two of them seemed to have appeared out of thin air. This is the land that the demon world wants to go to. Kai Xia looked at this place curiously and could not help but glance at the person beside her. No wonder you guys are so generous. This place is basically free. It's even close to the Tana's water god temple. I didn't make this decision back then. I was only responsible for writing the letter. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Then he seemed to have thought of something and could not help but grin. Speaking of writing letters, I used a divine weapon to write the kamikaze characters. I don't know if those people would understand or be scared to death when I bring it back. Saixia was speechless as she looked at him. She knew that the characters of the god's generation possessed a mysterious power. Now that he had used a divine weapon to write that reply letter, why did she feel that the demon realm had come out a few years earlier because they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode? Come out from this place. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and pointed to the distance. Not here. This is the place that presses against the edge of the line. If you walk from here, you should be able to see the boundary monument. The demon world will appear further inside. You came here to prepare. Kai Xia seemed to have guessed his purpose of coming here. Of course, I am fully prepared for what is about to happen. I don't want to be one step behind everyone. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She looked at the ground below, and her two diamond-shaped pupils turned slightly. She turned around and waved her hand in front of her. Suddenly, a colorful wave came from the end of the world, and the huge impact shook the whole earth. When the wave rushed from the end of the world to the front and went to the end of the world on the other side in an instant, Kai Xia saw the wave clearly. It was a colorful, translucent energy barrier that was constantly surging. It was only a thin layer like an aurora, and it seemed like it would break with a finger. The only difference was that it was an aurora that came from the ground. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand again, and the energy barrier that was connected to the border of the desolate north suddenly extended 2 more barriers from both ends, all the way to the north of the desolate north. Finally, it stopped at a location near the source glacier and slowly closed. The 4 colorful energy barriers sealed off this area. The movement was not very big, and it did not attract any attention. There were no signs of life in this area, and he was not worried that anyone would be involved in the sealing of this area. Even if they were involved, it would not be a big deal. Whether they could survive or not would depend on their own luck. There was no obstruction in her line of sight. It was just a giant aurora wall. It was very tall. Through this translucent barrier, she could see the scene on the other side. There was no interference. Kai Xia felt that this thing should have sealed off this void as well. She tried to poke it with her hand and could feel a surge of energy coming from her finger. There was nothing special about it. It was just like a giant energy wall. It was not until she touched the energy barrier in front of her that she remembered that Yun Nuoxing's energy could not be touched at the moment. She could not help but break out in a cold sweat. When she turned her head, she saw that he was just looking at her calmly. He even looked like he wanted to laugh, but he calmed down again. There was probably no problem. Energy barrier. You sealed off the entire area. Yun Nuoxing nodded and reached out to touch the colorful aurora barrier. The guardian barrier is the most powerful defensive barrier I can use. It is connected to the world of the gods and is indestructible. As long as I don't die, this barrier will never dissipate. When Kai Xia heard that name, she could not help but stare at him. Aren't you the observer? What does that have to do with the guardian? Is it really okay for you to use his barrier? What problem? What problem can there be? The position of the guardian has been empty for dozens of eras, although the position of the two divine roles is the same. As the observer, I am the final defense of the world of the gods. When the guardian is absent or vacant, I can indeed take over its authority. There is no problem. You are seizing power. I am borrowing it. Yun Nuoxing glared at her, but then he thought carefully. Anyway, I have borrowed it for so many years. It is almost a tacit agreement that I have merged the two divine roles. Why? Do you think I am not worthy of this title? Kai Xia looked at him deeply and sighed. I am just worried that this title is not enough for you. The guardian and the observer of the world of the gods are both lunatics. If this news spreads, it will be even more shocking than the previous two. Kai Xia sighed in an inexplicable tone. Two divine roles in the world of the gods were quite legendary and sacred. Who would have thought that the two people sitting in this position, one person was a lunatic? Yun Nuoxing glanced at her. I don't care how it reacts. It has nothing to do with me. All right, let's not care about that. Kai Xia nodded and pointed at the guardian's barrier. She said, seriously, this barrier is open to the outside and the inside, right? The outside cannot enter, and the inside cannot leave. Don't tell me you have also included the people of the world of the gods in your defensive range while trapping the demons? Yun Nuoxing grinned. Didn't I say that I don't trust anyone? It is not a wise move to leave my back to them. If a fight breaks out, it will not be fun to be stabbed in the back. I have sealed this place in advance. This is my territory. Whoever comes in will die. Kai Xia felt that something was wrong. You have trapped this place. Are you planning to fight the demon world to the death? Yun Nuoxing nodded seriously. Looking at the situation, it seems that we will still have to fight. Fighting 1,000 soldiers alone. No, it seems that there are tens of millions of firepower. There are also quite a few god-tier champions. A few of the strongest demons have gathered together to form an alliance to sightsee in the world of the gods. Right now, they are squatting in front of the gate and waiting. Kai Xia listened blankly and dug her ears. But when she thought about the situation in the demon world, she understood. There were gods in the world of the gods, so why would they not allow the demon world to have gods as well? How many are there? Only people of this level could pose a threat to him. The others were not worth mentioning. Yun Nuoxing stretched out his fingers and counted a few times. How should I put it? It feels like the demon world of this era has not been weakened too much by the rules. Speak human language. Yun Nuoxing sighed lightly and said, there are quite a lot of them. They can fight with the gods in the world of the gods. 2 in the world of the gods and 8 in the demon world. In the past, she heard that the people of the demon world were ferocious. Everyone was terrifyingly strong. When she heard this sentence, she did not have any idea. Now, Kai Xia knew how ferocious the people of the world of the gods were. Hundreds of gods, and 10 gods in the world of the gods could only fight with the demon world. Although the gods in the world of the gods were killed by the rules, and had no choice but to seal their origin and hide underground. It was impossible for the latter to not be affected by the rules. Moreover, their numbers should not be small. Looking at Kai Xia's sluggish appearance, Yun Nuoxing shook his head in amusement and said, "This place is ready. Let's go to the place where the demon world will descend. There is still some time to prepare. Let's go there and check it out first." "Oh, then let's go." Kai Xia nodded blankly. "Okay, wait a moment. And we're here," Yun Nuoxing said, and turned around. Kai Xia heard his voice and did not have any doubts. In any case, she had already seen his ability to go wherever he wanted. Even the god race had broken into the Source Sky clan. There was probably no place in the world of the gods that he did not dare to go. But unfortunately, even though Kai Xia knew that a huge hole would soon open in this place, she still could not see anything. Looking around, it was either yellow sand or a wilderness. There was a huge aurora barrier erected around the world. It was extremely bright and tall. She could see it even from here. The sky was cold and desolate. Even with the sunlight, she could feel that the surroundings were a little cold. This was the only thing that told her that the surroundings were different and not suitable. "I can't see anything." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "It's normal. It's a barrier of laws. You won't be able to see it so easily." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and waved it in the air in front of him. A circle of light suddenly streaked across the space in front of him, as if the space had solidified. It only took a minute or two. It was so fast that Kai Xia could not react. Then, the whole space seemed to have solidified. When it solidified, Kai Xia finally saw the vortex. It was a twisted vortex that could only be seen with the observer's eye. The entire space appeared to be twisted in a way that could make people sink into madness. The chaotic energy vortex was like a twisted galaxy. Countless spiral arms were arranged in a chaotic manner, one after another. Twisting vortexes were everywhere. All the spiral arms were captured by the unimaginably huge vortex in the center. The vortex stood between heaven and earth, with no end in sight. It felt as if the whole world was constantly collapsing toward the center of the vortex, so much so that the void was distorted. Terrifying energy light bloomed from every inch of the vortex. A strange red light penetrated from the center, almost turning into a pillar of light that tore the sky apart. Kai Xia swallowed her saliva. Mei Mao stared at the red light. She felt a different feeling in that light. Another world, another law, that's the light of the demon world. What I feel is the law of the demon world, she said with a trembling voice. Yun Nuoxing nodded. It seems to be a little stronger than the realm of the gods. But the law there, I'm not used to it. It's uncomfortable. I feel it too. The law of the demon world is indeed stronger than the realm of the gods. After all, it is also one of the associated realms. It is normal for it to have the same law as the realm of the gods. The withering of the law of the void first affected the realm of the gods, but it offset part of the associated realm's power. Yun Nuoxing nodded. As for the discomfort you feel, do you still remember what I said earlier? The demon realm is an incomplete world. Their rules are incomplete and flawed. Normal life forms will naturally feel uncomfortable. It's as if there's no part of their bodies that doesn't reject the incomplete rules. You feel uncomfortable because the law on the other side is incomplete. But the life forms born in that world will not feel uncomfortable because of the different law here in the realm of the gods. The law of the realm of the gods is close to perfection. It can allow life forms of any world to live here. The law is usable. At most, the pattern of energy is different, so you can't live here. But you don't feel uncomfortable because of it. The realm of the gods, the realm of the gods, the first realm that countless worlds in the void yearn for. Kai Xia nodded in understanding. She looked at the center of the vortex. The barrier of law has been broken? Is it broken? The barrier of laws hasn't been completely broken, but many tiny holes have appeared, just like the densely packed holes of a beehive. The space and laws of the two worlds are violently clashing there, creating such a spectacular energy phenomenon. The center of every vortex is like this. He pointed his finger at the vortexes of various sizes. When it completely blooms, the two realms and the law will have a violent collision. The energy, nova, can be seen clearly during the day, but the collision will only last for a moment. After that, the center will begin to calm down, and the energy shock wave will continue to affect all directions. When it completely stabilizes, there should be a blood-red world here. Looking from afar, the world here will be red, and it will be very obvious no matter which direction you look at it from. It is like an arc-shaped portal that opens without limit. Well, it is not a portal that is shaped like an arc, but the blood-red world, enclosed by the arc, is the teleportation zone. Correspondingly, a clear blue sky will appear in the demon realm, no matter which direction you look from. Kai Xia nodded slightly. Looking at this space, she was a little dizzy. At first glance, she felt that it was magical. It was incredible that the void in space could be distorted into such a nightmarish scene. At the second glance, she unexpectedly felt that it was quite beautiful. At the third glance, she began to feel dizzy. The whole world was distorted, with the twisting vortex of unknown height as the center. A large circle around it was densely packed with twisting vortexes. After looking at it for a long time, her eyes began to turn back and forth. She flew out and circled around, trying to touch those small vortexes with her hands. However, her palms did not touch anything. When she passed through the vortexes, she did not feel anything. It was not like seeing a whirlpool in the water. When she stretched out her hands, she could clearly feel the movement of the water. However, she did not feel anything at all in front of her. These are not real. Of course not. This is something that happens at the level of the rules. The collapse will start from the barrier of the rules, followed by the void, time, and space. Finally, everything will merge and become balanced. From then on, the demon world and the celestial world will be under the same space and use the same timeline. Well, the last sentence is nonsense. It seems that they have always used the same timeline. The two of them walked around here for quite some time. As they walked around, Yun Nuoshing remembered that he still had something to do. So, he found a place farther away and sat down cross-legged to save his strength. Kai Xia passed through those vortexes and finally felt that something was different. However, it was only in her senses. She faintly felt the tactile sensation of the flow of the rules. Although it was not very clear, she did feel it. She could not wait to run to Yun Nuoshing's side to share this discovery with him. Oh, that's the feeling of touching the water with your hands. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He slowly stood up and stretched. Ah, did I disturb you? Kai Xia smiled sweetly. No, it's time. Yun Nuoshing looked at those vortexes that were becoming brighter and brighter. It's about time to come out. Kai Xia was shocked when she heard that. She quickly turned her head. The center of those vortexes had become abnormally bright. The red light was projected from another space, almost dyeing the sky red. There were faint red auroras hanging down from the sky. They were all colors that came from that space. Bang, bang. It was not the sound of the wall of rules collapsing, but the sound of the wall of reality collapsing. Those thousands of vortexes suddenly burst out with extremely dazzling light in an instant, and the deafening sound of collapse echoed in the ears. It was as if there were tens of millions of tall buildings disintegrating inch by inch in front of them. The whole world was echoing with this roar. The collapsed rules, space, and void seemed to be mixed together. The destructive shock wave burst out with brilliant light at the same time. In that invisible light, it burst out silently, making Kai Xia feel cold all over and almost suffocated. Buzz. A layer of invisible energy shrouded her body, and that extremely dangerous feeling faded in an instant. Kai Xia only had time to see an invisible, heavy object crash into Yun Nuoxing's energy barrier and explode into pieces. Wow, what is that? Although she was frightened and her pretty face was still pale, she still jumped up excitedly. Fragments of laws. A fragment of laws was thrown out by the impact of the spatial collapse. Those who cannot see the laws will die immediately, Yun Nuoxing said. After thinking for a while, he added, "The damage caused by the impact of the rules is very terrifying. At that moment, you won't feel anything, but your body's existence is already starting to become incomplete and is starting to collapse." Kai Xia was so scared that she got goosebumps. The collapsing process of the shattered space was completed in a brilliant and dazzling light. A trace of dense, viscous red light broke out from the bright white light, and a different aura from all the auras Kai Xia had felt before came out. But a word suddenly rushed into her mind. Demon, it was a demon reflecting the demon race, the demon world, that 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 world. But when it comes to demons, she slowly came back to her senses and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was still in the mood to stroke her long hair. She smiled bitterly in her heart. I'm afraid no one in this world is more demon than him. It's here, Yun Nuoxing said faintly. His voice seemed to have a magical power, causing Kai Xia, who had been distracted, to snap back to reality. She abruptly turned her gaze towards the brilliant white ball of light. There suddenly appeared an extremely tyrannical aura, a strong will to fight, a killing intent, and a bone-chilling coldness that was strong enough to turn the world upside down. Figures with long auras, which were completely different from the auras of life in the god realm, slowly emerged from the ball of light. Their auras intertwined into a ball, causing the space to distort. The ball of light froze, and with a sharp whistle, they appeared in this world. Kai Xia couldn't help but take a step back. It's here, it's finally here. They were the first witnesses, watching the wall of reality and the wall of laws collapse with their own eyes. They appeared here, accompanied by the scarlet sunlight. Chapter 1157. There was no sun in the demon world's sky, no sun, no moon, and no stars. There was only a glowing scarlet sky that seemed to be covered by a dense fog. Beyond the sky, one could only see a dark void. This was what Kai Xia heard from Yor about the demon world. However, the little girl herself was not very clear about it. She was locked in a room all year round and could not get out. The only way she could understand the demon world was through various kinds of books sent in by her clansmen every day. Being imprisoned in a small room all day long, she spent more time than living at home. This also caused this girl to be endlessly curious about the outside world. What she saw in books was always not as real as seeing it with her own eyes. Therefore, she would always think of ways to escape from the small dark room and escape far away. She would go to a place where no one knew her and wander freely to witness those beautiful and real existences. As for the reason why the little girl was imprisoned, everyone felt that there should be some inside story that they did not know about. However, the little girl herself was simple-minded and did not think about it. All her thoughts were placed on the outside world and thinking about how to sneak out of the house. She digressed, but some digressions did not hinder anything. Kaisia just felt that since the demon realm was the sky, the rules there were not complete, and there should be a lot of differences from the life she knew. She had imagined in her mind, such as no eyes, no ears, no wings, no head, or something like that, or simply some strange nameless thing. These ideas had been dispelled when she saw the demon race for the first time. The other party was also in human form, and except for the unique aura, she could not recognize how different it was from the human race. In addition, their auras were very unique, especially when they were combined into one. The auras of the 10,000 devil clans were slightly different, but they were mostly the same. The cultivators of the god realm could also combine their auras to strengthen their auras, but it wasn't so perfect. The auras of the group of devil cultivators were almost completely integrated. Their auras were mixed with thousands of different scents, but they didn't feel like their auras were restricted at all, and they didn't feel like their auras were being restricted at all. It's probably a natural talent of the demons. Assimilating energy, like battle momentum, can increase the strength of the person who wields momentum. Yun Nuashing said indifferently, "To put it simply, it means that the entire army is handing over their strength to one person, and the effect is greater than 1 + 1. Kai Xia suddenly understood, but she still had some doubts. "Didn't you not say hello to the demon world? How do you even know these things?" "It's only a matter of time before I find out. Back then, there was the chaos of war. Now, there's also the matter that you told me. If I didn't know anything, wouldn't I be looking down on my opponent?" "Kai Xia, you're talking as if you've ever put any opponent in your eyes." "Yes, of course." Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned to look at the demon world's army below. "I will pay attention to every opponent until I see them clearly with the observer's eye." Millions or tens of millions of troops. It was difficult to see how many people there were here at a glance. It seemed endless, as if there was a sea of people. Huge strange beasts carrying powerful auras of demons circulated, causing the heaven and earth to slightly distort and change, as if there was a huge beast crawling under the scarlet sky. Surrounded by the army at the back, there was a throne on the back of the huge beast. A purple-haired young man with a solemn expression was sitting on it. His eyes were extremely indifferent to the world, and the purple rune between his eyebrows made him look abnormally demonic. There were also several demon powerhouses standing beside him. Just by standing there casually, they actually made the heaven and earth tremble a little. Humans, only 2 people. That purple-haired young man raised his eyes and looked into the distance. His gaze swept across the Aurora Rampart and fell on Yun Nuashing and Kai Xia. He couldn't help but sneer and used the ancient language of the gods. "Take them down, send the signal, let the spies come back at full speed." He didn't conceal his voice, and it reverberated in the heaven and earth with a rumble. Accompanied by the blood-colored light, this sentence caused an extremely fierce aura to soar among the millions of troops. A person beside the purple-haired young man walked out and casually walked to the front of the army in a few steps. From above, he looked down at Yun Nuashing. "The god world has actually declined to this extent. Send 2 novice gods to intercept us." Kaisia silently took a step back and sighed inwardly. This guy won't live for long. She really wanted to shout out loud, "Uncle, even if you use your toes to think, would you know that the people who appear here at this time are ordinary people? This guy can be said to be the most dangerous in the god world, and there is no one who can compare. When he fights, there is no nonsense at all. She had been nagging for a long time, but the battle was already over. Rip, a crisp sound like paper being casually torn apart came from midair, accompanied by a blood-colored aura that fell from the sky. It was like a small rain of blood, causing all the demons to widen their eyes. They couldn't believe what they saw. Their demon god powerhouse was very casually cut in half by that human sword, and he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Moreover, in that instant, no one clearly saw what happened. PFFF, Yun Nuoshing's hand reached into the body that was cut in half and grabbed something. She squeezed with all her strength, and only the sound of air exploding was heard. A weak soul power burst out, and then disappeared into nothingness. The purple-haired young man slowly sat up straight. He raised his eyes and seriously looked at Yun Nuoshing, then frowned. Elementary god. He cut down one of their demon gods with a single sword. Even his soul didn't escape. Moreover, the whole process didn't take more than a second. They didn't even have time to react. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be any better. Bullshit, right? Yun Nuoshing waved the blood-stained hand, and a sharp light appeared in his red and black eyes. He pointed the nether void sword in his hand at the throne. After thinking for a moment, a contemptuous sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of all the people I've met, no, of all the gods I've met, you're the one who is the least observant of the situation. Elementary god, it is. I thought the demons would be prepared for their reappearance after so many years, but I didn't expect them to be so weak. Kai Xia pressed her cheek and muttered in her heart, "Here it comes, here it comes." Yun taunts. Boom. The purple-haired young man's face was as cold as water. Before he could say anything, a purple-black sword swept across the front of the army like a giant wall, creating a huge abyss in the ground. It was like a dividing line in front of the army. That crack couldn't even be considered a hindrance to an army of this level, but it was enough to intimidate all the demons. The god realm is a bit busy, so I'll have to trouble you to wait for a few more hours. Before then, anyone who crosses this line. Yun Nuoshing stabbed the nether void sword into the void with both hands, his eyes glowing red. Will be killed without mercy. His cold and stern voice swept through the entire demon army like a hurricane, causing their armor to clang. Many demons revealed strange expressions, but not a single one of them was scared to the point of turning tail and running. The purple-haired young man slowly stood up from the throne. His expression was also cold as he looked at Yun Nuoshing in the distance, and said coldly, "You can stop us for now, but you can't stop our demon army forever." Of course, the 36 demons aren't to be trifled with either. It'll take me a bit of effort to kill them one by one, Yun Nuoshing calmly replied, "but don't even think about stepping over my body with just your people." The purple-haired young man and the people beside him narrowed their eyes. How did this person know how many people they'd sent this time? Kai Xia muttered in her heart, "It's the same whether he's here or not. This guy just wants to drag the demons out until the meteor shower descends tonight, then stand to the side and watch the demons play with the god realm. Demons, oh demons, if you had come a bit later, it might have been better." Someone beside the purple-haired young man laughed in extreme anger. He took a step forward, and the aura of a demon god surged into the sky. "You were lucky enough to kill one of our demon gods, and now you're calling yourself invincible? Your arrogance will cost you your life. Demons are experts at gathering forces, and when they gather the power of millions, even demon gods will have to retreat. How do you think you can stop our army by yourself?" When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he fell silent for a moment. Then he pulled the Netherruin sword out of the void and looked back at Kai Xia. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic clouds turned into a transparent energy shield that wrapped around her. "Don't run around." Kai Xia, who was still muttering to herself, suddenly paused. She looked at the energy shield around her and blinked at Mei Mao. "You're going to attack by yourself?" Yun Nuoshing didn't say anything. It was a tacit agreement. He looked at the purple-haired young man in front of him and suddenly smiled coldly. An army of millions. Millions is a lot. 100 billion? He let go of the Netherruin sword and let it float beside him. Black, cloud-like energy kept surging out of his body, turning into a huge demonic cloud above his head. It spread all the way to the top of the demon army. The overwhelming aura pressed down, and countless demons paled. 100 million. I'll kill it for you. The purple-haired young man's expression changed. He sensed an extremely violent and crazy energy from the spreading black cloud. He seemed to have heard of this ancient energy before, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Boom. Yun Nuoshing didn't give him time to think. He waved his hand, and that thick layer of chaotic clouds suddenly surged crazily. That scalp-numbing, violent energy rapidly condensed in the clouds. The black clouds became abnormally bright, and in the next moment huge energy light pillars that were hundreds of meters long, thousands of meters long, and even tens of thousands of meters long suddenly burst out of the black clouds, shooting down violently. "Demons, gather your forces. Defend." The expression of the man who was laughing in anger just now changed dramatically. As the black clouds surged, he roared. The tens of millions of devil army below roared in unison. The rolling orthodox devil chi merged into one, and the momentum of the tens of millions of troops with not weak cultivation base made the world change. That power really made Kai Xia feel the power of the gods. But even if the energy is huge enough to be comparable to the gods, without divine power, it will never be the power of the gods. Kai Xia whispered in her heart. She still remembered what Yun Nuoshing said. Even if the energy was strong enough, without those more special energy, it could not cause the slightest harm to the gods. Unless, boom, 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 those black light pillars, filled with the aura of annihilation, descended from the sky like the light of judgment. In the blink of an eye, they were about to cover the ground below. The void exploded on the spot. Before they could even get close, a large number of demons that were enveloped by the light were evaporated into thin air. An energy barrier suddenly enveloped the entire army, filtering out the dark energy of annihilation. The dense black beams of light also crashed into the barrier in the next moment. When the beams of light landed on the barrier, the void distorted together with the barrier, almost evaporating into thin air. Huge cracks appeared on the massive defensive barrier before it could stabilize. Demon Origin Array Defense. At this moment, the strange energy of the tens of millions of soldiers was controlled by the purple-haired youth. He formed a seal with his hands, and the enormous energy rose with his will to meet the black energy beam. Immediately, an even more violent energy storm swept out. The remnant energy from the collision of the two waves of energy fell from the sky, and the explosion tore apart the energy barrier that enveloped the entire army. Drops of rain fell to the ground, and the densely packed energy explosions and energy shock waves were triggered one after another. Instantly, the tens of millions of soldiers cried out in pain, and the shock waves from the energy shock waves swept over nearly 1/10 of the army. Bastard, the purple-haired youth looked at this scene with bloodshot eyes. This attack had used the power of all the demon gods in their army, but it still couldn't completely offset the energy shock. The residual energy of this attack fell on the army and wiped out nearly 1/10 of the demon army. If all of them fell together, who knew what the consequences would be? It's dangerous to leave him empty-handed. I'll go meet him. The purple-haired youth looked at the person who was laughing out of anger. His eyes narrowed slightly. Great Elder, please wait. However, his voice was still a little slow. Before he could say anything, the Great Elder had already arrived in front of Yun Nuoshing with a monstrous might. His demonic aura burst out from his body in a self-destructive manner, crazily condensing in his hand. The viscous black aura finally condensed into a pitch-black giant blade. Layers of crystals appeared on the giant blade, almost turning into a real giant blade. The surging energy seemed to be able to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. The Great Elder held the giant crystal blade with both hands and stared coldly at Yun Nuoshing, who was as small as an ant in front of the giant blade. He swung down with both hands, and the giant blade tore through space and descended from the sky. Even the great demon god can't take this blade of mine. Go to hell. As the Great Elder roared at the top of his lungs, the demonic clouds in the sky retreated slightly. The scarlet light dimmed, as if the sky had suddenly lit up. The energy crystals on the giant blade condensed into an extremely dazzling stream of light, as if they were glued to the blade, causing its energy to become more and more terrifying. Force of 1,000 caddies, attack. The purple-haired youth also shouted loudly. The force of the energy gathered from the army of 10 million descended on the giant blade like a ray of light, causing its energy to reach a whole new level. It could even deal with a heavenly demon god powerhouse without any problems. God-slaying demon blade. Yun Nuoshing watched the giant blade descend, shattering space inch by inch and disintegrating the void. She could not help but narrow her eyes. This was an all-out attack gathered from the army of 10 million, and it had actually raised it to the level of a heavenly god. Furthermore, its might and divinity were definitely comparable. However, it was only comparable. He looked at the giant blade, and just as he was about to raise the Nethervoid sword, a trace of naughty thought arose in his heart. He could not help but smile. Then the energy of the spiritual divine body rapidly flowed through his body, fusing with the elements of primal chaos. His divine soul also emitted a resplendent light. He slowly reached out his hand and raised it up high like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. Seeing his actions, the Great Elder thought that he did not intend to resist. He immediately laughed coldly and poured all the energy in his body into the demonic blade. He could almost see the scene of Yun Nuoshing being torn apart by the demonic blade. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing countless devil army soldiers to widen their eyes in surprise. They opened their mouths and were about to let out a cheer, but that cheer was stopped before it could even come out of their throats. Countless devil army soldiers' eyes widened, and their faces turned red. Their eyes also turned from surprise to deep fear. The purple-haired youth, the Great Elder, and the others all held their breaths. Their bodies were ice-cold, and they could not help but tremble. They wondered if they had not woken up before they came out to attack. They actually saw that person catch the giant blade that even a heavenly god would not dare to take head-on with a single hand. Black, cloud-like energy swirled around Yun Nuoshing. That terrifying demonic blade could not break through his protective elements of primal chaos. He stopped it with a single finger, and it could not advance even an inch further. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand, and the power of the 12 elements, along with the origin energy of his divine body, surged into the demonic blade. The light element carried the power and destroyed the energy imprint inside the demonic blade, and branded it with his own energy imprint. In just a short moment, this giant energy blade had a new owner. The Great Elder's expression changed drastically. His face, which was already pale from using up all his energy, was now frighteningly pale. He trembled as he clutched his chest and hurriedly turned around. "Quick, defend! Quick! The demonic blade has been—" Yun Nuoshing clenched his hand, and the giant blade that was large enough to cut down the sun, moon, and stars was held in his hand. Its size also shrunk by tens of thousands of times in a few breaths, becoming only 10 zhang in size. However, it was so condensed that its entire body was crystallized, and the energy that leaked out of it was crystallized. The loose energy was compressed and condensed to such a state, and its power was multiplied by hundreds of times. Demon slaying sacred sword. Yun Nuoshing grinned. He raised the Tenjong's small sword, wrapped in colorful crystals, and gently swung it. A sword energy as vast as the sea of stars came crashing down from the sky and covering the earth, and suppressing the entire demonic army. Seeing the rumbling sword energy that was multiplied by several times, the purple-haired youth's face turned pale. He suddenly remembered what that black energy was, and what that person's true power was. Heavenly God, ancient, chaotic energy. Why, he knew, but there was no way he could spread it. Chapter 1158. In the Sourcepeak domain, in a temporary spiritual space formed by several powerful spiritual energies, Yihong and the others stood in the white space, looking at the crystal ball in front of them with a myriad of emotions. So this is the messaging crystal that your little divine land made, the kind that can be widely known to the world. Yuan Feiyang looked at the crystal ball with interest, his heart still thumping. The scene he saw just now was too impactful. TSK. The celestial god of chaos is indeed the celestial god of chaos. I should say the observer. He even calculated the time of the demon world's birth. We don't have the time to deal with what's coming. Yihong sighed, putting all these things together. If Her Eminence doesn't help to deal with the demon world, there will be countless casualties in the divine realm. One of the celestial gods laughed bitterly at himself. It was laughable that they were cooped up in the little divine land and thought that there was nothing to worry about. It was only the first day out, and things were already piling on top of their heads. The female celestial god poked the crystal ball with her finger and looked at Yihong. "Are you going to tell everyone about this? Tell everyone in the divine realm?" Yihong grinned faintly. Her Eminence is right. These things can't be done by him and us alone. Mortals have to do their part as mortals, and cultivators have their duties as cultivators. If he solves everything by himself, this world is doomed. It's necessary to tell the world about this, and I hope that those who are being protected know who is protecting them. You want to eliminate the negative image of Supreme God Cloud that has been imposed on everyone by the information torrent. A little. Sigh, to be honest, I admire him quite a bit. He took over so many big things without saying a word. Others may not know, but you and I know that the so-called dual divine title is just a bitter bastard sitting on the throne. Even if he really doesn't care about anything, no one will know. But he still did it, even if he can't bear to let his previous efforts go to waste because he has protected the divine realm for more than 70 eras. But, that's what I mean. I won't say it properly. Yihong scratched his head and noticed that everyone was sighing helplessly. He couldn't help but grin. Anyway, I support him. He should wake up after being beaten up. It wasn't easy for him to get his life back. Don't take it for granted. Of course, Yuan Feiyang muttered to himself for a moment. Then he chuckled and nodded. That's true. It wasn't easy for them to let us off the hook. This time, we should stand firm. The others nodded, and one of them couldn't help but laugh. I suddenly remember the time when I was still in the immortal realm and was being trained by my teacher. The atmosphere was similar to this. The heavenly gods grinned and looked at the heavenly god in the crystal ball who was standing in the sky, blocking the demon army with his sword. They all bowed to the North Baron from afar. With that heavenly god's strength, he could easily accept their bow. Then, it's time to get down to business. How's the construction of the Soarspeak domains combined barrier going? 1/3 of the southeast side is still completed, same as above. However, there was a small conflict in the northeast continent. Many forces with gods in hiding felt uneasy about what we did. They didn't approve of what we did, although I suppressed them. Fundamentally speaking, it's not a good thing. Yi Hong waved his hand. It's fine. The combined barrier that we built, to put it bluntly, it can't completely block it. Very straightforward. It can't block it at all. The deities laughed bitterly at the same time, scratching their ears and cheeks in embarrassment. That was tens of millions of stars. According to the barrier's consciousness, the first wave of stars might be close to 1 million, and the second wave would be 12 times more powerful than the first wave. Every star had destructive power comparable to a saint rank or divine rank. Although the final defense would absorb their energy, according to the consciousness barrier, it would be unable to continue absorbing their energy at full power. It would be impossible for them to be weakened to only 40 to 30% of their energy. At that time, they would have to face an all-out attack from millions or tens of millions of divine rank deities. TSK. Although the difference in power between divine rank deities couldn't be measured by numbers, they weren't at their peak either. This damned withering of laws and the suppression of heaven and earth prevented them from using their full power. That was the extent of their power. Yuan Feiyang scratched his head and said, Yi Hong, my original sky divine, I saw that the central region that you are in charge of might be the first to be destroyed. What? Most of the stars are heading toward the center of the Taiyuan region and the center of the Zenith region. There are not many places in the Zenith region that need to be guarded. According to the information of the consciousness of the barrier, 80% of the Zenith region will be cleared out before the stars descend tonight. The remaining 20% is very close to the Ganyuan region. The 9 deities' temples and other guardian forces have returned to other regions because of our participation. They are more suitable than us to settle down the extradited people. They had already discussed and agreed to completely abandon most of the areas west of the center of the Zenith region. The heavenly gods swept through with their consciousness and confirmed that there were no signs of life in those areas. The 9 deities' temples also agreed to this proposal. Now that their manpower was limited, it was better to abandon those areas that were not of high value. After all, the Taiyuan region and the Zenith region would not be able to be protected on the day of the Great Collision. It was useless to try to protect them now. Therefore, the areas that needed to be guarded now were the center of the Zenith region and the Eastern region. There were also a few areas in the West. There were still many people who had not evacuated from there. Some had simply refused to leave and did not know what the arrival of the stars meant. Why don't we just uproot the entire city and take it away? A heavenly god scratched his head in distress. Yi Hong shook his head. I also want to, but it's just a thought. Let those people witness what a true shower of stars is. When they see death at a close distance, they will know what fear is. At that time, we don't need to chase them away. They will run away on their own. They will even crawl to escape. Are we just going to give up like this? Yuan Feiyang sighed bitterly. How can we save them all? We have to uproot the cities one by one and find a place to settle them down. How long will it take to go back and forth? How many cities are there in the Taiyuan region? There are more than the stars in the sky. Even if we have 100,000 heavenly gods, we won't be able to finish all of this before the arrival of the stars tonight. Unless we don't care about the lives in the cities and casually use a large-scale spatial switch. The speed is fast, but ordinary people will not be able to withstand the instantaneous spatial switch. They will die. If we do that, we might as well wait for the stars to crash down. We will die anyway. The heavenly deities looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They slapped their foreheads. They finally understood why that heavenly deity looked like he was about to die. He was simply courting death. What could they do? Ihong waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just set up our combined barrier and block as many stars as we can. Like I said before, everyone has their own responsibilities. Let's just block the stars for as long as we can. The heavenly gods nodded. Ihong picked up the crystal ball and looked at the battle that had broken out. He could not help but gulp and grimaced. But I can still take the time to tell the world about this. Your Eminence won't eat me, right? Thinking of Her Eminence's strange personality, the heavenly gods shuddered and stepped back. They said in unison, "No, no, no, don't drag us in. You do it yourself. You do it yourself." Ihong smiled bitterly. "You guys have no sense of brotherhood. Fine, fine, fine. I will do it myself. If I can't beat them, I will be beaten up. Anyway, I just can't stand watching those people do nothing and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. That heavenly God sacrificed his life to protect this world. How should I put it? I feel like I saw myself in the past. The heavenly gods looked at him and could not help but sigh. In the past, when they were weak, they seemed to have imagined being a great person who could protect the world, or at least protect their own world. When they grew up, they might have forgotten all about it. If Her Eminence did not beat them awake, they might still be in a daze and indifferent state. They would only run away with their tails between their legs when the disaster came. Once, with the help of the heavenly gods, the image of Yun Nuoshing fighting against the tens of millions of troops in the demon world spread across the entire realm of the gods. Taiyuan Domain, Jiyuan Domain, Ganyuan Domain, and Kuan-Yuan Domain. Every inch and every secret space in every place was reflecting the scene. It reflected the lone figure who blocked the wall of rules with her sword. Little star, it has started over there. In the Nine Deities Palace, Empress Jean saw this scene and subconsciously raised her head to look at the sun. At this moment, she really wanted to grab a sun and go over to help. Unfortunately, she could not do such a thing. Everyone had their own responsibilities. They also had many things to do. Extraditing the lives of two large domains was not just for show. Don't be sad. Palace Master Guang also looked at the sky and shook his head. We have to split up and go to the Divine Prefecture. Ganyuan Domain and Kuan-Yuan Domain have to think about what to do next. We also have to set up defenses. Under such circumstances, if there is any explosion in the rear, it will have a devastating impact on everyone's mentality. Therefore, we must not allow any stars to fall on these three large domains. Palace Master Jean smiled bitterly. It's so difficult. However, it told us the landing points of all the stars that will fall on the three large domains. Fortunately, they are the vanguard forces and will be weakened by the final barrier. There are a total of 66 stars. We can deal with them by splitting up the power. Empress Jean said in a low voice, the most difficult one is the one that goes straight to Little Divine Prefecture. It will arrive in the middle of the Reign of Stars. At that time, the final barrier can no longer withstand too much energy. To completely destroy that star, we can only explode with a blow that is comparable to a holy level deity or even a divine level deity. She thought for a moment and said, I will go. I will take a son with me. The sun that little star and the others create will not be weaker than those crazy stars that eat the wrong things. Well, that's good too. Palace Master Jean nodded. His gaze turned to the image in the sky again. Everyone in the 9 shrine space was watching this scene. Everyone was speechless for a long time. The 2 deities of the Xian family came back to their senses. Little brother is working hard. We have to work hard too. Leave the 3 stars at the edge of the North Ice Realm and the Kuan-Yuan region to us. Don't force yourselves. He's not easy to deal with. We still need to confirm whether or not the void mist has spread. Bring some men with you. Although the protector forces are very busy right now, it shouldn't be a problem to spare some men. The joint attack formation can also increase your strength, Hall Master Guang said. The 2 deities of the Xian family grinned and nodded. Well said. We are not looking for death. Of course, we have to take some people with us. Palace Master Jean looked at Palace Master Shui and nodded. This time, you stay and look after the house. We will make a trip. If anything happens, we will leave it to you. Palace Master Shui rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand. All right, don't say such ominous things. Nothing bad will happen. Didn't that person say that almost everything happens in Sourcepeak domain? After all, everyone rolled their eyes and said in unison, the headquarters of the Nail House. Not a single one of them will run away. Damn it. Everyone smiled bitterly. They looked at each other and cheered each other on. May the deities protect the deities' world. Believe in Little Star. What's the use of all the deities? It is Little Star who is busy, Golden Queen complained. Everyone almost choked to death. At the same time, in other places, the people who saw the image had a myriad of emotions. Some were scared, some were shocked, and some were confused. Those who were scared because of the appearance of the demon world and the power of that inhuman thing. Those who were shocked by the scene of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. Their bodies were numb and they could not speak for a long time. Those who were confused were thinking. The malicious intent from the previous torrent of information overlapped with this scene. They were helpless and did not know how to judge this matter. Silly girl, you found your brother. Cheer up. Somewhere in the Divine Prefecture. Ziyi raised her head and looked up at the sky. She watched as that idiot fought an army of tens of millions all by himself. Her heart was filled with emotions. She looked at Ming Ming and said, "Cheer up. At least he's fine." Ming raised her head. Her eyes were a little listless. Only when she saw the figure in the image did she regain some of her beauty. She looked at the scene and opened her mouth, but she could not say anything. Yin shook her wings. These days, this little angel looked so haggard, as if she had lost her soul. It was like when they were far away from Yun Nua planet. All of a sudden, she lost all her energy. Her pure, white wings drooped weakly behind her back. Seeing her like this made Ziyan's heart ache. Do you want to go there and take a look? The demon world's descent point is in the northern wilderness, right? Chu Yingzhan said. This sentence was agreed by the girls. Ziyi smiled bitterly. If they could go back to the 9 shrine directly, there would not be so many problems. As for why they did not go back, she did not know. That day, they had opened the passage, but they were thrown out by an unknown space force halfway through. The power that could affect the space passage used by Yun Nuwashing to return to the 9 shrine was definitely not something to be trifled with. However, when they came out of the space, they were not attacked. Shi Jiao and Ziyi had explored the space within 100 billion miles. There were no powerful targets worth mentioning. They could even faintly sense the gods hiding in the void. Therefore, they ruled out the possibility of being found out. Then, they landed in this barren land. Now, they were trying their best to fly back to the Nine Shrine. Sai, so troublesome. Ziyi, as the head nanny, felt very tired. In the northern wilderness, the demon world's descent point, in the sealed domain of the guardian barrier, the Yun Nuo star was walking on the scorched earth. This place was completely destroyed by the powerful energy of the god of heaven. The rules, space, and time were all broken into pieces. The powerful demon race army finally knew what fear was after 80 to 90% of their leaders were destroyed in one blow. The remaining troops could only throw away their helmets and armors and flee in disorder, leaving behind corpses, weapons, and armors all over the ground. Hoarse screams and cries came from the energy clouds all over the place. It was as if they were walking in hell. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to sweep away the energy cloud and the entangled dust. His vision suddenly became much clearer. The ground was empty. In fact, there were no corpses. When the demon race army was swept by the divine energy, they had already evaporated into thin air. The corpses that were left behind were those that were affected by the impact of the explosion. They did not die immediately. The impact of the rules had destroyed their control over their bodies. The rules had collapsed, and they could only lie on the ground and wait for death. He looked at the demon race army that was fleeing in panic. He ignored them and walked straight to the body in front of him. It was the purple-haired young man, the leader of the demon race army. He was not dead yet, but the wounds all over his body were hideous. His aura was gradually weakening. It was not impossible for a god to recover from such injuries. As long as he did not die immediately, he would be able to live. Even if his heart was pierced and his brain was burned, it would not be a problem. Unfortunately, his body was surrounded by a thick aura of chaos. He did not have the strength to deal with this. He would definitely die. Yun Nuoshing walked in front of him. The purple-haired young man raised his head as if he had sensed something. He saw the face of the person who had destroyed his entire army. His pupils shrank slightly. He no longer felt fear. He was going to die anyway. Yun Nuoshing squatted down and looked at him. You have some guts. Without a heavenly demon god leading the army, you dare to break into the realm of the gods. Are you a newbie who sacrificed you to send the signal for war? Heh. The purple-haired young man forced a cold laugh. His voice trembled. Don't be so proud. The realm of the gods has someone like you. It really surprised us. But the demon race's army is still behind us. I'm just a scout. Is that so? The king of scouts, known for his mobility. Let me guess. You are from the wind demon race. Yun Nuoshing did not expect him to say anything. He just casually said something. When he saw the purple-haired young man's eyes tremble, he got the information he wanted. However, it did not matter whether he wanted this information or not. Sometimes, it did not matter whether he knew more or less. In the end, it was just a matter of war. Which race is the wind demon race? A voice came from behind. Kai Xia could not bear the boredom and finally came over. When she heard Yun Nuoshing's words, she hurriedly asked, They are one of the top 50 great races in the demon world. They are known for their speed. A god-ranked demon god has speed comparable to a heavenly god, Yun Nuoshing said. Kai Xia let out a small cry of surprise. She also squatted beside Yun Nuoshing. She picked up a broken weapon from the ground and poked the purple-haired young man on the ground. Uncle, you are not reasonable. You are the ones who said that you want to coexist peacefully. You are also the ones who started the war. Peace? He. The words of a coward. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and interrupted his words. Girl, you are really naive. These words are obviously false. Before Kai Xia could say, Oh, his tone changed. Of course, this time it's not fake, but a lot of things have happened in the demon world in the past few years, which led to a big fight as soon as they came out this time. If I'm not wrong, the peacemaking faction has been destroyed by them. Some of the big clans ranked in the top 100 or top 50 were crushed by even more powerful pressure. I did not expect the demon world to be so chaotic. Kaisia lowered her head and muttered. Woo! The heavy sound of the horn spread throughout the sky, causing the air to tremble slightly. A strange feeling came from the red world, making the purple-haired young man's eyes, which were about to disappear, brighten up again. Of course, he knew what this horn meant. Girl, we have to work. Let's not chat. Yun Nuashing said indifferently. He stretched out his hand and pushed Kaisia's transparent barrier, pushing her far away. Kaisia let out a soft cry and nodded. She hurriedly flew away. She did not want to be affected by the battle of these abnormal people. All right, then, this time, how many people will come from the 36 great races? I have not tasted the flesh of the demon race. Since I have already broken the restriction, I might as well. That faint voice made the purple-haired young man's body turn cold. His blood seemed to have frozen. He suddenly felt that something big might happen in the demon world this time. Chapter 1159. Woo, the heavy bugle horn with ancient and vicissitudes of life reverberated between heaven and earth. The atmosphere resonated with it, causing the once destroyed earth to tremble. Not far away, the stone walls of the abyss collapsed due to the sound of the bugle horn. Some strange phenomena appeared in the red heaven and earth, and some cracks appeared in the space. Weak people might not even be able to withstand the sound of the bugle horn and would be shaken to death. Yun Nuashing carried the purple-haired youth with one hand and flew back for a distance. Suddenly, a strange giant bird that was thousands of feet long rushed out from the red heaven and earth. Its wings were only skin and bones, and its huge black and purple eyes were emitting a vast life force. A surging aura was emitted from the back of the strange giant bird. There were several people standing on the back of the strange giant bird, and they had strange beast-like characteristics. Some had horns on their heads, some had wings, and some had scales on their bodies. If those strange characteristics were not black, they would really look like people of the demon race. That giant bird flew out and circled around, and let out a strange and shrill cry that covered the sound of the bugle horn. Soon after, a sound that was even more exaggerated than the sound of tens of millions of troops spread across the earth. Some strange changes occurred on the other side of the red heaven and earth. Hundreds and thousands of huge beasts suddenly appeared, as if they were suddenly teleported out. Then rows of neatly arranged devil troops appeared, and there were also countless strange beasts with huge bodies in the troops. Their ferocious auras and devil chi were mixed together, and it was extremely shocking. Moreover, this time there were also countless huge flying strange birds, which filled the sky and earth. They were so densely packed that it looked like a sea of people. It looks quite spectacular. In the distance, the red heaven and earth were still rumbling and spitting out troops and groups of beasts. There were a lot of birds and beasts, and this time the armors of the devil troops were glowing with bright colors. There were things similar to runes or charms flowing on the armors and weapons. If the purple-haired youth was leading a scout troop, and they were lightly armed to increase their mobility, then this troop was a complete elite troop. Countless strong people were carrying deadly weapons, and he was sure that this time, in addition to the natural gathering power of the devil troops, there would also be special formations of the devil troops, such as joint attack formations. The rumbling army walked to the front of the huge natural moat and stopped. The weapons and armors in their hands clanged loudly, and the aura of countless devil troops combined and condensed into a monstrous, murderous aura. There were also high-level gods in the army, and the strong demon emperor was only the leader. Obviously, the troops this time were really several levels higher. Boom! Under the red sky, two colossal giants suddenly appeared. Their bodies were filled with a monstrous black aura, dyeing the sky dark. Their huge crimson eyes seemed to indicate that these two giants had no sense of reason, but they possessed extremely violent power. Kai Xia, who was standing far away and watching, couldn't help but feel her heart beating wildly. That terrifying aura made her feel frightened even from a distance, and she couldn't help but clench her hands. Mei Mao looked at the lonely guy with some worry. She still had too little understanding of his real power. She couldn't help but cross her hands and pray, "Little fool, you will be fine. Don't die. Even if I know you are already, but don't die." A few figures stood on the shoulders of the two giants, and a pair of strange colored demonic eyes casually looked disdainfully, which made the heaven and earth tremble. Oh, 6 troops, 6 king figures, 36 demon gods. Interesting, interesting. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. An army of 100 million, there should be 100 million of them. There were too many of them, and they were so densely packed together that he couldn't tell how many there were. 100 million was his guess based on the average number of the 6 troops. The demon gods, standing on the shoulders of the giants, saw Yun Nuoxing in the distance and saw the purple-haired youth in his hand. Their faces sank slightly. The demon army that fled back had gone crazy, and their crazy words made them frown. As the vanguard, the team led by the top expert of the Wind Demon clan had actually been defeated and fled in an instant. The whole process didn't take more than half an hour. They all thought that the demon army had encountered an extremely crazy power in the realm of the gods, which was why they sent out 6 troops at once. However, after crossing the wall of reality and rules, they discovered that there was actually only one person in this world, one elementary god. Why did they feel that this scene was a little funny? "Human, put down the demon gods of my clan and bind your hands. Seeing that you have such courage, I can still let you die a quick death." The demon god who spoke thought that Yun Nuoxing was the one who brought up the rear. Perhaps the army of the realm of the gods had already retreated. "Oh," Yun Nuoxing replied with a raised voice. He tilted his head slightly and smiled strangely. He also replied in the common language of the ancient gods and the 10,000 races, "What do you think?" The demon god was silent for a few seconds. He slowly retracted his foot and waved his hand. His cold voice spread throughout the entire army. "Everyone, gather and attack." The purple-haired youth felt cold all over. He had never felt such fear before. Cold sweat seeped into his eyes, and the soreness in his eyes couldn't wake him up at all. He was almost swallowed up. The aura of the person beside him was abnormally terrifying and tyrannical. He had seen the heavenly demon god before, but he didn't feel such an aura that could tear the sky apart. "Go! Leave this place quickly. Go back to the demon world. Go back! Go back! Ask the ancient demon gods to come out." The hoarse roar suddenly stopped halfway. The energy in Yun Nuoxing's hand suddenly expanded and swallowed him in one gulp. He dissolved the energy into the purest form of energy and was swallowed into his body. The horrified voice stunned the demon race army that filled the sky. The demon god, who had ordered the entire army to attack, also frowned. He turned his head to look at the man beside him. "Wu Qi, what do you think?" The man with fiery red hair stared at Yun Nuoxing with his purple vertical pupils. He wanted to see something. Yun Nuoxing licked his lips and revealed an extremely innocent yet strangely charming smile. "The aura of a demon god is still okay, new energy, new taste. Eating you should be able to break through the seal again, right?" Wu Qi frowned and raised his right hand. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Shuishan, Go back and ask the people of the top 10 races to prepare for an all-out attack. When we send the signal, then, no, let them wait for a while before making a decision. I feel uneasy. There's something wrong with that guy. Something wrong? Shuashan frowned and looked at Yun Nuoshing. He then looked at Wu Qi beside him. After thinking for a moment, he chose to obey the order. He nodded and disappeared from the giant's shoulder. Everyone, fire at full power. After Shuashan left, Wu Qi took a step forward. His fiery red hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He waved his hand and shouted, "We are determined to obtain the God realm. No matter who you are, you will die if you stand in our way." Cyan demons, blazing demons, act according to plan. Everyone else, attack with all you've got. Gather the forces of the army, the force of 10,000 caddies. Kill. Several shouts rang out from the shoulders of the two giants at the same time. Below them, over 100 million soldiers of the 6 tribes got into formation at lightning speed. Monstrous demonic chi soared into the sky, condensing into a demonic cloud. The energy became abnormally violent in an instant. Waves of terrifying energy surged out from within and soared into the sky. The mighty momentum caused the sky and earth to tremble. Force of 10,000 caddies, eternal demon's sacred beast. A demon wrapped in golden patterns roared. He formed a seal with his hand, and the vast black cloud suddenly broke open. A strange beast that was tens of thousands of miles long appeared in the sky above the army. It had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Its eyes were as frightening as 2 green moons. In the army, all the high-level gods rose into the sky. An even more powerful aura surged and formed a magic array, causing the sky and earth to change color. Yun Nuoshing looked at this scene, and the smile on her face became more twisted and strange. She looked like a demon with a hideous grin. It was extremely frightening. "Everyone attack with me." The uneasy feeling in his heart became more and more exaggerated. Wu Qi even felt that death was constantly approaching him. His tense nerves caused his breathing to become heavier and heavier. When that life-reaping aura approached a certain extent, he suddenly shouted and transformed into a light shadow that shot out explosively. "Destruction demons, follow me." 10,000 zhang asterisk 3, 33 m per zhang. Huge giants faced the sky and roared. They took huge steps and crossed the entire devil army. The eternal devil sacred beast in the sky also sent down a huge hand that could suppress a piece of heaven and earth. Then, dozens of devil gods attacked with all their strength. Force of 10,000 caddies. Kill. The battle aura of the entire demon army erupted at this moment. All the attacks erupted at that moment. The destructive energy impact and energy ripples tore the space into several parts. Even a heavenly demon god would have to retreat from the battle aura of 100 million demon experts and dozens of holy demon experts and god-level demon gods attacking with all their strength. Wouldn't that kind of energy make even a heavenly demon god retreat? Wu Qi sincerely hoped so at this moment. When he saw the boundless energy and countless attacks reaching Yun Nuoshing in an instant, he couldn't help but smile faintly. The outcome was already decided. This attack would definitely hit. At this distance, the rules had already locked on. Even a heavenly demon god could only face it head-on. Yun Nuoshing's strange gaze froze at this moment. He slowly raised his right hand, and there was a black energy light spot in his palm. The pure black light was like a mysterious light that could devour the world. Even the void could not escape from it. 6 black wings popped out from his back, and the energy light spot in his hand was instantly crushed by him. A wave of chaotic energy that was so violent that it could not be any stronger turned into a shock wave that swept out in all directions. Bang! Countless soldiers could only see a condensed black shockwave exploding in an instant. It disappeared at the end of the world and disappeared from their line of sight. When that berserk energy swept out, everyone felt as if their hearts had died. Before anyone could react, the berserk shock wave arrived unexpectedly. Rumble! An explosion that was enough to shatter one's soul streaked past their ears. A demon emperor expert in charge of a small team felt an irresistible energy impact coming from the front and sent him flying. His internal organs were shattered, and even his soul couldn't struggle. The crowd was like a leaf in a strong wind. Accompanied by mournful howls, they were swept away by the shock wave and rushed to the end of the world. The demon army standing at the back only saw a black halo sweep past them. Then, as if doomsday had arrived, everyone was sent flying. They were sent flying over their heads and their sides. Then, as a berserk shock wave came, they were also sent flying. The terrifying energy storm only lasted for a moment. All the attacks from the demon race were like layers upon layers of waves, but when they met an even bigger wave, they all disappeared without a trace. Wu Qi only felt his vision go dark, and the feeling of the world spinning spread from his brain to his whole body. Then he felt a sharp pain from his back hitting something, and he only felt that his whole body was about to shatter. Bang! Rumble! An even more oppressive sound reverberated in his ears. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw that in the chaotic void, the two destructive demons were slapped into the ground one after another. The huge eternal demon's sacred beast in the sky had turned into smoke. Almost half of the 6 troops were left. Cough! The uneasiness in his heart was confirmed. He struggled to sit up and muttered to himself, "Half of the divine soul is destroyed. Body is destroyed. Cough! Empyrean God. Empyrean God. He was the Empyrean God of the divine world. This was the only explanation. Damn it! The divine world is facing the greatest weakening of the laws. Why can the Empyrean God attack? The sound of footsteps entered his ears, causing his whole body to tremble violently. He saw that person appear in front of him. The 6 wings on his back were spread out. His back was glowing, and his red and black eyes were emitting an extremely ominous aura. He was malevolent as a demon god. Yun Nuoshing walked in front of a demon god. His palm easily passed through the demon god's chest and lifted him up as if he was raising his hand. The primal chaos element and the origin of Yun Nuoshing's divine body surged forward. In the blink of an eye, the demon god was wrapped into a blurry human figure. A moment later, it melted into an unrecognizable puddle and merged into Yun Nuoshing's body. F***CK. Monster. This bastard is a monster. Since when did the divine world have such a monster? A demon god fiercely spat out the blood in his mouth. He stared at Yun Nuoshing and said to Wu Qi, "Cough. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This war is over. Notify the ancient demon god clan. Tell them to send out their experts." Ah, a blood-curdling scream reverberated in their ears, causing Wu Qi and Wu Qi's bodies to turn ice cold. That crazy being walked through the messy battlefield as if he was taking a stroll. With a casual wave of his hand, the demon army that charged forward fearlessly turned into ashes. He picked up a demon god on the verge of death, like he was picking up a chicken. With a tremor of his energy, he devoured the demon god, leaving nothing behind. "Bastard, I'll kill you." That demon god's eyes turned blood red. He roared angrily and tore off his robe, revealing a hideous scar. Eternal Demon Clan, sacrifice the soul blood. Countless members of the Eternal Demon Clan roared angrily and stripped off their armor, revealing a giant beast engraved on their backs. Its shape was exactly the same as the eternal demon sacred beast that had appeared just now. The lifelike sacred beast's eyes glowed with a green light. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a drop of thick black blood. The black blood contained an unimaginable amount of soul energy. Sacrifice the soul blood. Gather the heavenly might. Countless drops of black blood the size of fingernails condensed into a mass in the sky, rapidly condensing into a huge blood ball. Countless streams of energy flowed through it, emitting a low thunder-like sound. The bloody aura that soared into the sky distorted the void and distorted the laws. Sacred beast descends. The patriarch of the eternal demon race's hands formed a series of hand seals at lightning speed. With a ferocious look on his face, he suddenly bellowed. The tens of millions of demon race soldiers below also roared. They condensed their strongest fighting power and merged it with the black blood. Suddenly, a huge energy vortex appeared around the black blood. Endless energy poured into the vortex, and an extremely ancient aura slowly spread out from the sea of blood. The sea of blood also began to churn and change rapidly. Not long after, the huge energy vortex disappeared, and a huge demonic beast with a dragon head and a horse's body slowly appeared. Its 4 flaming legs seemed capable of shattering the void. Wu Qi looked at them in a daze. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He gritted his teeth and was about to offer himself when he suddenly felt his body being picked up. The great elder of the eternal demon clan carried him on his shoulder as if he was carrying a load. You put me down. I'm sorry, Lord Wu. The patriarch has ordered that you can't be put down before we move you back to the demon world. The great elder of the eternal demon clan clenched his teeth. He was also injured all over, but it wasn't to the extent of being fatal. Listen up, you little bastards of the eternal demon clan. Blood, sacrifice the sacred beast. Let the light that can split heaven and earth shine on your souls. Kill. Wu Qi looked at the huge eternal demon sacred beast and issued a mournful roar. The bloody aura that soared into the sky filled the world. The strange giant beast suddenly turned into a black dragon and fell from the sky, rumbling as it fell towards Yun Nuashing. A red and black bloody aura soared into the sky, illuminating the sky. Yun Nuashing slowly raised his head. His ice-cold face still maintained a cold smile. He slowly raised his hand and caught the annihilating light that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. The huge power passed through his body to the ground, causing the whole earth to rumble and collapse. God. Wu Qi looked at the corpses all over the ground. He looked at his clansmen who had fallen in a foreign land. He only felt that he couldn't release the resentment in his heart. He stared at this scene, stared at the man wrapped in red light, and stared at everything that had happened. He wanted to remember everything that had happened. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Chaos Starfall. Disappear, Ant. Become a part of my energy. Ha! A bone-chilling voice rang out from the depths of hell. After the voice fell, the dark starlight came from beyond the sky with the power to split the world. It was like a rain of thousands of stars sweeping through the world. The violent impact of the energy shook the souls of everyone present to the point of shattering. Rumble! The tyrannical starlight flashed and fell to the ground. Thousands of black energy light pillars scattered and swallowed everyone. That blood-colored light pillar seemed lonely and weak in this black light curtain. It collapsed bit by bit after a few energy storms swept past. The Eternal Demon Clan's great elder felt that the energy behind his neck was almost touching the back of his neck. It was like the energy from the abyss. He only felt that his heart was dead. He roared with all his strength and threw Wu Qi into that red world. Lord Wuqi, please help us remember us. The demon clan has lost this battle, a crushing defeat. Those who are quietly observing the situation can no longer be bystanders. The demon world is already, the next thing will be, Wuqi couldn't finish listening. All the sounds in the battlefield disappeared. He rolled on the ground for dozens of times in a sorry state. The skin of his mouth seemed to have broken. The taste of blood flowed into his mouth and into his heart. It made his heart turn cold. He raised his head and looked at the blood-colored mountains and rivers. It was the scene of his hometown. It was the last scene before the battle. Behind him was the blue sky. It was the color that everyone in the demon world yearned for. They yearned for this world, and they didn't hesitate to pay any price for it. He saw the familiar scene. He knew that the 6 tribes were finished. He was the only one who escaped. The people who had fought together with him were already dead. Now was not the time to grieve. He had to take advantage of the time before that crazy demon crossed the wall to tell the others. He had to tell them that things had changed. He had to tell them that there was an enemy in this world. Wuqi let out a roar of despair. It shook this blood-colored wasteland until it couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 1160. This world had just been baptized by the energy storm, and the energy that had yet to disperse was flowing through every inch of space. Even the slightest collision and compression of energy could make this place reverberate. Under the red and blue sky, the scorched earth was reflected. The hideous scars that covered the entire land told others about the tragic battle that had happened here. In the distance, the gentle, aurora-like barrier was swaying beautifully. Yun Nuoshing stopped on the scorched earth and watched the countless demon army flee in defeat. He did not kill them all, as they were just ordinary cannon fodder, and would not affect him much. That action would not consume too much of his energy, and he did not do it because he was not interested. As for those demon god-level demons, he seemed to have accidentally let one escape, but it was not a big deal. The chaos element was already lurking in his soul, constantly corroding and devouring his soul. Sooner or later, it would collapse. Some of the demons who were fleeing in the distance even dared to turn around and take a look at the demon who was facing the blood-red light of the setting sun. His red and black eyes were imprinted with extreme madness and brutality, which made them, as demons, shudder. No matter how unwilling they were, it was useless. They were already thankful that the demon king didn't chase after them. If they had waited any longer, they might not have been able to escape. Crack! Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to throw away the crushed earth in front of him and reached out to pull out a person from the pile of earth. It was a demon god that had already fainted. He could not maintain consciousness under the corrosion of the element of chaos, but he did not die immediately. The other demon gods either died immediately or were captured and devoured by him. Some of them knew that they would not be able to survive after seeing his actions, so they tried their best to self-destruct. Even if their actions were delayed by 0.1 seconds, he could forcefully stop them. Unfortunately, they were risking their lives to seek death, so how could he stop them? Buzz, the element of chaos and the origin of the divine body of Yun Nuoshing swarmed forward and enveloped the fainted demon god. The huge amount of energy disintegrated him into the purest energy in a few seconds and was recovered into the body. The vast energy wandered freely in the body, but there was a strange energy that restricted it, causing it to be reduced by 1/10 in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, this body did not absorb much of it at all. It was just a sacrifice to break through the shackles, so Yun Nuoshing did not feel any heartache. I need some more. He sighed and turned his gaze to the messy battlefield. After searching for a while, his gaze fixed on the 2 colossal giants. He lifted his foot and walked over. Now was not the time to be picky. There was no other way. He would just have to make do with it. Woo! Roar! The two gigantic demonic dwellers could feel the terrifying danger. Their huge bodies struggled to move, but they couldn't move at all. Their huge bodies were almost destroyed, and they were also restrained by the elements of chaos. They couldn't move at all. Yun Nuoshing walked up to the two giants and looked at them, trembling as if they wanted to move. She sighed and patted their bodies that were larger than a mountain range. She had a strange expression on her face as she said, "These are hybrid creations. They've fused thousands of strange things together. Just these two fellows alone can flatten a large area." Interesting. The demon race actually prepared these things. Since they have these, they should have something even more powerful, right? The energy contained is enough for me to break through the shackles, become a part of my body. Yun Nuoshing patted the giants with her palm. The violent elements of chaos swept out like an ocean and covered the two giants in an instant. Following a squirming, the huge sea of chaos trembled. In a few breaths' time, the two colossal bodies completely disintegrated and melted. Then they returned to her body. Why do you eat all kinds of strange things? Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? A teasing voice came from behind, causing Yun Nuoshing to open his eyes. A bright light flashed through his eyes, and his aura surged. The person behind him stopped appropriately after sensing this movement. She stood not far behind him and said with a surprised voice, "You've advanced again? Divine Underworld Realm. TSK. Someone who has an entire world of light as a backup energy storage is simply cheating. It's considered slow. Don't you know how many random things I've eaten these days?" Yun Nuoshing said with a strange expression. "It's nothing. It's just a dozen or so gods. On average, it takes 2 gods to break the seal." "How extravagant!" Kaixia grinned. "They have cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, several eras, and you just ate them like snacks. The energy conversion is not proportional. That energy is useless. It's just after the origin." Origin? Kaixia realized that she had misunderstood something. You didn't devour their energy when you absorbed the gods, but their origin, God's origin, and the gods' souls, well, their energy is useless, but I still collected it. Let's talk about it later. "Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache?" Yun Nuoshing smiled and shook his head. "I'm not worried about such things. The energy of the elements of chaos is enough to wash away the energy that doesn't belong to me. There won't be any imprint or aura left. It will only become the purest energy, a mass of pure energy that contains a blank God's soul and the God's origin, but it's contaminated with the aura of the elements of chaos." Kaixia shrugged helplessly. Anyway, what happened to him was not normal enough. It was useless to investigate further. She tilted her head and looked at the sun hanging high in the distant horizon. The setting sun was as red as blood, dyeing the world red. The aurora barrier did not filter out the color of the sunlight, which made the abandoned battlefield look abnormally horrifying. There were traces of destruction by powerful energy everywhere, and the severely damaged land could no longer be seen. The 7 demonic armies left behind a large number of corpses, abandoned weapons, and abandoned armors, which looked particularly bleak under the setting sun. The devil army that was still running away in the distance was still crying. Even if the enemy had given up attacking, they had lost control because their leaders were all killed. There was no order and no organization. They were just running away randomly. Their hearts were on the verge of collapse. Kaixia looked at them, running slowly, and wanted to kick them back. Yun Nuoshing looked at the blood-red sky and narrowed his eyes. That was the demon world. He looked over there and seemed to see something. It seemed that something was looking at him from there. There was a faint deterrent force. It was faint to him, but it was there from the beginning. It seemed that someone had been peeping here. He knew what it was, but he didn't know who it was. Kai Xia walked to him and looked at his narrowed eyes. She also looked at the blood-red sky with some curiosity. Do you want to go to the demon world? I want to see it, but not now. Yun Nuoshing nodded and turned to walk back. Let's go. Someone is looking here. Kai Xia was stunned and suddenly felt a chill. Don't make it sound so scary. Who is it? I don't know. Maybe it's the heavenly demon god. They can't see through here. The wall of reality and the wall of laws are still quite thick. If they don't come here personally, they won't be able to see the situation here. Unlike me, who can use the observer's eye to see through the wall of laws and can barely see the situation over there. TSK, you are cheating. You are really cheating. Isn't the difference too big when you are all Empyrean gods? Kai Xia grinned and followed. The difference between Empyrean gods is just a small step, not to mention that I am an observer. I should have some privileges, right? Yun Nuoshing smiled silently. Do you want to step back and rest now? No, it's time to go. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and looked at the sky. The demon army has lost almost 7 of their troops. They won't be able to organize another attack in a short period of time. But the next time they come out, the one leading them will probably be the heavenly demon god. If I'm not wrong, they might come again tomorrow or tonight. Kai Xia exclaimed. Tonight or tomorrow is not when the rain of stars comes. Yun Nuoshing nodded. I am considering whether to directly smash a sun on their heads. Kai Xia, you are so bad. I don't need to control it. It seems that some of them will fall here. I just counted, there are about 4 or 5 stars. If we are lucky, those stars may even hit the demon world and explode. It's quite fun. Kai Xia took a deep breath. Yun Nuoshing walked for a distance. When he turned back, he found that Kai Xia was frozen in place and silent. He raised his arm and waved. Why are you in a daze, girl? Let's go and find a place to rest. This battle is tiring. Tiring? Kai Xia came back to her senses and trotted to him. She tilted her head and looked at him. You can get tired too? I can get tired too. This time, I am really a little tired. Yun Nuoshing nodded helplessly. Kai Xia frowned and looked at him from head to toe. She felt that something was not right. He did not show the kind of fatigue that came from using too much energy. It was more like he had used up some of his spiritual power. Where did your spiritual power go? Yun Nuoshing was a little dazed. He suddenly came back to his senses and looked at her strangely. Are you girls really so sensitive? You can even feel when I use my spiritual power? It's nothing. I have been gathering my spiritual power. He thought for a while and said, Well, you will know when the time comes. Kai Xia glanced at him. Although she did not know what he was doing, she knew that it was not something good. Just as she was about to leave with him, Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped and frowned. Well, I can't rest yet. There is still something I need to do. What is it? I don't know. The barrier's consciousness suddenly called me. I need to go back to the 9 gods' temple. In the northern wasteland of the godly land, Ziyi and the others had spent a great deal of effort to cross the mountains and pass through the mountains. Even Yi Shi was exhausted when they finally returned to the northern wasteland. When they sensed the aura of the northern wasteland again, Qin Yan suddenly asked, Why don't we open the portal again? Zai, Xian, and the others were speechless. Xian thought about this question seriously and then shrugged. How would I know why I didn't think of this question? Zai slapped his forehead. This girl's usual cleverness was gone. It seemed that she only became unusually smart when it was related to Yun Nuashing. Yuanshi shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let's not think about this first. Let's hurry up and find little Purple Soul. That girl has slipped out for half an hour. Little Qing shrank her head. Mei Mao looked at Feng apologetically. Feng knew what she was thinking and waved her hand. Little Purple Soul is very powerful. She comes and goes like a shadow. Even Xingxing could not catch her. It's normal that you can't see her. Now, I'm just curious about what this little girl is doing. Nightmare hiccuped. Last time she slipped out and brought back a high-level god. This time, at the mention of this, everyone could not help but fall silent. They were used to the little girl disappearing from time to time and bringing back something. God knew what this little girl was thinking. God knew what she was thinking. Sister Zian, I'm back. I caught something. The little girl's childish voice was urging them again. She seemed to have brought back something. The sudden voice interrupted everyone's wild thoughts. They hurriedly raised their heads and saw the little girl looking up at them with a smile. She was even holding a golden ball of light in her hands. The ball of light was swaying restlessly in her hands as if it wanted to break free. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the seemingly weak little hand. Everyone was silent for a while before sighing in unison. Sure enough, he ran out and picked up some strange things. Suddenly, Sheila's silver-white eyes lit up. That's it. Zai, who had just knocked on the little girl's head, was stunned. What's that? Sheila pointed at the head-sized golden light ball in little Purple Soul's arms. We fell out of the space because of it. The mysterious space fluctuation is very similar to the energy inside it. Yishi frowned. She walked up to the light ball and rolled it up with her wide sleeve. She looked around and asked, "What is this?" Little Purple Soul shook her head. "I don't know. I just saw it running after us. Sister Yi, she couldn't get rid of it even when she used the teleportation circle. And then you went to catch it." Yuanshi was speechless. At the same time, he was also curious. What was this strange light ball trying to do by following them all the way? Ziyan took the ball of light from Yishi. Just as she was about to examine it, the ball of light suddenly quieted down. Taking advantage of Ziyan's unguarded state, it suddenly flashed and slammed into the pendant on her chest as fast as lightning. This sudden change caused everyone to be greatly alarmed. This change was far too sudden, and it was so fast that Ziyi and the others were unable to react in time. When their gazes flickered, the ball of golden light had already shot into the pendant. Only now did they notice it, and their expressions changed slightly. Zian quickly took out the pendant from her collar. It went inside, and it's inside. What's wrong? Zai quickly asked. Zian closed her eyes and directed her soul energy to wander around the pendant, following the trail of the light ball. In that vast sea of junk, well, she knew that it was not the right word to call it junk, but Little Star just threw things into it casually. The things that had been tidied up had obviously been there for a long time. The newer things were messy. After chasing after that light for a while, Ziyan's soul power stopped spreading. And she finally found something that made her feel somewhat astonished. She opened her eyes and waved her hand. She took the thing out of the pendant. Everyone hurried to take a look. They were all stunned. An egg. Why is there an egg in Little Star's pendant? Zai was confused. It's that egg. Lon Xin, recognize this thing. Previously, when you were still in seclusion, Brother Nuo Xing, Little White, and I were walking on the land of the Ultimate Plane region. We picked up this egg, and it was baptized by the energy of the deity's death. Yes, it's that egg. Little White nodded and stretched out its hand to press on the round egg. Also, the life energy of this egg has become stronger. When I first saw it, it was probably because it had just gone through the baptism of the gods' fall and was very weak. It could not even gather any life energy. That idiot threw it into the spirit beast pool to nourish it. But how did it suddenly become so strong? Zian smiled bitterly. That ball of light went in. Little White was stunned. Her expression became strange. Went in. It can't be that the egg is actually that ball of light, right? Is there such a coincidence in this world? So I thought for a while. It's hard to say. Maybe it really is. As she spoke, she waved her hand. Aya, let's not worry about that for now. Zian, open the portal. If that ball of light is gone, no one will stop us. If there's anything, let's go back to the 9 shrine first. Oh, I feel that something is wrong. The whole sky is giving off a terrifying pressure. Zian nodded and took out the token without any hesitation. A 9-colored light flashed and took them away from where they were. Perhaps because they were too close to the 9 shrine, they only saw a light flash in front of them. The scene changed, and they were back in the 9 shrine. It was not like the small divine land where a portal was opened. This time, the speed was frighteningly fast. When they appeared in the sky above the 9 shrine, they saw an extremely huge space. It was much bigger than the space of the 9 shrine that they knew. This ancient and hidden space had expanded countless times. Other than the 9 floating islands of the 9 shrine and the floating islands of the Yuan and Qin families, there were 2 other huge floating islands. These islands were very close to each other and were almost connected. Wow, I have 2 more neighbors after going out for a while. Yuan, she placed her hand on her forehead and looked at the 2 new floating islands. She clicked her tongue and sighed. That's the Xian clan and Yu clan, right? They were also chased in by those heavenly deities. Chased in? That's too bad. A voice sounded behind them. Zian and the others turned around and saw Hall Master Shui with a smile. You're finally back. Where's little Star? Didn't he follow you? Violet Knight laughed bitterly. That fellow ran off to work on his own and abandoned us. Hearing this, Hall Master Shui's expression changed slightly. She pondered for a moment. It seems that a lot has happened on your side. The 9 shrine and the guardian forces have become very busy. She waved her hand. Look at how tired you are. Go and rest. We need to understand some things. Zian and the others nodded. They had rushed back from the small divine land thousands of miles away. This time, they were really tired. They also knew that some things had happened in the realm of the gods. They urgently needed to understand, but they were not in a hurry. Chapter 11:61. In the hall of the water god shrine, Violet Knight, Zian, and the others sat in a row, while Yuan Shi and Nightmare sat on the other side with serious faces. Little Purple Soul ran around the hall with Shi Yi and Shi Yun. The hall of the shrine was huge, and it was even bigger for the 3 little girls. The 3 of them ran around the hall with all their might, and Little Moon and Yu ran behind them, keeping an eye on them to make sure they didn't bump into anything. Although they were worried that the 3 little girls would bump into something and tear down the hall in anger. The shrine mistress took a sip of tea elegantly and listened to Zian and the others talk about what happened during this time. She smiled faintly. Little Star. Jining and Yao Hua were sent to the Red Star Academy by Little Star. Even we can't get in through the back door. Violet Knight almost spat out the tea in his mouth. So the 9 gods' shrine really liked the back door. No, that's not what I should be concerned about. I know what you're worried about. The shrine. Mistress looked at Ming, who was a little dazed and tired. She shook her head helplessly. Actually, it's good that little star left you all behind. I'm not talking about the future. There's no right or wrong that you all like to travel with little star. There's no such thing as the best or the worst. It's fine if you all like it, but we don't recommend that you all continue to follow little star. You all don't understand how destructive the elemental of chaos is. Even if you've faced it head on, even if you've seen it yourself, including you, Violet Knight, you don't understand. Of course, we only know a little more than you do, but Little Star knows it best. That's why he has to leave you all. It's best for both of you. The corner of Chu Yingzhan's eyes twitched. Are the elements of chaos that powerful Temple Master Shui shook her head and said softly, "It's not powerful. It's dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. It's beyond the category of element. It's true that it's a mutation of the dark element, but it's an out-and-out mutation. It's more like a serious mistake that was born in the world itself. It's a destructive rule that comes with the world itself. It can easily twist the space, time, and rules into something that nobody can recognize. A tiny bit of energy can destroy them and turn the space back into nothingness. It can even completely destroy a person from the root. Even the eternal cycle of reincarnation can't save him." The hall became quiet for a moment. They didn't expect it to be this dangerous, to the point where it could destroy a person, to the point where they could no longer enter reincarnation, their soul shattered into 8 realms. But won't Little Star be in danger? He can control the elements of chaos. Wouldn't that be... Xian was so nervous that her face turned pale. As the owner of the elements, he's the first one to be affected. The elements of chaos have already changed him. Temple Master Shui sighed. But there's nothing we can do. Little Star has made a choice. You and I can't do anything to change it. The best thing he can do is to keep you away from him, as far away from him as possible. You may not know this, but the effects of the elements of chaos start from the energy waves. It's not physical contact. If you stay in the energy field formed by the elements of chaos for too long, you'll be affected too. I'm not a human anymore. I've become like this. Ha! The world hates me and hates me. Everyone wants to stay away from me. Recalling what he said that day, everyone fell silent. Speaking of which, what did he think when they chased after him from so far away? Did he think it was troublesome? Or was he impatient, going against his wishes? He shouldn't have a good impression of them. I don't think so. Little Purple Soul ran to the sofa with a smile and snuggled into Xian's arms. Big Brother is so happy to see you go to him. Huh? Feng looked at the little girl in confusion. Are you sure? Yes. Big Brother is tired and in pain. He's been carrying everything on his shoulders. He thinks he's just very. Little Purple Soul was speechless. She didn't know what to say. The source of misfortune, the source of sin, Qin Yen suddenly said. Well, something like that. He had no choice but to stay away from everyone because he didn't want to affect everyone. When we showed up that day, I saw it very clearly. Big Brother was very happy at that moment, but he couldn't show it. His heart was very complicated. That's why he became like what you saw. Actually, Big Brother has long been used to the feeling of being with everyone. After talking so much, he had no choice but to separate from everyone. The little girl said with a smile. Everyone suddenly understood. So that guy was at Sundara, thinking about it carefully. TSK, forget it. That guy was not at Sundara at all. He was probably sick. When he was sick, he could easily make the Guardian formation tremble. And now he was terminally ill. Senior, can you find Little Star? There's a small situation here. We can't determine what to do. We want to find him as soon as possible. Xian said. She was still confused about the egg. She would feel uneasy if she didn't find Yin Nuashing. There is. But whether he wants to respond or not is not something I can control. Hallmaster Shui nodded. She stood up and walked out of the hall. Follow me. Little Star left something here. We should be able to find him with it. Zai, and the others quickly got up and followed her. Zai thought for a while. Is it the barrier consciousness? Yes. Little Star used it to inform us. At that time, the Guardian forces were gathered in the hall for a discussion. It appeared directly in the hall and scared the old man of the Xian family. He almost fainted. Everyone was speechless. How could a god be scared into fainting? The group came to the Golden Temple and walked to the central hall. Zai and the others noticed that there were a lot fewer people in the temple. In the past, the temple was always lively. Wherever they went, they could see talkative elders. If they had nothing to do, they could find an elder to talk to and pass the day. Chu Yingzhan even became friends with a few elders of the Temple of Wind. When she was in the 9 temples, she would look for those elders to play chess and talk about cultivation. Unknowingly, a day had passed. Anyway, everyone's impression of the 9 divine halls was that it was very lively, especially inside the divine halls. It was not as strict as it seemed from the outside. Everyone inside could talk and laugh. It was the first time they had seen it so quiet today. There are a lot fewer people in the temple, Yuan, she said casually. Temple Master Shui nodded. Everyone has been sent out. Night is coming, and the first wave of the Rain of Stars will come soon. The 9 temples and the Guardian forces are helping to extradite the people of the Taiyuan domain and the Zenith domain. They have to settle all the lives in the Divine Prefecture, the Ganyuan domain, and the Kuan-Yuan domain. They also have to set up a strong barrier. After all, there are stars falling on these 3 large regions. The number is relatively small. However, compared to the Taiyuan domain and the Zenith domain, which are about to be abandoned, the defensive power of these 3 regions is not small. Why do you all look like that? She felt that it was a little quiet. When she turned around, she saw Zai and the others in a daze. She immediately understood. She helplessly patted her forehead. Look at me. I was so busy listening to you that I didn't tell you what happened in the past few days. Yuanshi raised his hand with a trembling hand. What is the Rain of Stars? They were mentally prepared that the Taiyuan domain and the Zenith domain would be abandoned. The day of the big collision was inevitable, and these 2 large regions would almost certainly be destroyed. However, if they were to evacuate now, well, the 2 large regions were so large that it was understandable to evacuate now. Besides, there might not be enough time. However, it seemed that the reason he thought of was different from what Temple Master Shui had said. The Rain of Stars did not sound like something healthy. When did it come out? Didn't Little Star tell you? Everyone shook their heads. Nightmare shrugged. We knew that the 2 large regions were going to be destroyed, but the boss left after that. It took us a while to run back. We lost contact with him in the middle. We don't know what happened. Oh, that's much easier to explain. Temple Master Shui understood. It's nothing. As long as you know about the world fragment, it's easier to explain. When the world fragment pushed from the edge of the world of the gods to its current position, it destroyed many stars and swallowed many star clusters. However, some of them were not destroyed directly. They were knocked out by the world fragment and flew to various parts of the star system. They were also accidentally infected with the aura of the void mist and became dangerous wandering stars. Now, many stars are attacking the gods. A lot of them. There will be 2 waves tonight. Everyone fell into a dead silence. This was really, all they could do was chuckle. The gods were really done for, with the world fragment and the Rain of Stars. Now, many of the guardians have been sent out. Every star has the energy of a saint or deity. When it passes through the final barrier of the pillar of creation, it will weaken a lot. The combined energy of dozens of emperor gods and the great city barrier is enough to destroy a portion of the stars. They also need to send out some people to check if there is any void mist left. So, as you can see now, everyone has been sent out. I am the only one left to guard the rear. Now, Sourcepeak territory is guarded by 7 heavenly gods. The Guardians are doing their best to protect the remaining part of Sourcepeak territory, the Divine Land, Qianyuan territory, and Kuanyuan territory. Wait, aren't they going to give up? Why are they still guarding Sourcepeak territory? And 7 heavenly gods at that. Chu Yingzhan felt that something was wrong. Temple Master Shui sighed faintly, because there are many holdouts in Sourcepeak territory. They haven't seen the energy of the stars, so they don't know fear. They are not willing to leave even after being warned by the Guardians. Speaking of this gave her a headache. It was so painful that her head was dizzy. How could there be people like this? When Ziyi and the others heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Were these people tired of living, or what? As they spoke, they arrived at the central hall. Temple Master Shui gently pushed open the door. Although it was called the central hall, it wasn't very big. It was just a small conference room that could seat several circles of people. There were many seats, and it was almost never full. Last time, when the Guardians gathered, they only filled the bottom row. There were less than 20 people. At the bottom of the hall, there was a person in armor. It didn't have any aura, and its body was like a phantom in water. It sensed that someone had entered, and the complex energy symbols flowing in its eyes faded slightly. It turned around and looked at Temple Master Shui and the others. These children are looking for Little Star. It's urgent. Can you inform him? Temple Master Shui said directly. The barrier's consciousness's eyes flashed. It nodded slightly, then took a step back. I have already informed him. He has responded. He is opening the portal. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Was it that simple to call them back? This was a bit unexpected. In fact, they felt that it was already good enough that the awkward guy was willing to use his image to say a few words. But now he was directly calling back. Wait a minute, they weren't mentally prepared. Buzz. There was a commotion in the space, as if something huge was squeezing the space, and emerging from it, a black portal had appeared beside the consciousness of the barrier, and a figure was slowly emerging from it. An uncomfortable aura was also emanating from it, accompanied by a surge of black clouds and mist. A slender figure emerged from within. Her long hair, which was a mixture of strange silver black and multicolored, fluttered behind her back. Her exquisite and astonishingly beautiful face was covered with frost and indifference, and her red and black eyes were extremely strange. Hey, we're back to play. A golden light emerged from the portal, and rosy clouds emerged from behind Yun Nuoshing. She smiled and waved at everyone. Yun Nuoshing was much more straightforward. He looked at everyone and nodded. Is there an emergency? Little Star, you came back directly. Yuanshi grinned. Are you done in the demon world? I saw that you were fighting quite fiercely just now. Fortunately, they didn't send any demonic gods. I killed 7 of the 36 demonic gods. They probably won't come back for a while. Yun Nuoshing stretched and yawned. It's a good time to take a rest. I'm a bit tired. This idiot is still gathering spiritual power in the middle of a battle. I don't know what he's doing. It seems like he has been gathering spiritual power for more than 10 days. Rosy clouds made a face at him and smiled at everyone. It's only been a few days. Forget it. Yun Nuoshing looked at her helplessly, then looked at Xian. Is there something you need from me? Yes. Xian was still not used to Yun Nuashing being like this. She took out the egg that had just mutated from her pendant. This egg, she explained the matter in detail. Yun Nuashing was also a little surprised after hearing it. He waved his hand and took the golden egg from a distance. After looking at it for a while, he frowned. The aura of life has recovered. That's right. That ball of light should be a part of it. It's located in the ultimate plane region. Maybe it was separated and used to seal something. And this aura, why does it seem a bit like, he thought for a while and remained silent. Rosy Clouds waved her hand in front of him. Like what? Yun Nuashing looked at her and said, "It seems a bit like that thing that was suppressed at the bottom level of the Dark God Palace." Everyone was confused. Rosy Clouds sucked in a breath of cold air. More than 10 peak demonic gods couldn't kill it. In the end, it was sealed and tortured to death by dozens of divine power weapons. It escaped from the Dark God Palace. Zai and the others' faces turned pale. Immediately, they finally understood what this thing was referring to. Yun Nuashing nodded hesitantly. The aura is very similar, but it's different in nature. It's probably because it was baptized by the demonic god's fall. It's now order attribute, and its aura is very different from before. What the hell is this thing? Whitey quickly asked. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and let the egg spin in front of him. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's not something native to the celestial realm. It's from the outer realm. I only know that its shape is, like a big snake with wings." Qin Yan's heart skipped a beat. Is it a soaring snake? No. There were soaring snakes in the celestial realm, but they have gone extinct. This is also a big snake with wings. It's half like a soaring snake and half like a lizard. Everyone thought about it for a long time. They dissected the two things in their minds and put them back together, but they still couldn't figure out what it was. They still had a confused look on their faces. Anyway, there was no other expression other than that. By the way, speaking of soaring snakes, Yun Nuashing clapped his hands and looked at Qin. "Yen, I remember that your family's holy beast is a soaring snake, right?" Qin Yen sighed. "It used to be. Do you still remember what I was looking for in the forest of eternal night? Looking for the holy artifact left behind by the soaring snake." Qin Yen nodded. The last soaring snake was the one who made the Qin family. It suffered irreparable injuries and died in the depths of the Qin family in ancient times. According to it, there were many holy artifacts left behind by the soaring snake clan. We wanted to find them, but there were many miscalculations and we couldn't find them. Later on, Father gradually put this matter aside. Yun Nuashing made a vague sound. She waved her hand and skipped the matter. How is the situation in the celestial realm now? Almost 80% of the people in the ultimate plane region have been evacuated. Something unexpected happened. Originally, we could only evacuate 90% of the people in the ultimate plane region tonight. Now that we have recalculated, we can evacuate all of them before the first wave of meteor shower arrives. The barrier's consciousness said calmly. A heavenly god made a move. People from the monster realm. Hall Master Shui looked at Yun Nuashing and said softly, "Little Stone told us that a monster god came from the monster realm and helped to bring the monster race back to the monster realm. Maybe that's why the evacuation sped up a lot." Kai Xia waved her hand. Would the monster realm be the first to cooperate with the celestial realm? No, they're still observing. After all, they haven't received any news about the meteor shower. Moreover, part of the meteor shower tonight will crash into the monster realm. I don't know what's going on exactly. I can only guess that the void mist probably tore through the monster realm's law barrier and crashed into the monster realm. After all, the monster realm isn't a companion realm. so it doesn't have the wall of law or the wall of reality as a fortress. If it wasn't for the hole in the wall between the demon realm and the celestial realm, the monster realm wouldn't have suffered. That's why they need to be beaten up before they know the pain. Only when they feel the pain will they know how to work together and negotiate. Kaixia nodded. After the third wave of meteor shower, there will be a period of calm. It's only half a month, and some things will probably happen in that half a month. The civil war in the celestial realm that you've all been waiting for is about to start, and it's even more intense because of the meteor shower. Yun Nuoshing pointed at the sky. Everyone laughed dryly and waved their hands. No, we're not looking forward to it. Really. Besides, your smile is so evil. Yun Nuoshing smiled evilly. You're not looking forward to it. Maybe I remembered wrongly. Yuan, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was the one looking forward to it, wasn't he? He was looking forward to the celestial realm becoming more and more chaotic. Yun Nuoshing patted his face and returned to his frozen state. He looked at Hallmaster Shui and said, I know what you've been doing in the 3 zones. If you want to strengthen your defenses, make it stronger. The true test of the celestial realm will begin after the 3rd wave. I did say that after the 1st and 2nd waves of meteor shower, a considerable number of lives will perish, those who don't want to leave. But I didn't say that it's over. After the 3rd wave of meteor shower ends and half a month of calm, the meteor shower will begin again. When that time comes, Hallmaster Shui was very nervous. She was already thinking about how to solve this problem. You didn't say that before. The future has changed. The established future has changed. I think I caused it. Well, I won't apologize, Yun Nuoshing said calmly. Everyone's eyes widened. Yun Nuoshing sighed bitterly. Didn't I fire a shot at the world fragment a few days ago? Hallmaster Shui looked confused. The others nodded. They were watching from the side at that time, although they didn't see it with their own eyes. Yun Nuoshing sighed. It seems that the shot activated part of the void mist. The world fragment is rushing here faster, and, how much faster? Nightmare jumped on the table and did a backflip. He looked at Yun Nuoshing while trembling. The arrival day has been brought forward by half a month. We have less than 4.5 months to prepare. But that's not the point. The point is that the entire star system is now filled with malice. It's caused by the void mist. The stars are affected by that will. Most of the stars that were hit by the world fragment and were supposed to rush to the open space of the star system are now in an abnormal position and are bombarding the celestial realm. Everyone was speechless. If it wasn't for the barrier of order, I'm afraid it would be worse. Well, worse. Even if I didn't do that, things would still be bad. Now it's just worse. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Hallmaster Shui looked sad. The first wave is 1,000,000 stars. The second wave is 12 times worse. How bad is it going to get? What happened to the gods protecting the celestial realm? Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh, looked at Hallmaster Shui, and said, Little girl, wake up. What a bunch of *T gods. Only destruction can save this world. Amit Ba. Everyone sighed. The demon chanted the name of Buddha. This world is probably done for. Chapter 1162. What are you going to do with that egg? Chu Yingzhan pointed at the golden egg in Yun Nuoshing's hand and changed the topic. She was worried that everyone would have a mental breakdown if she continued to talk about it. Yun Nuoshing looked at the golden egg a few inches away from his hand and shook his head. I don't know yet. I have to study it before I decide what to do with it. I'm curious how he escaped from the bottom of the Dark Temple, and why he didn't leave the realm of the gods and went to the realm of ultimate plane. He even split his life aura into 2, one buried underground as an egg, and the other sealed somewhere in the realm of ultimate plane. Speaking of which, I think I was the one who released the golden light. Huh. Everyone's eyes widened. How did he get involved in this? I just used the Book of Epics to go back in time. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and looked at Lon Xian. When we were in the realm of ultimate plane, I broke a dimensional seal. Xian, you should remember. Lon Xian, thought hard for a moment and remembered it. She clapped her hands excitedly. So it's about that day. It's that day. Yun Nuashing nodded and tossed the golden egg up and down. History has gone back in time to a new era. I'm crippled, and it's useless. Rosie Dawn couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. This damned new technique, but it seemed to be possible to put it this way. Dozens of eras ago, they had fought each other with all their might. Time had passed without a tree. And when the two people met again, they had become people that even they couldn't recognize. He had dragged his half-crippled body back, and she had become an egg. They had become people of the past. Waving his hand and putting away the golden egg, Yun Nuashing yawned for 6 seconds and rubbed his eyes. I'm a little sleepy. I'll find a place to rest. I'll wake up before tonight. I'm looking forward to the shower of stars. Everyone could not stop sweating. They felt that he was looking forward to something that no one else was looking forward to. Little Star, wait a minute. Before he could leave, Hallmaster Shui quickly stopped him. Your aura, didn't Xian, and the others say that you just reached the elementary deity level not long ago? How did you become a deity in the blink of an eye? Spirit receiving godly body? You devoured those people's origins? At this moment, Yun Nuashing's aura was extremely chaotic. It was filled with the crazy and violent elements of chaos. No one could sense the exact situation. Anyway, no matter how hard they tried, they could only feel an extremely dangerous energy feedback. Therefore, they decided not to look at it. Hearing Hall Master Shui's words, they all looked at him in horror. Didn't you see it that day? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and smiled wickedly. Not enough. It's still not enough. In order to deal with that day, I needed to prepare more. So I ate them. It was only at that moment that I decided to do it. Oh, they bumped into me. It's none of my business. A divine body that can accept spirits. Yun Nuashing shook her head and interrupted her. The distortion of the primal chaos element is enough to distort it into a form of energy that doesn't leave any imprints. There's nothing to worry about. As for harming the harmony of heaven and earth, I'm already like this. Do I still need the rules of heaven and earth to acknowledge me? No, dozens of eras ago, I had already grasped it in my hand. He clenched his right hand tightly, as if he wanted to crush something in his hand. Everyone watched him leave the hall. Their hearts were in a mess. Kai Xia did not chase after him at this time. She let him find a place to rest. After all, he would be tired. No matter how cold-blooded and strong he became, he still needed a short rest. Can you tell me about his physical condition? Hall Master Shui asked the consciousness of the barrier. The consciousness of the barrier closed its eyes and opened them after a long while. There's no damage. His spiritual power has always been in a highly active state. Highly active? Nightmare couldn't help but move closer. The boss looks like he's about to die. He wobbles 3 times with every step. Is that what you call highly active? The main body is accumulating spiritual power and is in a highly active state. The spiritual power supplied to that body is maintained at a very low value. There's nothing unusual. Why is he accumulating so much spiritual power? Hall Master Shui frowned. As an experienced person, he wasn't surprised by this practice. High-level gods would choose to use the spiritual power that they didn't use much before. Sometimes they would accumulate spiritual power for a long time for a battle or to deal with other things. Unknown. Yuanshi clapped his hands. Well, no matter what Little Star wants to do, there's no way to investigate now. Well, I'll go back to the Yuan family first. Well, anyway, I'm just next door. If you need anything, just shout in your soul, and I'll be there. Qin Yan looked at Xian and nodded. I'll go back too. You keep an eye on the little angel, and don't let her go to Little Star. She sighed and looked at the stupid angel. She couldn't help but turn her eyes. Ming's eyes were rarely alive at this moment. He kept staring at the place where Yun Nuoxing disappeared. It was really difficult to stop her from going there. Oh, wait, I forgot about something. Yun Nuoxing came back and startled Yuan Shi and Qin Yan, who hadn't left yet. He snapped his fingers at the air, and a person appeared out of thin air. He fell to the ground and made an inexplicable sound. You go to work too. What are you doing in the chaotic domain? The healing is over. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her leg and kicked the guy. Kai Xia looked at him and said, I was wondering why I seem to have forgotten someone. Why did he stay in your chaotic domain and refuse to come out? Who knows? He's been hiding and refusing to come out. If it weren't for the fact that he hasn't recovered yet, I would have thrown him out long ago. He didn't even think about where he was hiding. No matter how hard he tried to hide, he was still right under my nose. Yun Nuoxing sighed and spread out her hands. Then I'll leave him to you. Arrange a place for him. He's a god after all. He can be of some use. Don't worry about him being dishonest. Just like the previous few, I've tied him up with divine words. Nothing will happen. After saying that, he slipped away, leaving the people in the hall looking at each other, dumbfounded. The god who looked like a pancake felt that Yun Nuoxing was far away. Only then did he carefully raise his head and look at everyone. He's gone? Yuanshi nodded blankly. Yes, he's gone. Who are you? The middle-aged man got up from the ground and smiled bitterly. My name? Ahem, let's not talk about it. I'm just an unlucky guy. I've already understood the cause of this matter. Tell me, where do you want me to guard? Hall Master Shui pondered for a while and said, Actually, we don't have enough manpower in the Taiyuan domain. However, we don't plan to send too many people there. If you don't want to go, just wait for it to come crashing down. Ha! She laughed eerily, which sent chills down everyone's spines. Well, if that's the case, why don't you go and help set up the joint barrier? The Divine Land, the Ganyuan domain, and the Kun Yuan domain will also face the test. Moreover, this is the rear of the extradition, so there can't be any mistakes. Go to the Divine Land, near the Taiyuan domain. Take the token of the 9 divine temples, and someone will take you there. Hall, Master, Shui handed over a token. The middle-aged man sighed and took the token. He nodded and said, Okay, then I'll go first. Sigh, I never thought that I would have a day like this. I've been living my life aimlessly, but I still have to fight for such a great thing. After watching the nagging god leave, Yuan Shi and Qin Yan also took their leave. For them, it was just a matter of returning home from their neighbor's house to deal with some matters. Well, it would only take them a few minutes to drop in. I'll go and take a look. Ming's figure flashed and disappeared into light spots. Everyone was speechless. This little angel was really impatient. This little angel. Xian shook her head helplessly. She looked at everyone and smiled awkwardly. I'll go and look after Ming. Everyone said, Go, go, go. You'll go without her anyway. Xian stuck out her tongue and skipped out of the hall. Zai looked at Feng, Yi Shi, and a few other little girls who stayed behind. You're not going? Feng shook her head. Xingxing needs to rest. Xian and Ming can go alone. Too many people will disturb him. Xixie was silent for a while. Her silver eyes surged with spiritual light. She stood on her tiptoes and tugged at Zai's robe. She said in a childish voice, "Big Brother is doing something very dangerous." You know what's going on?" Zai was slightly startled. Xixie shook her head. "I just have this feeling. In Sister Shi Xian's memory, Big Brother was in the same situation that day, but we can't stop Big Brother. Even if we tell him, he'll just find another place to rest." Xixie lowered her head and mumbled. The others looked at each other and sighed. She was right. They couldn't stop or predict what he was going to do. But are we just going to let him do it? Chu Yingzhan frowned. You all know what he'll do if he becomes like that. He doesn't even care about his own life. What else can we do? You go and persuade him? Zai glanced at her. You think he'll listen? But, Zai... Chu Yingzhan gritted her teeth and couldn't say anything for a long time. The hall fell silent for a while. Hall Master Shui looked at them and said, "All right, you all should go and rest. What's going to happen tonight is going to be terrible. It won't end until the next day. There won't be much time to rest before it ends." Zai sighed. "All right, I'll go and rest as well. I'm also a bit tired." Everyone sighed. Hall Master Shui still had to check on the defenses of the 9 shrine and contact the others to see if there were any oversights. The defenses at the original location had already been prepared, but there were some changes to the world fragment. She couldn't help but feel nervous. She had to prepare for the worst. Perhaps it was time to use the 40 Suns. Over at the Source Peak region, Yi Hong, Yuan Feiyang, and the others were waiting anxiously. Even though the defenses were very far away, they could sense that the other side was also anxiously waiting. They didn't stop in the city. The actions of the protectors in the city had aroused the vigilance of many people. They stubbornly refused to leave, believing that the protectors were plotting something. They even sealed the city gates and the Great City Barrier Array. Yi Hong and the others couldn't be bothered with them. The protectors simply didn't enter the city and didn't use their Great City Barrier Array. They were self-reliant and hid in the void, waiting for the stars to descend. The stubbornness of those people almost made them explode on the spot. Those defenses were not worth mentioning to Yi Hong and the others, and they could be torn apart easily. However, after thinking about their purpose here, they decided to ignore it. However, they subtly changed a certain joint barrier. If some people wanted to die, then let them die. That Lord had said that he couldn't stop others from seeking death. The original plan was to use the energy accumulated by the Great City Defense spell formation to resist the descending stars with the help of the many high-level gods, and even the gods. Without the former, there would be one less energy source, and there would be some difficulties due to insufficient energy. After all, what they had to deal with tonight was not a single star, but an entire galaxy. The arrangements have been made. The defense of the Divine Prefecture is considered complete. Little Divine Prefecture is also fine. The rules here are chaotic and affect the lives inside. Senior Yi Hong and the others' tokens are also very cooperative. The situation here is much better than the Source Peak region. The Ultimate Plane region has almost completed the transfer. There's still a small part that can be completed before the stars descend. The joint barrier is beginning to shrink and consolidate. Let's give up those useless lands. They won't be able to protect them in a few months anyway. The Ganyuan region and the Kuanyuan region have reported that the energy barrier has completely covered the area where the collision will take place. The area within 100 billion miles has been cleared. How's the situation of the temples? Everything is fine. Everyone, save up your energy. This is a special battle. We might not receive any reinforcements or supplies midway. I know, we might even die, right? But the spiritual temple should be ready, right? Don't worry. The spiritual temple, personally built by the first temple master, will ensure that you can come back to life even after you die. So don't worry and die. Hey. The topic you guys are talking about is a little high energy. Cough. 9 Gods Temple. Inform everyone that you guys talk too much. Although you know that you should say something to ease the tension, don't go overboard. Save some energy. The phaseless church is in place. There's no problem. Everything is in place at the Star Peak. The Xian family is fine here. The sky is showing signs of brightening. I think it's about time. This is the Royal Ridge clan, near the edge of the Source Peak region. We've seen many white dots of light appear in the sky. The speed at which those lights are spreading has definitely passed through the restraints of the laws. Everyone, the feast is about to begin. May the myriad gods protect the divine realm. May the myriad gods protect the divine realm. Myriad gods, the little star's radiance will illuminate the entire divine realm. The moment the voices ended, the creation's barrier that enveloped the entire divine realm lit up with an extremely bright light. In the distant star field, some distorted starlight passed through the star field at an abnormal speed, illuminating the entire divine realm. It was originally nighttime, but now it was almost daytime. The phenomenon that was even more exaggerated than daytime happened first at the edge of the Source Peak region and the extreme plain region, then quickly spread to the center of the 2 star fields. On the stone platform at the top of the Fire God Temple, Yun Nuoshing opened her red and black eyes. A brilliant light flashed through them. It has begun. Xian and Ming, who were sitting not far away, heard this and stood up nervously. They looked at the sky, which was faintly shining. Creation's barrier, open! The barrier's consciousness waved its hand, and all the pillars of creation in the divine realm erupted with extremely powerful energy, and all of them surged into the creation's barrier. Just as they had said, a large amount of bright, white light pierced through the silence of the night. Buzz! A huge and dense energy ball broke through the creation's barrier. Its light dimmed in an instant, and its size slowly shrank. Suddenly, it appeared in the sky above the Source Peak region. The bright light made people who were used to the night squint their eyes. When they came back to their senses and looked up, countless people saw the big guy falling straight to the ground at a speed that was not completely reduced, rumbling and tearing space and time apart. Everyone, gather your energy and attack with all your might. A roar that tore through the night and day was accompanied by a huge energy beam that soared into the sky and pierced through the entire energy sphere. That star squirmed a few times before it shriveled up like a deflated balloon. The forceful detonation of energy erupted from within it, creating a huge energy radiance. Countless flames scattered in the sky, creating a ring of flames that burned passionately as they descended from the sky. It was extremely gorgeous and magnificent. Team 1, go and investigate. Team 2, go and gather your energy. Team 3, don't eat. Get ready for me. This won't be our last battle. The Lord Palace Master is watching us. The first sun to be detonated was the signal for the arrival of the galaxy. When that huge explosion was accompanied by a huge ring of flames, countless stars passed through the creation's barrier and fell from the sky like a group of angry meteors. They began to bombard this unlucky first major world. The boundless stars were countless times larger than a large city. They were the oldest stars in this star field, but there were also very young and huge suns. Every star that fell would directly cleanse a large area, leaving behind a huge hole that was melted by energy. Not even a speck of dust would be left behind. They connected into a galaxy, and fell towards the celestial realm with hundreds and thousands of branches. The creation's barrier absorbed their energy and forced them to slow down. They gathered in the sky above the celestial realm and collided with each other. The huge weight and volume caused them to collide before they could land, and some even exploded in the sky. The incomparably brilliant new energy stars almost blinded everyone's eyes. A large number of stars that appeared the moment they appeared were lured into exploding in the sky by experts who risked blinding themselves to look at the sky and turned into brilliant fireworks. Kaboom! An incomparably huge star landed on the ground with a rumble. Light and flames instantly engulfed the ground for trillions of miles. The eruption of a new energy star would last for dozens of minutes or even several hours. It could even scorch the earth of the ultimate plane region. Like a rising star, the energy shock waves shook the entire ultimate plane region. On the ground, the sudden change in the weather shocked everyone. Then, a ball of light so bright that it was blinding came crashing down from the sky with extremely violent energy. The sky became bright as day, and even more dazzling lights could be seen streaking across the horizon like a meteor shower. Those were the stars that were falling towards various parts of the celestial realm. The giant rings of light and flames in the sky would last for a long time, but they would also be blasted apart by the new energy stars in the same area. A few of the rings were blasted apart and turned into a mass of explosions. The meteor shower had officially descended, and the destructive energy caused countless people's faces to turn deathly pale. The forces that had been shouting, "This is all a conspiracy," shut their mouths awkwardly under the storm of explosions. The energy stars were like explosions in their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. They immediately gave up on everything and ran for their lives toward the other three regions. In the end, they were the ones shouting the loudest and running the fastest. However, it was all too late. The ultimate plane region was one of the epicenters of the explosions, and it definitely wouldn't be safe. When the first star landed on the combined barrier that spanned most of the celestial realms, Ihong and the others, who were the protectors of the ultimate plane region, felt their hearts skip a beat. The main event had begun. The test of life and death had only just begun. Chapter 1163. The roaring explosion of energy carried the aura of a galaxy, and it was extremely violent. It was as if the energy from the beginning of the world had swept over again and again. Monstrous waves like ripples appeared on the joint barrier, spreading towards the entire barrier. The points of impact were like softened noodles that kept trembling along with the ripples. Every time the magnitude of the impact increased, countless people's hearts would slow down a beat. The aura of annihilation came from the sky, suppressing the entire space and making it difficult to breathe. Ihong, how is the situation? Looking at the joint barrier in the sky that was swaying like noodles in the explosion of energy, Yuan Feiyang could not help but ask. Ihong raised his head and looked at the energy flames and explosions that filled the entire sky. The whole world was burning, and endless flames and energy attacks were constantly eroding the barrier. A powerful explosion of energy might not be worth their concern, but when the energy of this explosion was continuously attached to the energy barrier, it was a little dangerous. The energy that could not be poured out cleanly hit the energy barrier repeatedly, causing it to be on the verge of collapse. Would you believe me if I said that it was still under control? Ihong put on an expression that did not know whether to laugh or cry. What do you think? Yuan Feiyang grinned and looked up at the sky. The defense of the joint barrier has begun to weaken. Since the first sun hit the barrier, there have been frequent huge impacts. The explosive energy has almost burned the land outside the barrier into charcoal. What's worse is the sunlight that contains the void fog. The city behind me has been completely completely destroyed. The light of the void fog is penetrative, and the temperature is even more terrible than hell to mortals. Yi Hong looked back at the city that was already burning, and there was no one left. If one did not have any defensive means, even high-level gods would not be able to withstand this temperature for too long. They had thought that this layer of barrier would be enough to block out the purgatory outside, but now it seemed that they had underestimated the void fog. After all, it was a strange thing that had destroyed thousands of worlds. When it came into contact with the void fog, the stars had already changed, and their light was no longer pure. I don't have a city here, so I'm not sure. The nearest city, I see it. Most people are evacuating. This distance should still be within the range of sunlight, so the barrier should still be effective. Perhaps it has been weakened by the void fog. Yi Hong nodded. The situation wasn't too bad. In the distant city, there were various kinds of panic and riots. Everyone was rushing into the portal. Those who were afraid of death and didn't want to let others go had already slipped away the moment they sensed the energy. The people from the Guardian forces were also able to enter the city and use the energy of the great defensive formation to defend and intercept. This also allowed them to take over the portal and buy time to evacuate the people. As long as everyone was evacuated, they could give up this place with no qualms. What a joke! How could they continue defending if they did not give up? Only half an hour had passed since the bombardment, and the barrier was constantly shaking like a softened crust. If there was an earthquake in the sky, they would not even know what level of tremor it was. In any case, they could only see pieces of the void and the huge creatures that were crossing the void. Change teams. Squad 4 for Squad 3. Squad 1 and Squad 5. Get ready. Array masters and masters. Hurry up and adjust the formation. We need energy that surpasses the threshold. Draw all the forbidden techniques for me. We need the help of the energy of the entire world. If the stars fall on the barrier, we'll be done for. Squad 7, rest and reorganize. Squad 8, focus. Energy in a mutually reinforcing and counteracting manner. Aim at the brightest point in the sky. Don't think about seeing the enemy with your naked eyes. That's a sun. Now, attack with all your might. Shrine, shrine. This is Ming Ming City. We need the help of an array master who is proficient in space. The people here have already started to flee. They are all rushing toward the portal. Soon, the portal will overload. What? You're asking me where the array master is? Those damn people all ran away at the first moment. Disintegrate energy. Break the rules. Energy, disintegrate. Squad 12, change. Squad 13, go. All levels of God Emperors, focus on adjusting the formation. Squad 3, get ready. Damn, the firepower here is too strong. Are we being focused on? We're being focused on. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Shrine. Myriad Star City needs reinforcements. The defensive line stretched for countless miles. Every node had problems of various sizes. New situations were constantly occurring. Exhaustion, insufficient energy, damaged formations, unstable space formations, and all sorts of things were happening. At least for now, they could still hold on. The people guarding the barrier were doing their best to stop the stars from falling. The 7 heavenly gods were using their strongest energy to maintain the barrier and resist the stars. As for the others, they were in charge of escaping. After all, they were not counting on them. However, if someone really popped up and offered to help, they would laugh out loud. They really needed manpower now. Even if it was just providing energy, it would be enough as long as someone could help maintain the energy output of the formation. No one, the unprecedented threat, had stunned everyone. When they came to, the only thought left in their minds was to escape. Who would still want to help? If they could escape, they would have to thank the good karma of their previous lives. The creation's barrier still has some capacity, but only 1/5 of the star shower has passed. I'm afraid it won't hold on for long. Yun Nuashing looked into the distance. Dense energy explosions were erupting all over the divine realm. Energy novas and energy flares illuminated the entire sky. At this moment, day and night were reversing. Before the star shower passed, there was no need to talk about night. Have the holdouts begun to evacuate? Ming asked. Originally, many people believed in the Guardian Organization's warning and wanted to seek refuge. However, only a small portion of them succeeded. The major organizations in the city believed that this was the Guardian Organization's scheme, so they sealed off the city and the teleportation gate. No one could escape. Yun Nuashing tilted her head. What a twisted mind, playing some self-righteous little tricks. I don't care what they think. I don't want to understand or understand. I only know that they delayed the evacuation of many people. When the calamity came, they fled, leaving the entire city behind without order, scrambling to seek refuge. If they had begun the evacuation earlier, there would not have been a single casualty in the divine realm. Now that things have turned out this way, ordinary people would have lost their lives, and the protectors would have lost people as well. If not for my spiritual temple, they would have really died. In the end, the protectors would be the ones to suffer the most. In that case, why would the protectors be almost completely wiped out in the future? Isn't it because of those people? How sad. It's their sin to kill everyone, but they would not take it to heart. The law of karma has been locked. Ready. Confirm before activation. The barrier's consciousness said flatly. Confirm, lock, activate. Allow the effect of karma to trace back to the timeline and find their cause. Xian's face was filled with curiosity when he heard these things that he did not understand. He stared at Yun Nuashing with eyes full of stars. Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled, and without her asking, Xian explained himself. If there is a sin in this world, find the source. They are the ones who caused this situation. They are the ones who are suspicious, and they have ulterior motives. However, they ran the fastest, and I did not stop them. Let them run. The rain of stars has fallen, and every death will end a karmic cycle. The karmic cycle that has ended will lead to them with the corresponding karmic effect. Even the cycle of reincarnation will not be able to escape. When Ming Ming heard this, he swallowed his saliva and his wings trembled a few times. Big brother, are you taking revenge? No, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just letting them bear the consequences of their sins. They can do whatever they want. If they can just run away and escape the blame. Well, to be honest, I don't have to care about this. Hell will take care of it. My actions are superfluous, but I'm only concerned about karma in this world. They will take care of it in the next life. Not everyone is like that. Xian looked at the erupting world in the distance. The Guardian faction has mobilized quite a number of people in the beginning. At least the area west of the Sourcepeak region has been cleared. Hasn't it? Yes, they were the fastest to react. They were even faster than the Ultimate Plane region. The Guardian faction's reputation in the more remote areas is quite imposing, and they were able to take people away. As for the Ultimate Plane region, the Demon Realm is also paying attention to the Nine Gods Temple. The Nine Gods Temple is the #1 faction on the surface, and they would react quickly at the slightest sign of trouble. Knowing the nature of the Guardian faction, it is reasonable for them to react quickly. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he shifted his gaze even further away towards the star field. Beyond the flames and barriers of the explosion, in the pitch-black star field, countless dazzling spots of light flickered. Those were even more stars that were risking their lives to rush towards the realm of the gods. A considerable number of them would descend during this period of time, and the dim starlight further away would be the next batch. He turned his gaze away from the stars and looked at the Source Peak region. Looking at the chaos everywhere, he could not help but shake his head. If they had listened to him and taken refuge earlier, things would not have turned out this way. There were many people here who could not escape, and the combined barrier that Hong and the others had erected would not hold for long. Furthermore, the stars seemed to have a purpose in bombarding one place indiscriminately. Many of them were lined up in a row, and their heels collided with the centermost node of the barrier. That was probably the first place where a hole would appear. Yun Nuoshing's gaze swept over something, and the corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable smile. He sat back down on the stone platform and said, "This is interesting. Some people have also made a move. It is rare that they would make a move at this time. So, there has been a slight change in the future. It is very slight. How many people can you save?" Feng blinked. "A high-level existence has made a move." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "A high-level existence has given a push. The weak power has changed the course of the future. It is just a little bit of power." He waved his hand, and a large area of images appeared out of thin air. Everyone hurriedly moved closer to take a look. They saw a large area of exploding flames, the soaring light of new energy stars, distorted space, shattered void, and shattered space-time. In any case, it looked like a hodgepodge. There were all kinds of strange destructive phenomena, and they were all the mess left behind by the explosions of those huge stars. If it had not been for the order barrier supporting the space of the God realm, the Source Peak domain would have been completely destroyed. Even if it had not been blown to smithereens, there would have been no way to repair it. In one of the images, a group of people holding dim star power rose up against the sky. They used the aura of the star field and the stars to protect themselves. They went against the sky and faced the descending stars. Perhaps it was because they had done a lot of research on star power. A high-level god could fight against an entire star alone. This was an illusion. At most, they were just holding on. They did not have the rules and energy annihilation attacks that the Guardian forces had racked their brains to come up with. Just relying on star power alone to take a shortcut would require a dozen high-level gods to go all out. Moreover, they were few in number. However, with their participation, the united barrier became more stable. Using star power to block the violent power of the starry sky, Yun Nuoshing wanted to praise them. It is the people of the Star Palace. They have come to meddle in this matter. Master Shui was a little surprised. The 12-star palace had long been a member of the Guardian forces. She did not expect them to step forward at this time. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4 star palaces. I can't see clearly which 4 palaces they are, but I can recognize 4 characteristics. Yun Nuoshing nodded. When we purge, we can start from this side. He sighed and said lightly, no matter who it is, what force it is, if they can put aside their prejudices and step forward in the face of a world-ending crisis, they can be counted as heroes. Well, I know you guys like to talk about this kind of stuff, so I just said it. On the contrary, those who take advantage of the situation and do things against the will, well, I am too lazy to care. It has nothing to do with me. Everyone laughed bitterly. Halfway through, they thought that he was going to say something righteous, but this was the little Xing they were familiar with. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while. Then he turned to look at Hall Master Shui. What about the 66 stars that fell behind? I have calculated the time. Almost half of them have appeared. No problem. Hall Master Shui made a perfect hand gesture. The 3 or 4 that came from the North Ice Realm were taken care of by the 2 elders of the Xian family. The other stars are fine. They were not completely destroyed, but the combined barrier held. There was one star that was supposed to land in a place where no one wanted to pay attention to at first, but Little Light said that he was restless, so he volunteered to guard it. In the end, something really happened. That sun inexplicably deviated and crashed straight into the nearest city, right? Yun Nuoxing said. How did you know? Hall, Master Shui, was stunned for a moment. Then, she realized without waiting for an explanation. Oh, right. Little star, I forgot that you are the observer. You know everything that happens in the realm of the gods. Cough. I didn't see it before. By the time I took a look, it had already happened. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said, the void fog. When these words came out, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched. This was a notorious thing in the Dark Age. It was thrown out by the people of the underworld to bring disaster to the entire Eight Elements realm. After knowing its nature, they knew that it was definitely not a good thing. It was a world fragment and a tide of darkness. What the hell was that? The void fog has descended upon the realm of the gods. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard this, but after listening carefully, it did not sound like Yun Nuoxing's voice. Even if his voice had changed, it was still a soft girl's voice. Even if it was cold, it still had a certain flavor. However, this was a strong male voice, not the hollow voice of the barrier's consciousness. Everyone turned their gazes in unison and saw a man covered in golden light standing in the starry yellow sand. His appearance was exactly the same as the Yun Nuo planet in the past. Yo, it's me. The man raised his hand to greet Yun Nuoxing. Then he coughed softly and took 2 steps away to make way for the scene in front of him. As you said, the tide of darkness has gathered, but it's here. There are quite a lot of them, but they don't seem to be moving out yet. Look, an image appeared behind him. Stars streaked across the sky like shooting stars. On the vast land of yellow sand, there was an uncomfortable black color that dyed the yellow sand. That color and that aura made people feel extreme disgust and discomfort even though they were separated by an image. The void fog. Zi Yen subconsciously clenched her jade-like hands. She had seen it a few times before, so she immediately recognized what that monstrous mass of black gas was. It had gathered into a large area. Perhaps it wasn't as large as the realm of darkness in the small divine land, but the tide of darkness and the void fog could expand on their own. If left alone for a period of time, it could even dye a region black or even a world's light mass. Chu Yingzhan noticed that sentence and could not help but look at Yun Nuoxing. Idiot, you know that the void fog is going to fall on the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and nodded. It's an unexpected gain. When I went back to the Dark God Palace, I saw traces of the void fog. Kaixia continued. We saw a lot of strange traces left behind by the void mist spawns there. There was also a big guy left there, but he killed it with a single slash of his sword. However, the void mist and all the spawns, they were all gone. Yun Nuoxing replied. Previously, we dealt with a portion of the tide of darkness that had a little bit of intelligence in the realm of darkness in the small divine land. I guess that part of the tide of darkness might be the same, but they are now in hiding. On the day of Constellation's descent today, Constellation even brought a portion of the void mist here a few months in advance to gather on the realm of the gods as the vanguard. Wait a minute, boss. Nightmare looked up and asked, wasn't there a malicious message that spread across the realm of the gods? Look, the dark army in the realm of the darkness went straight for you. Why did they leave a part of them behind? That doesn't make sense. Because they are hiding in the Dark God Palace. That's the only explanation. The Dark God Palace is in the void, and there are elements of chaos and darkness in the Dark God Palace itself. The 2 special forces affected the place, and in turn, protected a part of the Dark Army. Yun Nuashing frowned as she spoke. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Why didn't they just come here and accept their deaths? It's not a problem for me to get rid of them now. Golden Bright Shine poked his head out from the projection and grinned at the crowd. His 8 big teeth were shining brightly. Let me tell you, this border area is very strange. Not a single star has fallen. They have all smashed into the central area. Look, this Star Spirit City is still here. Don't you think it's strange or not? If there's really no problem here, I will eat this entire desert. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. All right, I'll leave the Dark Army there to you. No, wait a minute. Let's wait for this round of stars to pass. The void fog actually showed a weak intelligence, and it's gathering in many places at the moment. When they've gathered, we'll kill them in one blow. Don't let any of them escape. While you're at it, take a look at Star Twinkling City and under your desert to see if there's anything there. Be careful. Got it, Golden Brilliance replied, and disappeared in a flash. After Yun Nuashing finished speaking, she felt a slight headache. Those huge, passionate suns were not just highly concentrated energy clusters. They were born naturally in the galaxy, and even if they were a combination of energy, they would not go berserk if no one touched them. Even the brightest spark in this world, the new energy star, at that moment could only threaten early-stage gods, and even emperor gods could withstand it. However, those irascible big guys were all infected by the void fog. It was a little similar to the elements of chaos, and they were all products of the world's error. They were extremely destructive and distorting, and in a matter of minutes, those big guys would be twisted into extremely powerful bombs. Anyway, it was already like this, and they were still hurling towards the celestial realm. If they were just pure energy, it would be fine. They all contained a little bit of the void fog, and when they passed through the creation's barrier, they would accidentally touch a little bit of the void fog. That was why Yun Nuashing did not dare to let the creation's barrier absorb all of the energy. She could only reduce it a little and be careful. However, the combined barrier of Yi Hong and the others could not do that. Forcefully withstanding the new energy star with the void fog was a great loss to their barrier, and almost all of the destructive damage was caused by the void fog. Everyone looked nervously at the many projections, and from time to time, they would look up at the exploding sky in the distance. They were extremely nervous. It should be night now, but it was brighter than any day. Tens of millions of suns came one after another, and night was far away.